We are live again. How do I spell this word? Fuck, dude, this is so bad. Did I get it? Holy fuck. I actually spelled it right. Yo, I actually spelled it right. You guys want to see what I spelled right? I spelled eucalyptus right. That's fucking insane by me. I'm a genius. I feel so smart right now for spelling that right first try. Oh god, I felt like there was no chance.
But I do believe that patterns can be broken. So I think it's really hard to say right now.
Yeah, and we were all talking about how in the mid-season cup TSM could have beaten M80 because it was 2-1 and that first map was like 18-16 or like super extended overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that could have been a TSM win.
Yep, that could have been a 2-0 actually.
Yeah, so that being said, this could be a really different match today, which definitely has me excited for what is to come. But talking about here, this was the last time they met up, the most recently, but looking back at this, it's definitely...
I actually agree. This series fucking slaps, dude. Like coming out of VCT into TSM M80 is like, this is good. This is good. Sometimes there could be like a letdown coming from VCT, especially like playoff time to challengers. This is pretty fire. Like this series could go. It could be an upset
if there's a flow within the team. If the IGL system is kicking in and everyone's kind of feeling themselves, like it is so easy to take over matches. And like these players, it's very easy to be fooled because when you look at their pictures, they look really young, but they've been competing for years at this point, non-stop, right? Like these are the future players. These are the people that will be taking over VCT over the next year or 2 years, so it's
100%.
Let's go. John's feeling better.
Okay, we're good.
Let's go.
Okay. I was like, I can't disappear right now. No internet issues here. I want to start talking a little bit more about the series we're about to see.
With that said, I'm sure some of you guys in chat can relate. I mean, I can relate to this. This is actually fucking worse than finding things in some scenarios. I've done a lot of tests and luckily they didn't find anything bad. I've had this happen before and I'm just like, bro, I swear on my life I'm dying right now. Find something. But then like
nerd and so on and so forth.
That's almost worse, low-key.
Weaknesses, and I think M80 have done their homework. Once
so I hope John actually is feeling better. I guess is what I mean to say.
Cup, you realize kind of
it's one thing to say that they don't find anything. It's another thing to actually feel better.
It really depends
they're
on
two different
what
things.
map we are going to.
That's all I'm saying.
So the first. Okay, we have this whole new animation now. This is really cool compared to the regular season. But okay, kind of threw me off there.
Wire is trapped inside of another wire.
Drum roll. But it's a
might be too hard of a problem for me to
TSM's
fix.
pick. They played this recently against YFP
it's in my
and won. But this is also a map they lost to M80. So we'll see what's different now.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little worrying. I'm not gonna lie. This Icebox is a little worrying because M80 loves Icebox.
I linked down this. Haven third is good. Lotus from TSM. M80. We're picking Lotus quite a bit. I mean, they were sketchy. They were sketchy, but they were getting the dubs.
M80 is an M80
risky
pick,
pick
and it's
to
also
go into
by far their best map.
Yeah.
TSM are incorporating more Reyna for Sim. Again, kind of a lot of Neon, a lot of Reyna for this guy. Solo playmaking can really be aggressive and fast, but he can be very hot and cold, at least on the Reyna that we saw the last 2 times. And this could help fix, they've really tried to fix their site control problems on Icebox with either, the Reyna, the Harbor, the Sage. They've changed their comp a lot for this map, so we'll see if this one's the right one.
It's been a smidge of time too, so with changes as well.
No. No. I read pick 'em in chat. No. Why, dude? Why am I like this? Why didn't I just do it yesterday when I was tired? Fuck, I should have just slammed through it. Why am I like this? Manual pick'em it is. Manual pick'em it is. That's so fucking annoying, dude. DZ. MXS. OXG. This is actually a good game. Do I just go chalk all the way down the first round? We're in a sketchy game. Blinn has been overperforming. Like, this is kind of sketchy if Weeded doesn't play. I'm going to go M80. I'm just going to go chalk on opening round. I'm going to have us beating DZ. They don't have Weeded. I think we level up. We're going to be boot camping for this. I'm taking us for sure. Ooh, Hoxton versus M80. Raucus is playing. Okay, just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing a start there. This is a good one. I have to go Oxygen. God, it would feel so good. I'm like 2 steps ahead of myself right now. So I'm going, I don't know why it got bigger. Lowers, dude, I'm not going to get lowers because I feel like it's going to be like flipping and shit on me. This is rough. So I think this would, why does this keep happening? Oh, cool. Love that. Blinn. And then what? Fluffy would be here. Holy, that's a rough matchup, dude. That's how it's gonna go, because it won't. Why does this keep happening? What is this bound to? Oh, is it bound to mouse wheel? Oh, it's bound to mouse wheel. That's why. What the fuck?
Okay, man.
I'm sorry, they're running triple okay, double sentinel is already wild, but triple sentinels?
Let them cook. I say let them cook.
No
they're cooking.
Wow.
Oh, good thing they're starting on defense. This is going to be impossible.
Yeah, they have so much utility. Oh my god.
Wow. All right.
Roy, oh my god. The way Roy said that.
Anything, I'd expect one change or two. Maybe it's off the Steadlock, something else, but
I'm fucking.
Wow. All right.
This shit gotta be saved, bro. I gotta remember this forever.
What are you thinking at this point?
This is a special day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to bet my career on it that they have not gotten practice against a triple sentinel comp since this map has come out. So I'm not even sure how they're going to approach it, but I imagine they're probably going to try to get out some of that early utility or figure out where the Cypher and Deadlock like to set up their utility and play around that, whether it's like use the breach to aftershock or whether it's like try to overrun the other side of the map. Like, I'm not sure, but it had to be somewhere within that line, to be honest.
I cannot wait to see what this M80 defense, this triple senti, has got for us.
Dude, I'm looking for a GIF right now, chat. Maybe you can help me because I'm looking and I can't find it.
And time to head over to Uber.
I'm looking for a GIF of someone right now with, like, you know how this is I've seen this happen in real life, where someone has like a salt shaker and like I'll just a little bit of salt on these fries and the top falls off and all of the salt comes out. That's what I feel like Challengers has done with Sentinels as a role. It's like, I'll just add a little bit more salt, and then the fucking lid comes off, and your whole comp is just Sentinels. Like, that is literally what's going on here, it feels like.
It was a bit of a hard
What
run,
the fuck?
I'm looking for a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the past, obviously, we've seen, TSM, move over towards this Gecko-based composition that has, Sim in a position to create that space on Neon. But what we're looking for, and what generally we're looking for Neon players, and this is, to quote Corey, basically,
Chemical X,
more than just
dude,
create space and get.
You're brilliant. You're brilliant.
That is obviously something that
I was thinking of that show
because you do have,
and I couldn't think of like how to get it
with a lot of that mobility and break that crosshair placement. Excuse me. Now Neon obviously able to do that to a greater degree with greater accuracy during that slide. So we're going to see Sim on the Neon here. The triple sentinel composition, though, going to be very interesting in terms of how they can get information about contested parts of the map that is going to be challenging for M80, especially on that attacking side.
For M80 too, I mean, the thing I've seen is Xander has been such a huge detriment to the team of TSM. He's been so good at keeping control of the site, so good at making sure that everyone on M80 is set up. So I'm interested to see how they're going to counter that this time around, especially now with a workup going towards 8. Nobody's there other than Koala Noob.
Koala Noob is paying off the Cypher util, so they do have the Cypher on site, and it has gone towards
Challenge is
so there'll be 2 trips and a cam. That can be played off by Koala Noob, and that's going to see what precipitates the wall being thrown up. Now, it looks like it might have been broken somewhat. At least a lot of early warning here. That
Ain't nobody wants to fight anyone.
Trips, though, here and there that can catch him out. Relay ball happens on the other side of the wall, and then gets in the drop instantly. It's BCJ with boots on the ground.
No,
and
BCJ needed that.
Now. Find themselves in a 3 versus 3, but Nismo still on the rotate. Xander decides to go for it either way.
Wow.
The right clicks interrupt the players around the spike, and now it's just poised in 1 versus 2.
Wall.
We'll have to try and find a way out. This is time being bought. Xander able to double up here with Nismo, but Poised is able to get that 1 versus 1. Doesn't opt to play off the flash. We'll have to pull off the net though, and Nismo has to do something about this here. The barrier obviously is going to stop the shots coming in through.
Get fucked!
Poised runs out though.
Get fucked!
Nismo had long since gotten off.
My territory, my rules!
You know, for that duration of time, I guess Nismo was more so waiting to peek the angle. I mean, I guess it makes sense at the end of the day, but that was huge. I mean, Xander with a ballsy play, just right-clicking it down to really make that opening. So for M80, this is a very, very good
voice line with no audio around it.
Lose a lot, which did create
whatever you want, Deadlock. Whatever you want.
Could've
You're
been
the
better
boss.
play. I think the wall was a really good touch to it, though.
You're the boss.
On both ends here, especially having Nismo playing on that Deadlock and Koala Noob playing on that Sage. There's going to be a huge hold on the defense moving forward for sure.
But,
why did he think he was on the bomb?
Knowing when to throw those walls up. You need
I mean, it was planted there, and he could have been full hiding and sticking it.
There for M80.
I guess he was just panicking, yeah.
Play off that and get a wall thrown up at the right time when it was relevant in the round. Little prod here out of B by M80, but they do hear a lot of this action going on over a mound, and Net's not really looking to challenge this. We might even just see TSM contacting.
I could have sworn I enabled Noob Protect.
Why destroyed?
Oh, there it is. It was a little delayed. It timed him out.
Well, that's going to be a summed up 7. They can't do too much about Koala Noob there. Messy fight on the site. Kimono's been able to get a stinger to hand here. And Koala Noob will sit inside the dark cover, has heard that weapon be exchanged. So we'll take their time to heal up a little bit now.
What?
3v2.
It wasn't. It was AI. It's Twitch.
You know that there's a
Twitch
rotation
did it.
coming. I mean,
I
Xander did
enabled Noob
catch on
Protect.
Poised, so it does stop them dead in their tracks.
I think.
He is able to get away.
Yeah.
I'm all for
Maybe
the
I can put an
post-plant
exception in or
1v3.
something. I could
I
code
think
something
it works
for
a lot
Doug.
of the time where it's less stress, but at the same time, 30 health. You got Stingers and Bulldogs set across
I didn't
on the
hit you
other
with
side.
anything.
So yeah, you're gonna have to be very, very stingy with the movement that you're
Like I
gonna
said,
play here,
AI.
especially for GMD.
M80 pinged it out, so they do have an.
You're
inkling
old,
that
but
Kimono's gone the long
There's
way
computers
around.
and
He's only got
stuff in
30 HP,
2024.
Which
Yeah.
is why he's probably very afraid about taking a challenge on such a wide angle. These are very, very tough to win. Pretty unexpected, but Koala Noob is ready for it.
Damn, I even like the reposition.
Cleans up the omen, and that'll be M80 taking the anti-eco.
Thank you.
Yeah, easy round for takeaway, especially like M80, they just know their way around the map. They've talked about it on the desk originally, especially with like the new addition here coming through from Net. Everything just starts to make sense. Everything starts to line itself up.
I'm not sure if you need permission anymore. I have no idea. Like early on, I was filling out a lot of the forms and stuff saying that I would basically watch party them all. So you just got to fill out a doc. I'm sure you could probably Google it, like watch party NA challengers, and it would, like nights might show up there.
Also this composition, right? They do at least have a fade, so they are prioritizing to some degree, like the ability to throw out an early corn.
Okay, so your question was, someone had a question about attack. Let me go up. Do you think this triple Cindy comp would struggle more in attack? It's the Viper versus a solo controller comp. Hard to say. I mean, there's a lot of variance even between the Viper comps and the not Viper comps, so they're gonna have some like really cool ideas though to get map control. I'm gonna theorize some real quick in Battle Plant during this tech pause. And so
for some parts of the map, you'll see them just leave entirely.
A good experiment we can run.
That last round, push 2 people out of B, and at least get some info about that area of the map. It's quite hard to play this triple Sentinel composition well.
Yeah, waiting for the... Thank you guys for being patient, especially with the tech pause, but they're close. Ultimate wise too. I'm really
This
intrigued
Compass
to
Picker has
see,
to have side choice.
you know, how M80.
It could be very well be the case. Could very well be the case that like they looked at Lotus as a map. They were like, we're kind of stale on it. This is something I've actively had this train of thought, right? Like with one of the maps on 100 Thieves in the past when I was coaching, where it's like, it's a little stale. You know, it seems like the other teams are reading us really well, and the rounds we win feel like more mechanics based than tactics based or position based, and thus there's a high level of variance when we play. Now, I'm not saying that's what M80 felt, but having a comp like this and never picking the map is like a trap card for your opponents. But they're very good here, as you can see. So, like, I don't know why they would do
Finally
that.
having weapons to defend themselves when they are looking for that entry, when they're looking for something else. But a very, very quick, slow, already starting off to keep them back.
And again,
Good patience by
no
Gimon.
moved up to
Oh, no.
Just rotating door.
What the fuck, bro?
Against this buy. Already the Bulldogs found some value. Fault line is going to force him away, as TSM obviously have that much more standard comp that can punish these overextensions, especially with a lot of these.
That is insane.
Fault line, for example.
What a wall.
And then again, there's info for M80 to play off. They say, okay, we get more over towards Rubble, which seems a bit absurd, but it's giving Koala this weird little
Yo,
angle
this
as
is
they've
so
refreshed the smoke
clever.
over towards A. And TSM are still here.
Yeah, early paranoia playing with your util. It was ballsy, but it was a good move from Xander. I feel like that's all we're seeing from Xander, to be honest. It's just wide swinging the group and seeing if they can get one or two. It seems to work out. M80, yeah, just eliminating everyone off the board.
Yeah, this is obviously a situation that TSM are not used to. They realize now that the only way to get onto A is like to wrap all the way around Rubble, which exposes them to both.
Live from Hollywood. Yo, thanks for the primary.
And again, it's this defensive util that can funnel.
You actually live in Hollywood?
Particular direction. Now, TSM realized
Miller, thanks for the
crashed into
primary.
a save here.
Booyas.
They went up against the bonus of
What a
M80. A
fun
bonus, by the way,
alias.
that features a ghost, so it's
Booyas.
not a particularly
two
flush
moves.
or rich bonus from the defenders, but
What, my dude?
TSM
40
no
years?
idea what to do to get out of that little snap.
Wait, 40. No, you said 40 months. Exactly like my age. Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah, they gotta save.
not anymore.
Doing more than, I'd say, like.
I've been
3
to Hollywood a
rounds
few times.
For M80 would definitely be a detriment for TSM, but I think
Like
it's
once
gonna be
as like
hard
kind of like a
regardless.
tourist, a little bit. And once
Especially
when I
going into
lived
the
in
early,
LA.
I guess the later
It's very
stages, because they're
dirty.
playing for defense for M80. I don't really see any other call.
I didn't feel very safe in Hollywood. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I walked around Hollywood. I'm like, bro, this shit crazy. This is fucking crazy.
Triple sent with the
senti.
deadlock there. Yeah,
Yep.
triple senti.
I'm
so
fairly
it's,
certain.
It's a solid hold for them
Some
that they're
dude
really
tried to sell
looking
me
for. I
coke.
think they're just
I don't
wanting to
remember
close
if it was
this out
that
pretty
day or a
quick.
different day.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to exacerbate the fact that they're
Yes.
starting on the defense side, but it's worth pointing out that like on this map in
Ain't
general, like,
nobody
Lotus,
looking at me.
with
Shut
standard
up.
comps can be really attacker favored because the defenders have to
Yeah.
spread themselves so thinly across these 3 sites. But now with like 3 support agents worth of utility, you can see how that's been spread across the map, right? There's even a sonic sensor at C where I think Xander is sort of solo anchoring that site. B looks like a mess on
Guess
the
it's
map.
just
and then
be
you've got,
mean
you
to
know,
your friends,
both
there.
the Cypher and the Sage over at A. So you've got better coverage than the other
That
ones
was
would have. You
you?
don't have to like give up a
Oh, I'm
site
sorry.
at all to try and hedge your bet.
I didn't have
For
any
example,
money.
like a lot of teams like Big Pack
But I
Pack
appreciated
play
you
more towards C and A,
sharing
so
anyway.
It's quite effective.
I took a
As
turn.
effective as this can be too. Already Xander's prepping up for a nice Nismo play. Yeah, wall goes up and it just completely denies that, which makes it so much harder. Yes, they've shot it down, but now, yeah, smoke goes down and everything else.
Ooh.
Really
I thought
does
Xander
not
was gonna
work
kill
out.
Gimon right there.
So obviously Xander has an opportunity to punish TSM as they're breaking that wall, but I think he hears multiple guns and realizes he could be
robbed
swinging into
twice.
what eventually would be a crossfire. But still, it's a ton of information, and also the round has been stalled out again. We're down to 35 seconds, and there's still a ton of setting utility that has to be cleared on this B side.
We're in.
At least Sim is able to get in, embedded on B.
30
people here.
On the side,
Oh,
itself.
flood.
The wingman is going to work. BCJ chooses his spot perfectly, and even though the relay ball
Oh,
is down,
no.
is there with the follow-up, and the judge
No.
claims to. Prado was a long way from the action. It's about to be revealed at that. And this will be yet another M80 round as TSM still struggling to get going on Lotus.
Wow.
Looking for huge.
This comp is so cringe, man. Like they're gonna they're going to feel the comp no matter where they go. You know, like normally when you're playing against these double senti comps, you can kind of like bounce around and like find these little gaps, but against 3 of them, I think it's going to feel bad no matter where they go. Like, it doesn't matter where they go. It's going to feel really, really bad. It's going to feel like they're all the opponents are at that site by the time they get to the site. And they probably are all at the site by the time they get to the site.
Which is interesting, but we're going to see
they're
how
probably
that works.
correct about that.
I like it a lot here from Sim because, again, this triple sentinel composition has to contact a lot of the angles they want to play. They don't have flashes to
oh my god.
Angles, but they do have smokes.
So if you're on TSM in this scenario, you're like, well, fuck, that means we got to speed up a little bit, right? Guys, we got to get to these places quick. We got to draw out this stall util. We got to make them use this stuff because they don't want to fight us. They're running triple senti. They want to stall us. And M80's like, oh yeah? Watch this.
Well,
watch this set push we have with our triple senti.
Themselves off. Not worth it.
That
TSM,
you've never seen before.
They have the investment, so why bother?
Yeah,
they're
on the wrong side of that sage wall.
M80's being really cringe.
TSM round after round here with these sort of late walls. They've now thrown a deadlock wall over into A, just to really make it clear that TSM have no business recovering a spike. And again, that doorway gets one way comfortably. They can sit up and play around this here. And again, TSM forced into a save against a composition like this, I think, where
why don't
if you
the lower tier franchising teams innovate like this to add more variance in the shoddy winning top teams? I think there's like two answers to that. And I've kind of like tapped on it a little bit before in the past, but you can see like in challengers, for example, I'm going to just lower volume and kind of dick around for a second. The way it works is there's 2 splits, right? So this is the second split actually. But if we were to do like go like stage 1, that's champions. Fuck. There's just so much shit on VLR. It's so annoying. Oh, it's going to be incompleted, huh? So if we go like over here, think about how much time these guys had to play like all of these games right here in split 1, right? These are all games in split 1 that led to the mid-season cup. And the winner of the mid-season cup didn't really get much of anything, right? Like they got some money, they got some points overall, but really all it's doing is kind of like situating you so that way you end up in the playoffs and you don't get scammed, right? But hella teams are making the playoffs, right? Like these are the playoffs starting right here. You can see 8 of these teams have qualified into the playoffs. So there's already a high likelihood you are going to make it. So if you're one of these top echelon teams in challengers, you can take risks. You can do these things and you can be free with it. Because in addition to that, like having some of these throwaway games and games that are less meaningful, in addition to that, your opponents are weaker. So you can really test things. And you can find the things that are innovating the game at a much faster rate than these VCT teams who have to stick to like a rigid system. It's something that I kind of bitched about a lot on 100 Thieves. Ooh. Wow, we got that shot off. Got away. It's so free.
Honestly, a pretty huge opportunity for the deadlock player to find a player advantage. They look pretty well set up, but here comes that smoke. Sim just tests B here. He definitely wants to keep a couple of M80 at B, maybe.
So they have the fade jiggling.
But I wouldn't be running headlong.
They have a trip guarding the sage. So if this fade sees anything or this trip gets broken, the wall will go down.
Contacting operator into B main.
He saw the barrel.
Oh my gosh. They're just waiting for the wall too. But that's good. The patience really does work out in the end. So Sim does run away with 1.
And that might be enough for them here.
I like the idea to have an attack op against this bullshit.
Okay, we can now put some attention over towards B here. We're going to keep at least the fade most likely.
Attack op goes crazy against this style.
Off the other extremity and check that A side.
Because they just want to stall.
And a barrier here as well is going to make this virtually impossible for TSM. Now they're going to ping back over towards B. The defenders have to be pretty light-footed here and respond with these rotations. But that smoke makes it impossible for TSM to play off a wingman whatsoever. Botline at least is going to pressure Xander down. The shot does miss though from Sim as they at least get themselves a Vandal. Still no plant. Seven's trying to put it down now, but that's going to be Sim at least setting up a trade. That's Poise getting some value out of his stinger. And the Annihilation, I guess, is just going to be ignored.
What?
TSM were grouped up in upper. They actually couldn't do anything about the player caught in the deadlock ult.
Why on earth did he TP over there?
Interesting, like a repeating trend, I guess, from TSM. They did use patience as, like, I guess, sort of a counteractive to the wall.
Look,
break it down, leaves him there, make sure.
He was literally in the play and he TP'd over.
You know, lack of util there on the re-entry, which is
Into
interesting because they had so much to utilize in that moment.
He was so out of the play.
You're in a position where you're going 6-0. I feel
like
that's
brutal.
You do everything in your power to make sure you can kind of run away with at least one round to start to derive M80 from that economy. But of course, up in the hands of Koala Noob. Now, new game starts.
Notice no one-way here at all. From
Is the audio weird for anyone else?
They got the Roman over day. So that allows TSM, especially with a missed shot from Koala Noob, to move in and take some control here. I like that fault line. That is, again, another tool that forces Koala Noob off the angle, forces that Sage to repost here, potentially at their peril.
So, complete switch up again, full passive Cypher here, the same high cam though, right? So the effort necessary and the risk required to get to this cam, to break it,
a little bit more room to back away.
It's quite a lot.
In case TSM want to use that from Poise, but
they're trying to like draw a lot of pressure at C, draw out the wall, and they have.
Net here's playing off the camera. That will spot these players as they move across this trip.
Koala's opping over the wall,
more of an info trip because obviously
which is
it can be jumped
very
over.
Tricky.
And Net will just play off this camera and not take any risks here. This comp doesn't really have the tools to fight for this sort of defensive map control today. The TSM will be allowed to move up here, potentially through tree and onto the site. And note that M80 are still adamant about this C positioning. They have not moved.
30 seconds left.
Ideally, you would want TSM to sniff out that this is a full retake setup and not use the breach ult. But they're going to use the breach ult. Yeah.
They could keep this going. Rolling Thunder finally settles itself down on A. And they have the site, but they've been waiting for that. M80, they know what might have been the plan for TSM originally. So now all they have to do is work on it.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder gets no value because M80 is playing off these sites. It was just Net playing off a cam. Now they're going to go for a retake. His moves up, and the timing is pretty good actually. Kimon is just a little sharper.
Oh my god, we're in a one-on-one somehow.
BCJ finding 4 between the two of them. Still a 1 versus 1 and 7 though. Waiting by stairs. Finally, TSM get themselves on the board. But it's a hulking economy that M80 been able to put together.
How I think the attack's going to work for them? Oh yeah, I had the Valor plan open. I got caught yapping about that.
Gotta give themselves some leeway there.
Shit.
Moving forward, and all it took was the ultimate, right? But now they know, like, if they do apply that pressure, if they do have a lot of stuff coming through, it does threaten M80 back into a very uncomfortable position. So it's mostly just really solidifying, hey, we're going to keep running this down. You guys have to take a step back for a moment as those Sentinels, and you can't play your role, which I really think is the thing they have to instill into the minds of M80. But now, new round, new day, Sim ready to utilize at least their ultimate here and maybe try to get themselves in.
Again, Net playing passively off a camera. So once more, not looking to challenge any of that contested area. Not even holding an angle towards the top of Mound from the seaside. Kimon must have been sniffed out here because M80 have felt like they should be deploying that barrier. So nothing's going to be happening at A for the time being. That barrier stays up for quite a while.
There's going to be
removed.
They could hit anywhere with their
we've got
comp,
Poise starting to probe a little bit more at B. The hope is that he clears out some of that Cypher util, and maybe drag some rotators off these peripheral sites. Yep, he's getting in and actually smoked over towards Link here. This is going to pull people towards B, but TSM with the amount of control they have now and upper might opt to end here.
They have everything good. So M80 now trying to at least make some sort of progression. Xander with a 3K off the bat. So now, yeah, re-entry might be easier than before. But yeah, pretty much just finishing that off, which is impeccable.
Dude, they're not giving themselves a chance, chat. Like, TSM need 3-4 rounds here, you know? They need some rounds. This is desperate.
All I think of Poised. He pushed up into upper there. You see the minimap. That's where the Omen smokes are at the top of B side. So Xander gets to do whatever he wants. And the paranoia not connecting obviously is a huge problem, but we just went to work on him.
They didn't have to worry about anything, honestly. Yeah, Xander pretty much just shut that one down. And this is Xander's map, to be fair. I don't think Xander's ever had a bad game on Lotus, so...
And Icebox is next, by the way, so...
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse at this point. But I believe TSM, they've had good moments, they've had good rounds. Sim is just running it down, and I guess that was the plan originally, right? Condition this team.
Yeah, I mean, Sim, I think...
Why couldn't the blind come first, chat?
Almost did. A relay ball
was that not in the cards?
McQuallen was able to claim the kill, but a Proto always good for a couple with that Sheriff. It's not around that TSM have any business winning. I'm going to be honest with you. Now it's a 1 versus 2. The Thrash here is a problem, but Net is
wait, I don't love this.
Cannot complete the defuse.
I don't love this at all, actually.
Can play off. Gimon smoke. They can't be walking into his crosshair like that. Net just cleans them up. It was a pretty low health Gimon, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
but getting away with that with 4 HP is ridiculous.
Oh, brother.
Zippo clutch for Net.
Oh, God.
They are rolling with it. Even in a 1v whatever, right? Like 1v1, 1v2.
This is it. This is going to be a blowout.
Continue to run with the punches. Interesting choice for an Odin. It worked in the end. I think Nitty are at this point just pulling out all the stops to enjoy themselves, have some fun.
The lights are too bright. They can't see anything out there.
Proven difficulty being a proto, just kind of getting that 2K, playing with those 1v1s, you know, in a save round. But is that really what has to work, right? Winning out your fights, which yes.
Just lock them in.
But new strategies definitely needed for TSM.
Walanu playing over at A, still with that Odin Gompers, I think.
Hashtag M80 Bros is definitely not a hashtag.
Not
You're lying.
The Sage can play off of over there.
You're lying.
Out of the Odin. It's an interesting choice in a round like this. There is a crap ton of defensive util over on C here. 2 sonic sensors, cam, tripwire put down, cyber cage now being deployed. Wingman spotter running on in. Sim also gets tagged as he moves on onto this C site. M80 at least
one off deadlock ult. One off deadlock ult.
They can't flash themselves in, but Gimon is ready. Sees Nismo coming out of Waterfall. And now grouped up in halls, we have 2 for M80 and BCJ and Koala have to go through this together. The Odin is an awkward weapon to make this work with.
I thought it was
Gimon is still gunned down by it.
Awareness by BCJ.
And that does have a neural theft here.
3v3.
Gonna be a little bit awkward as the fight gets close here. He's able to use a reveal Sim, but before that ping goes off, Sim makes a swing and brings that down. A Proto. Beautiful stuff. Another multi-kill round for him, and TSM.
I think they need these 4. If they get 4, they're in a good spot. Like, what are these guys gonna do to break trips next half, guys? What are they gonna do to create space? I think they have a very good comp, and they have some good pieces to like get a forceful take in. But I don't know. The trip thing could be a big problem. The trip thing could definitely be a problem. Unless they have creative ways to use the sage wall.
Gameplay. Sim playing into that duelist role, even heavier than before, because again, that's what you need to do for this team.
Prowler the trip, next issue. We're putting the trips low to the ground. The Prowlers are going over the trips.
Has to contact.
You're not Prowler. Our trips are like that.
We've seen this tendency from M80 on the last.
Do you have some kind of Prowler tech I'm not aware of?
Position to punish it. Now onto the site they come, TSM. Sim just wants to check tree here. Net's already made his way into drop. And the plat will go down.
It's going to be very, very solid, especially with that resurrection coming through. They're running it down.
The way chat says next issue just has me
like,
right now.
Any sort of possible way in.
Double swing here. Gimon gets caught out. This is the only way Manny can really retake any of the map, but Poised shuts this one down before it really gets started. Net and Kualanu still can buy in the next round. It'll be a little bit awkward economically for M80 overall.
I said we needed 4, chat. I said we needed 4. Oh, wait a second.
You can't allow TSM any more than 3.
Thank you.
That pretty much has to be done with. Especially now. I mean, they did load up some ults to make it easier on them. Nismo
So, hey, we're going to start slow. We're going to keep going fast. We're going to start slow, but we're always going to finish fast. No matter what the score was, we're going to finish hard. We're going to finish fast. Yeah, they had us the first half. I'm not going to lie. They had us. We weren't defeated, but they had us. But it took guts. It took an attitude. That's all it takes. That's all it takes to be successful is an attitude. And that's what our coach told us. He said, hey, it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard.
I'd never heard the whole interview. That guy was spitting. Holy fuck, that was amazing.
Here, Annihilation gonna be thrown out.
We have anyone to save our...
There's a smoke in the way.
There's no one?
Because they're not here. They're gonna lose him for free essentially now.
In a 5-on-5?
And hit this A site hard. That wall is not gonna stop them here, but I'll tell you what, the slow orb will.
How is no one there to break that?
Yeah, just wait here. No wall available for Koala Noob. So all that's left is to play with that one trip that Net has settled down. The V site. That main point of interest there for TSM. Just actually creating a distraction. So
no plant wingman, just fake wingman.
Kind of move forward there.
And it actually dragged the two players away from tree side. Or up the stairs side of the map here. The TSM are going to only have 2 players of M80 here. They've managed to clear them out now, and it's going to be a
2-on-3.
Pretty late rotation coming in. See them here, and this one's going to get dropped. But a Proto was there. Flowers, beautiful stuff from a Pro. The guy is very sharp today. And a good fake on towards B. Prevented M80 from playing with 4 on that defense.
Chat, they got 3 in a row. Holy. After the Death Sphere start, how many times have you seen an 8-4 after a Death Sphere? That takes heart.
Okay. How we're going to get ourselves onto site, get that plant down and create that pressure. So I think there was a good guess, but is it too late? 8-4, M80. Lack of duelist stuff.
Okay, people were asking me what they do this half. I think it's gonna look something like this. You should be basing it a lot off the cipher. The deadlock can open things up with like early seizes here. We've seen this seize too. The walls are gonna be used to lock out rotates. Think here, think over the wall there, or here. Where are we at right now? We're at 133. Okay, we're good. Still good. The blind is... I don't want to miss this.
If they make the right choice, it's so hard to reach.
I'm just showing you the...
But now, though, don't worry about any of that.
Oh my god!
As we go to
oh my god!
Sim is finally in their element. It just took a while. It really did just take a while. The duelist finally being able to...
It's over! It's over. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Wait a second. Nah, Saint was the one in chat that said that was so confident.
Koala Noob.
Yeah.
On the second round of the half.
That name just...
So again, you can get caught in a lot of this util but beautiful stuff. Koala Noob catches Sim, one of the less armored players on the side of TSM. Yamon holds his ground here at Rubble. He knows that obviously there's better weaponry here for the defenders, and this is a pretty hard spot to push him off of because of the lack of util that M80 have to take space with.
So solid too, just waiting so far up.
The O emote is so cute.
Playing the same game that M80 were throwing back at them on the defense, but this time, yeah, they don't have 3 Sentinels, but they got a Proto, and he's waiting for you. He's got Cam set up. Mention now, finally, yeah, being able to make that happen. That's great.
They throw a Prowler out there, so that will at least get the attention of the player towards Waterfall. But Poi steps up. He says, okay, I have a Vandal. They are not armored. I'm going to spray them down. And so how much more is this going to happen? M80 just trying to bounce to sites and find one that isn't stacked with defenders or defensive util. They're going to try now to ping back over towards A here. And Seven's about to have his hands very, very full. There's one. Koala Noob taken out instantly. Dizzy to follow up here to try and wrap around. And yeah, it's going to be absolute carnage. Because none of these guys...
2 off all.
They cannot force him off that angle. Seven played that beautifully.
This is where
wait a second, chat.
This triple Sentinel composition really was
okay, we keep going with it. What does Omen do on here? Omen's gonna be blinding like through the door on the A hits here. Omen's gonna be blinding potentially on late rubble clears. Omen's going to be blinding door, probably for like pounces onto B. Like this is very important actually for like B hits. And then on C hits, the Omen needs to blind like this across the site, so that way the Sage can wall something like this and play top wall on a hit over here.
So defense oriented, like you said.
There's a million other Sage walls they could do. They could Sage wall technically like this, that way they don't hit trips, which is what I was thinking, and they could go up above. This could dive onto the site with an Omen.
This is where we'll be running into issues. Like again, we are just walking around corners. TSM have given up a fair bit of the map here though, which favors M80. I think they really invested heavily in like.
They could do the PRX wall, yeah, like off barrier right here.
M80's really gone to test that part of the map.
You could wall off barrier, like right here, like Paper X did, to look over this line with an AWP. It's like something cheeky you could do.
Made over towards A, so they do lure out a smoke from GMD. Working on 7 having to watch this alongside, but yep, already working out that first pick into the hands of TSM.
Once they get into a site, chat, they're money. They just got to get in.
Quite low as a result.
They just got to get in.
Here, but still.
Once they get in, though, here's the one that they cross the site with.
Yvonne is wise to this. He's absolutely expecting this player to walk up, and there it is. Koala Noob goes down. Now M80 playing with 3.
The rat on the fucking
now 20 seconds left in the round. Their options are pretty limited. So much so that a save might be on the table.
Prowler is their duelist.
That's not going to be enough to.
The Prowler is their duelist is a fucking fire line, actually. I've never heard anyone say that before. It made me laugh.
I guess Sage on top of the wall play from
It's
Koala
really
Noob,
not as funny as
to see it, but I guess more so
I'm making it out to be, but
you know, over the head information. It sucks. Just the way that things really do crumble down for the side of M80. If they do continue to farm orbs, I mean, they could get something early on. But in terms of winning their fights, it's really not working out that way. They just keep getting pummeled down by TSM in these early rounds.
Yeah, and again, they're not far enough ahead to just, you know, rest all their bets on a like ult heavy round where they just win on sheer weight of ultimates. I don't mind. It's like you'll notice that M80 are trying to insert people at either side of the map, right? At the start of the round, they leave Xander by door and have him like open it up because they're hoping they can find something. Koala Noob doing the same because that wall is, you know, it's ostensibly designed to let you push into that C side and plant, but you know, Gimon knows better. He checks the top of the wall. He knows Koala Noob was probably waiting there, and this is all these little tricks that M80 are forced to have to do because they don't have a great way to like have a strong site exec. At least, you know, in a few rounds time, they can hit a site with like a potential annihilation and like a nightfall setup, so that gives them some options there. But generally, like, right now they're playing on hard mode, and if they keep walking into these operator lines, these scope weapon lines, that's where M80's comp is weakest. They really are very susceptible to like an operator player at like, you know, A long or C looking towards Mount, as we saw in that previous round with the Outlaw.
Yeah, time for opportunity though. Big aggressive take up on A. For TSM, just looking for early info, and this is going to be huge too. Already tons of noise heard. Big early info moving out towards A, so they know this push is coming down C.
Slow orb though does prevent M80 from hitting this one hard and fast. They're going to go for it. They realize at this point, like, you have to just take these fights.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking.
Comes up with a jackpot early on here, and the wall is thrown up. That looks like a barrier towards the back of C to make that retake by a force much harder. But Simmer's already snuck onto the other side of it. See a couple heads here, is able to bring these boys down. There's still no plant quite yet, but
that needed to be killed. What is this? No!
Again, tries to get up onto the side itself. There's no need for this for TSM. They can wait. There's no plant yet.
Oh my God.
Bounce off to the B side for M80, and TSM are only playing with 2 defenders now.
3 on 2.
Such odd placement for that barrier coming through from Nismo, but they do recollect themselves, going over towards B. Is this the play though? 7 does have that crash. So readily available, yep, and is going to be able to use it. Trying to shoot it down doesn't work out though. Now everybody else just on the extremities of the site.
Well played.
Great backstab timing here.
Very well played
is
by
also
M80.
Still playing it up, but there's really nowhere that 7 can go. He was going to get caught either way. Pins it in 3 different directions, and M80 get a round win there. And I think they bait an overcommitment out from TSM on that C site.
It's the way that things gotta work for them, though. They don't have a duelist, so there needs to be some sort of initiation to get them through. Again, like you said too, like lack of flashes. How are we going to make this work? And it really is just pedal to the metal, firepower, moving past that smoke, and really just facing your fears. Because other than that, like, there really is nothing to throw down other than maybe a possible slow orb. Okay, let's condition them into this corner. BCJ, give us something. Like, it really is not much other than winning your fights and isolating that. But up top, GM.
Oh.
Oh
my God. He's got him.
Again,
he's got him.
Oh, fuck. Pretty effective. Oh, no, poise.
Yeah, you win it. Wait, the Prowler goes to the fucking deadlock ultimate?
That could be done. 7 to try and break that cocoon. He would expose himself to multiple players playing towards A long. And this is what I mean about a site execute behind that deadlock ultimate. Nismo eventually goes down, but has more than done his job. Now it's down to Sim and a Proto. Again, having to retake here in a 2v4 with an operator is a tall order.
No, I think this isn't just a one-time comp right away.
Keeping the silence in the game. Sim is just waiting for somebody to peek aggressively, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, play off the horn, so I suppose allows them to pick up a Proto. Sim here where the operator has to run. He has to hold on to this now, as 63 HP is really not enough for them to feel confident attempting that retake. Not with this weapon, not today. And M80 get it
with
done
what
again.
I've created on the other team.
They do fight for rubble. There's a lot of action that happens there early on in the round, and they brave a lot of that sort of trap play utility.
M80 will win this map.
Ended things off. And now they're back, baby. M80. All they needed. All they needed.
I'm scared to show you guys because
I'm not going to say a bit of patience, but a little bit more.
You'll call me a jinx.
Belief in themselves that they can do it with that lack of duelist. They can push past everything else. I think it was huge too, obviously, for BCJ and Nismo to kind of work in cohesion there. You know, utilizing both their util Nismo, propping the ultimate to get a free one, honestly. But yeah, I mean, now with that being said, Koala Noob ready with a resurrection and a possible pick off C. So many players already up.
I like this. The defenders have a ton of util to make plays happen at the start of the round, but the grab there might have made this a problem. Sim's not able to find one.
Neon's legs got fucking broken right there.
It's really a Proto that might have saved him here. Nice little sheriff pick off. Poised also good for one mate, so 1 versus 1. Again, there's a tripwire over at A, which is very convenient for a Proto.
I definitely jinxed them.
And that might
you guys want to see right now what I made?
To go through door here.
Before we see it?
This one has to be clear.
Who would win? All 3 of these Sentinels or this guy?
Just runs into it now. And so a Proto knows
we got time. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of my art?
Still running a sheriff to his name.
What do you guys think?
More scary, to be fair.
It's good, yeah?
I don't know. We've seen
there's no way
some
he wins
nasty
this.
shots on
There's
the sheriff.
no
Could
way
this
he's
be
gonna
another
win.
one?
Yep, there's no way.
Yeah.
Why have I done this to them?
That guy. Very, very smart.
It was looking good when I made it. When I made it, it looked good. When I made it, it was fucking looking real promising. It was looking like a banger at the time. Now it's like one of those shirts that get made for the team that doesn't win the Super Bowl. I'll really never. You guys are the kids that are wearing that shirt. You got to see the meme. You kind of experienced it a little bit.
In terms of just pushing past TSM, it's working out.
Like the 100 Thieves champ.
All of their fights by far. Which now, I mean, they've resorted to just wall banging.
You want to compare it to
It isn't working. No, there's nobody there. But it's a good start.
Fucking too soon. Too soon.
All right, some Sonic sensors here. Nismo considering how to set that up, actually to catch a defender out, but TSM are unlikely to offer up too much here. Much like we saw M80 do. They give up a lot of this A-long area and just play off a cam that will look into link.
So, nerd cam, again, like the Cypher being a nerd on one of the sides. They're just postured over here in like this super passive hold, waiting for any aggression. They're going to clearly fatal all of the site to clear it.
Some sort of info on
and then they're going to lock out the rotate with a deadlock wall.
Poor TSM into thinking.
I'm not really sure what they're going to do with the sage wall.
But no, ultimate already.
What do they do with the deadlock wall?
Its way down towards A, and the retake potential there.
Nismo knows there's a player up at the top. Here in upper also. one in drop for the time being. And a lot of that util coming out now. Slow orb is being sat on by TSM. He's still able to find a way to break
slows
through for the
are
most part.
crazy, man.
Free up still for M80. Still no spike plant, by the way. That one has been toppled over towards tree.
Oh
the Gimon walks straight into a sonic sensor. Just the way M80 drew it up. Sim tries to slide on in, and M80 are ready for it. A situation that could have gone all.
Wow, bro. Wow. I think Sim might have gotten both had he not slid at all. I think he could have maybe saved Gimon. Maybe. I don't know what to do right now for TSM. Like, I'm curious what they're going to cook up. Because here's what they've done. They've pushed into them, right? And that did not work. That did not work at all. That was the round with the Neon ult. They've played super passive. That's what they just did. When they play super passive, it's like the lockout util of that Sage wall, the deadlock wall, the sound sensors. Like, you can't flood in properly. It makes things very difficult to flood in. So they need to do what great teams do very effectively. They need to like prod around the map. They need to fake aggression. They need to draw out a lot of this util. They need to slow down this comp that has dog shit util. But they can't overextend on these early fights because the util that these guys have to win the fights is actually quite good if the fight is overcommitted.
To them, but the slow orbs that Koala noobs through over towards the back of site and to drop, made it
I don't think
impossible
TSM
for
can pull that off, but
on any of that like
we'll see.
retake util that they threw out. So it made him just get stunned and knocked around.
They
a bunch,
could do
and they're
double
still
Odin,
like, okay,
yeah. To like
we're
break the
still ready to
walls and
fight.
stuff. For sure, they could try something like that.
They've got it.
They should have an Odin, yes.
They honestly, yeah, I think
agree with
really,
that.
yeah, at the end of the day, it is just kind of also being accustomed, I guess.
I also think they should have an op. Like an op should have been like a big priority for them because of the lack of flashes and lack of shit to just push people off of lines. Lack of like space creation outside of Omen.
And where, hey, we want to qualify. This is what we want to do.
BCJ is jump peeking the C site with an Odin.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not really sure what they're hoping for there.
I have the spike.
There's also a smoke thrown over towards Waterfall here by
I'll
M80.
get a proto.
Maybe looking just to contact behind this grab net.
That's the one for Ling.
All right, we've seen that before. See that little cheeky wall there that is going to cut off that link play through Waterfall.
So they draw them into
Not any
C,
rotators coming in
but then they
from
make sure
C.
you can't go back
Outside of
into
them going
B.
back through halls, and I think they've just discovered that already onto the site. They are though. BCJ falls. And again, Baby Door is a problem. Poised able to explode through there behind that rolling
He's
thunder,
had
but gets
some
caught in
very
annihilation
successful
pretty much straight away. There's a wall over at upper, I think, that's going to make it hard for TSM to get back onto this site. Eventually they break it, but not before Poise gets drawn
this is
to his
over.
doom
4
by
and
the
3.
deadlock ultimate.
Exactly.
Now in a 3v4. This neural theft is going to be big. Spike finally gets thrown down. Sim can be an impact player here. Out of Baby Door, especially to follow up on that detain. He gets brought down by Net. Crash did not find enough value, not enough purchase on this site, and eventually Gimon is brought down, and TSM have to give the map up. M80 with a wacky composition. This triple set.
M80 have been great with the deadlock. Nismo might be one of like the best deadlocks we have in the region right now. Like, actually, his deadlock has been putting in some serious work. Like, he's the one that has the best lineups, it looks like, and the most like familiarity with the ult, probably. He looks like he's well practiced on it. I'll say that. Trying to pull up his stats here. So these are Nismo's like overall stats, but I don't think that even includes the last map. 101 rounds played on deadlock. It's quite a bit, all things considered. Almost putting up 200 ACS. Let's see. That's literally like right in line with what he just did. Wow. TSM had like a good chance right here to make that run. Whew. The timeout. M80 took a timeout and never lost a round, right? Great timeout. Three team favorites to win champs? Ooh. Damn, bro. Considering the groups now? Now that I know the groups, it's a little bit harder to answer that question. favorites to win this shit. I feel like a lot of my favorites are in Group B. That's kind of insane. I mean, before these groups were drawn, I kid you not, I had my favorites as Gen G, Heretics, and Sentinels actually as like a great chance, just because of how their team functions. I think Lev in their form is like one of the other teams with a very high likelihood. I think Paper Rex would need to come through like the upper bracket of the playoffs and have a lot of success. They can't show a lot. Paper Rex is a team that cannot show a lot. They have to play as few maps as possible right now in this stage. So if Paper Rex want to have a chance, they have to beat G2. And I think G2 has a pretty good chance, but they are in a group with a bunch of fucking shooters. And that worries me a little bit. It's like the stylistic clash here for G2. It could go G2's way, but man, it could really go the other way too. They are playing some highly stacked, skilled teams that want to fight. And they want to fight in like different ways too. The way like Foot has CNED on the AWP a lot. Kong Kong also with the AWP, but Paper X is just different. You can't anti them. So this will be a very hard test for G2 as the opener. I've always said I never want to play Paper X in an opener. Fuck that. I think Fnatic has a good chance based on their group, but without their full... It's like when... I don't know. Like, they look really good, but... Is it smoke and mirrors? Like, I have no fucking idea. I don't love the chances of anyone in this group outside of Fnatic. I think DRX has a good team. I think they can hope for semis or like top 4-ish. But I don't think they're ready yet with the roster changes they made. This group is a fucking nightmare and 3 of the teams can win the tournament. This group, Lev can win the tournament. Talon can be like one of those upset teams that probably gets like top 8 at best. Vitality could be a team that makes like a dark horse run and we see them in like the top 4, but again, like I don't see them winning at all. I don't think they have that kind of resilience to make it through an entire fucking tournament and win it. And down here, I don't think we've seen that out of Foot. I think CNED could, like as the opper of a team, because he's so dynamic in what he does and how he approaches lines, and so reactive, that CNED could win the championship. But I don't think this team can. They're too rigid in like their ideology and like how they approach maps, and they don't change things quick enough. So I don't think Foot can win the tournament, but they can go deep. EDG, they would have to be in insane form. They'd have to be in incredible form. I don't think they could do it, but I don't know. I haven't kept an eye on them. I don't think they can do it.
Well, we didn't know what the heck to expect going into the series. Triple Senti coming out for M80. I didn't expect much less than how it went down then, Roy, because honestly, I don't know, it worked somehow really well. Like, M80 looked really good with this composition with the 13-7 win. That's a statement.
Yeah, I mean, somehow it just feels like you're kind of underselling them just a little bit. I think their ideas were pretty on point, to be honest, on both sides.
Been a Foot hater since day one, dude. Oh shit! No, I didn't.
It's almost giving me PTSD for that, just watching that match, because they just have so much of it everywhere. Everyone's trying to go. It's just a lot to handle.
Let's see what Knight sent.
Yeah, one sentinel for each site, right, guys?
Like,
yeah, hey, that's all it takes. Genius.
I haven't opened
this. That's all it takes. But also, it hurt TSM to not be playing a Razor, for them to be playing a Neon, because it doesn't clear those trips and those traps as easily. And you saw how much slower TSM had to play because of that.
I mean, I'd be so annoyed right now if I was TSM, because last time we saw them on Lotus with this Neon composition, like they looked pretty good, and then all of a sudden going up against this trippy Senti, something that you're not necessarily prepared for whatsoever. I never would have prepared for this, right? I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that was frustrating. I feel like they started to kind of figure out a little bit of things, but then we went into the side swap, and it's like they had to relearn M80's playbook all over again.
No, for a bit, it was looking really good for TSM. I mean, it seems like they were finally catching on, especially towards the end of the first half, and they won pistol. Like, you know, I can even see in Twitch that everyone's like, oh my god, this comp sucks on attack, TSM's gonna win, lol. But then, you know, they come out and they have like this genius game plan of just overrunning sites with just impeccable amount of like exec util pretty much.
Yeah, I think it took a lot of heavy lifting from TSM at moments, like what we saw, like a Sim 4K and a Proto 4K, and I'm like, okay, is that what it's gonna take to break M80? And sure enough, it was an 8-4 half, where I really thought like you needed a minimum of 10 rounds.
I like this year's hoodie,
or else you were maybe getting into the realm of the danger zone, trying to go on offense with that. So what was an M80 offense with that? You know, the Prowler, the Paranoia, they lacked options, but they still got the job done.
Quality of this shit's way better.
I mean, once we swapped over to attack, it's like, okay, yeah, M80, like they got some sharp shooters on their squad, and they were very careful with how they planned things.
Oh my god, there's so much stuff in here.
The biggest difference is they didn't really have the most to be working with.
Yep.
But they had a little bit to be able to kind of execute off of, and beyond that, then landing the shots and winning the fights outright. That'll get you there.
Yeah, remember how we were in the kind of the pre-show, we were talking about the fact that M80 just doesn't really need anyone to have like an insane pop-off. Like we're seeing it again right here. Like, yeah, Xander is MVP quote unquote, but everyone is like within plus 2 kills of each other, right? 17 at the highest, 13 at the lowest. Like everyone on M80 is playing their game. They're all having impeccable impact. They're all playing extremely well, and their ideas are very clear, and it's a kind of a nice vision. It's kind of a refresh as well. It's kind of nice to see that teams have like very new ideas compared to what we're used to seeing.
But I think Xander had such an important role for M80, especially on offense, as one of the probably the best people, best agents to try and enter the site with the Paranoia, maybe a teleport, the smokes, like Xander's role in the team, him staying alive is what was most important. Being the least amount of deaths, being the most amount of first kills says a lot on how Xander pulled his weight as the, I guess, the pseudo initiator, I guess, on a triple.
Oh, I had tape on it. I'm an idiot.
This comp, every time I look at it, it makes me laugh, but in a good way. This was awesome to see what M80 was kind of putting together for this one. And there is a couple of rounds that we wanted to be pulling up. First, to talk about round 6 and look back to one of M80's defensive rounds, because Roy, I think this was a really big indication of where TSM kind of struggled, because here's the C site, and Sim's not having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, you can just tell how much utility there is. Like, they try to exec the site, they're getting grav netted, then they're getting walled off, then they're getting caged off. There's also 4 different trap sensors on that C site. Weird, like, they try to pivot B after like completely getting shot down on the C side, and then they come into even more utility. There's a Sage Wall, Omen Smoke, they get paranoid on the entry, they delay so long for the plants, enough time to buy this like fast flood with the annihilation rate, as you can see right there, and it's just like everything is, it's like they're almost in complete control. They're like an anime protagonist, like full control, like from beginning to end of the round. It really is nice to watch.
Yeah, although M80 had this wealth of utility, it's really how effective was it? Was it just delay? Did it net in any kills? That was the key factor to determining the round. You can delay a round, but if there's still time to plant, TSM still had a chance. So they would pull a lot of utility at C and then pivot to B, and then that's how they were able to steal 4 offensive rounds. You know, it's not a lot, but it's more than we expected.
I mean, still talking a little bit.
I've gotten a bunch of these over the years. I love when TOs give me these. I keep them all. These like really hard coins. I have like 3 of them right there on the desk from like CS majors back in the day. I also have some in the closet too. I have like a Valorant one from first VCT and maybe one from Champs, but it's pretty cool. Like, almost dropped that shit. Bite it, dude. It's too hard. It's like literally just solid. I can't bend this shit. You're right.
They have stun sensors everywhere. Like they're literally, as soon as they get on a site,
Ascension is this,
they're like a spider. They're just whole web all everywhere getting spread out instantly.
Yeah, I think there was just a lot of weight on like how this Prowler was going to hopefully try to break any trips. Just taking it one step at a time, because that was kind of the main thing to break some of these traps. And also just that early round of figuring out where all the agents are placed on the map, and where is TSM, where are the problematic agents. And M80's read on the game is kind of what Sierra said earlier. Their fundamentals are next level, and that's what made them the better team that map.
And that's going to be a little bit of a tough blow now for TSM, losing out on their map pick in a grand fashion, and now going over to M80's map pick. An icebox as well that's looked really good for them. I think that's the last time that anyone tries to take M80 to Lotus. M80's always good on Lotus anyways. But now, like, TSM, this isn't single elimination. They can go to a lower bracket
I don't
after
use
this.
a Go
Roy,
XLR,
this is where you start getting really worried, unless they have maybe a trick up their own sleeve. Or M80
they don't replace anyone.
Okay, when I was thinking of like, okay, M80 is down to innovate, I did not expect that on Lotus. So now I'm kind of like thinking, okay, should I say that again for Icebox, or am I just cursing TSM at that point? Because I really don't want them to pull out like a quadruple Sentinel composition here on Icebox or something wild for us to watch.
I'm wondering if TSM are going to return to the Reyna.
Yeah, next year we go 12.
I've seen kind of Reyna versus Jet matchups for TSM not go so well, because the Reyna lacks that mobility.
They talked about how they're going to cap it at 12, I think, too, right? Before, initially, I think they were going to go up higher, and then they decided they were going to cap it, I think, or something recently. Not sure. But the way it was supposed to work was like, there was also some kind of weirdness, like where we started with 10, right? 3 10s, because we had Americas, we have EMEA, and we had APAC, and then we added China this year, but then one team qualified from each Ascension, so then we added one. So for us, that was G2. The Guard ended up winning. And then we'll add another one this year, so every team will get one more, or every region will get one more. But then there was also something where after 2 years, you lose one of them. So, like, will we lose one next year? After next year, because this would be G2's first year. So G2 would get one more year, and then they would lose one. But then there was also some years initially they said where they weren't going to move people up. And then they changed it to where it was performance based. So like, honestly, I don't even fully know what exactly is going on right now. I could use like a summary at this point.
Even using the neon walls to kind of protect them while they were breaking util. This neon playing still very defensively on defense, as they should,
year,
but it's not Sim like trying to handle the lobby by themselves and pull out a win forcefully. It's Sim trying to play with his team. And I'd love to see him have these peak moments, but he also doesn't want to be a liability, and the reason these rounds look even more losable.
Especially going up against the beast that is M80, the team that's saying that they might be back in vintage form, and they're definitely showing up a form today, and it's a lot to be excited about. So I don't know. I'm curious if then we will get the switch coming out from them yet again. And TSM, I mean, again, I feel like a little bit of a parrot going back to this, but like, we know that they have the skills and the capability. We know that the players can shoot. It's all about just kind of, Roy, that coming together at this.
Brazilian and South American teams have a chance to win. I think last year the Union looked really strong. So, and this year, I'm fairly certain that core didn't make it, right? DG's team got knocked out, and DG was in the core with like those guys. So clearly the competition must be pretty good to beat them. To beat them in like play-ins. Like, the competition must be good. I didn't watch a lot of it. Didn't watch any of it, but I think even the LATAM teams last year, like Fusion, I praised them heavily for the game plans they brought in. Dude, the game plans were insane. The game plans were crazy. And that type of game planning can beat anyone.
M80 tried to throw TSM for a loop on TSM's map pick, just thinking that they did all this homework on M80 and they knew how to break them. But now M80 can just go back to what they know best, which is this being their best map.
You don't think
so
an
why
NA team
change something that's not broken?
I'm telling you, there's
a
a
chance.
chance.
The big question mark is around this Reyna, and
you
if
never
Sim
know.
can have that pop off, can they really take advantage of that small window of opportunity where that Lear has to be shot, like Roy said, and they can act upon that? Because yes, the Lear can be shot, yes, the Gecko Flash can be shot, but what you do in that moment is what matters.
Yeah, I'm also kind of on the other side of the fence as well. I'm kind of a big fan of the Omen on this map as well. If you're running no duelist, because you have that extra layer of one ways that you can use towards the B site.
Like that. So this was from Ascension last year, guys, and this is kind of what I'm referring to, right? You play Ascent and you run up against this game plan that they had here. It is going to be very tough. You have never seen anything like it. And yeah, it might not win 2 games of Ascent in a row, but it might beat your fucking ass in the first time when you have no idea what's going on. Like you have, there's like time to prep this stuff, and you don't know how teams perceive you as an opponent or perceive everyone in the tournament as an opponent, and they might do shit like that. Like that's scary. It's scary to run into comps like that without any prep. Yeah, like this Lotus that we just saw is like the perfect example. Like Valorant is more than just like who is better at clicking heads because of shit like this. Like that, like you could end up in this. Oh, that's not even the VOD. Fuck. I thought that was the VOD. Oh, here's the VOD. I'm gonna like.
So I mean, kind of react.
I'll just like jet through this VOD real quick and just show you like
teams had
some of the stuff that I was looking at, right? So they have like a pre-slow lineup, this Viper wall, this stun lineup. Look at that stun lineup. Dude, like off barrier, this hit is crazy. Like you're not committing out of market at all. The Sage is walling up. The stun is going in. There's a dart on that wall from defenders. The Brim Molly locks out the rotate. It's fucking sick, dude. Like, it is very hard to beat this shit.
Aim-wise, I feel like this is pretty fit.
And I like it. I think, like, the Reyna offers you a ton. Roy brings it up. The Lear is something you have to break, coming into the sites or defending them is really important. You'll probably see that play out here. Sim likely will try and Lear now into the
really cool.
That's funny as fuck. And probably gets brought down straight away, though. BCJ anchoring like a boss here from Crow's Nest. The net finds the timing out from Rafters. Blink and you miss it, folks. M80 take the pistol with 3 still standing.
They just,
Sims, you're my new favorite, chatter. Congrats.
I think it was such good placement, honestly, on the side of BCJ. Just kind of crouch playing up inside of Nest, being able to just take an angle that nobody's expecting. But for TSM, yeah, good approach to it.
I feel like I'm a boomer because I've entered like my Brim phase.
Of course, it's not the most detrimental time
I ain't playing him,
of the game, but definitely the time where it starts to give you that momentum. And M80 running off a win for the last game. So, it really is good in their position right now.
I mean, I'm feeling great. Taking the pistol here.
How tall is BCJ?
Getting an outlaw in the hands of Koala Noob in round 2. These are all things that make you smile as an M80 fan. Okay, so that 0 point there does at least indicate that someone's playing fairly close to pipes on the defender side. TSM likely going to move in here, and again, now plenty of that util to work with. Maybe a Dizzy that gets cycled here by 7, thrown up above pipes, and we'll see if Xander can hold his ground.
All they gotta do is kind of wait for somebody to make that first move on the side of TSM. They've settled down with some util though.
Interesting Viper wall here.
Good little sequence by Xander right there.
Telegraph anything too early in the round, so throw it up here. BCJ adjusting though, playing towards the back of the side. It was poised to brought Xander down, who couldn't find anything from 410. BCJ though repositions here. He's going to get pinched on his left, and he doesn't see it coming. They're far too quick for him.
That is good.
It does want to break back into the side here, which is the Ghost, and the attackers are so low in health. 7 has to try and swing this now, but in a 1 versus 3, having so little health.
That saved him again.
Up to Koala Noob, and that is another M80 round. Look at that Viper ball. It's so weird.
Dude, they just like... I mean, I guess, yeah, for TSM anti-eco round, so... kind of what do you have to do there?
Yeah.
They were going pretty slow.
It cuts off like the rafters swing that we saw from BCJ, I think, in round 1, which is
blazing myself like that, man.
Don't normally see that one's thrown out. Normally it's like just a vertical one from, you know, from like Belt's area, right, that cuts off screen. So fun little adaptation there, but it'll take more than that to win that anti-eco.
Peter cooked a lot in those timeouts.
Yeah, for M80, they're solid right now too. BCJ loading up with that Thrash is going to be able to use it just to solidify this round too. Like Op coming out, Koala Noob making an investment on that. My apologies, Net making an investment on that to give to Koala Noob there.
Okay, so they blatantly are challenging up with how they shot.
Jets at the start of these rounds. Want to push up and punish someone trying to push.
Oh, no, Proto, don't give him this.
Just like a Proto is.
Don't give him this, a Proto.
And bear in mind, a Proto himself
heard that.
Can flash. You might need to use some of that offensive util though to force
the attack ping being here.
Angles. I think
it's helping these guys know to take this ground a little bit more freely, right? You know people are willing to stay in that zone. Highly unlikely people are also willing to challenge you as you progress up here. But this is super bold and aggressive.
Over on B and space as
like
well.
All of what I said is true, but this is still too much.
Yeah, wow. I like it from Gimon though. He gets there early. He just doesn't expect Nismo to be on the other side of the corner. Still no plant here. That's the problem. TSM were really committed to B despite how deep Gimon was able to get. They can still go for a plant here. Make no mistake. The Viper Wall though.
Oh, I'm happy for Toes.
Back up again with Gimon 6 feet under this round.
Man, I can't believe that based on.
Nah, but they pretty much have B at this point. I mean, they know where some of these players are. Unfortunate timing there. On the side of Xander did get some of that damage down, but again, not still in the hands of Koala Noob. And so much more to do, but it gets shut down immediately on that post plant.
Oh, Poise was so low. Net was just waiting for him, and he chops down. Tries to take the fight. Thrash here in the 3rd round. It's about as early as he gets on this map. Collateral straight into Sim. And Koala Noob is able to follow up pretty comfortably with that operator.
This is feeling done.
If there's a world where your Viper is still alive and you can actually use that wall to try and get a safe plant from, that round looks completely different for TSM. They really let that gun round go to waste.
They got pretty much
nothing
else to worry about. It's a reiteration of what happened last time for M80, right? Solid defense to start, maybe running away with a 4-0 off the beginning, which is a definite option, especially now with those Guardians starting to pop up. Not a lot of ultimates utilized, and the potential in case something does go wrong for Net to have that retake with that lockdown. So yeah, a lot to look forward to from M80 here.
Sim's managed to get pretty deep there up Belt. Oh my goodness.
No.
Boy spotted trying to maybe cross into tube there. And yeah, Gimon wasn't seen going
I think this
itself,
is kind of
but
a guy
eventually
div at
he
this
gives
point,
his position away and allows Nismo to trade. That's a player advantage here for M80 on a round where TSM have now 1 Guardian left. A Proto is able to pick up Poised's drop weapon. And I think there is another Guardian inside too, but TSM are really running on fumes here.
Toxins going up.
Spike planted.
And gets that plant. Xander though repositions sneakily. That's beautiful. He knows that Seven thinks that spot is clear. He sees him cross over towards
Oh no.
Using his information perfectly in that moment. And now it's up to a
what?
Okay. Hit with the paranoia, still able to beat that operator player. And eventually will be brought down though as M80 get out to 4 rounds. With a bit of a lid at least.
Am I rooting for a certain
defending
team?
Economy, right?
Not really, no, not here.
Round, but the operator will be recovered and handed back over to Koala Noob again.
I thought they would be a lot closer.
M80 are.
I thought they would be closer. But it makes total sense that M80 would run away with this. Every pro that I've talked to praises M80. Like even though M80 has struggled to an extent in challengers, they're still perceived as like a VCT caliber team because of how they play. Like they play a very organized game. They're not overextending onto fights and playing stupid. You know, like they don't get burned from dumb stuff. So even though they struggled in challengers to an extent, they still were thought of as like an insane team.
They forced the Omen off this angle
by their peers.
Obviously for TSM there's no Aldrin.
That kind of says a lot.
Koala might just hold this angle down. The smoke's going to clear. Sim might look to burst through at a moment.
There's a kill.
Rash is on the way up to Koala Noob, but I don't think he could reach him. Sim's able to jump across inside Empress. Koala Noob, though, pretty unlikely to get this position up. Again, Aaliyah could force him off the angle, but they're still able to play from this one way here. M80 sticking around to get use out of these smokes.
So yeah, this is why Omen's kind of nice, right? Like him being able to refresh those smokes, having a TP exit. Oh, the aim punch. The aim punch got him.
Yellow, he's committed to playing from this position. Boys goes down. It's going to be raw contact being taken by the defenders here. Kwanu tried to reposition, took a shot, missed, and 7 punishes him. Now 3 versus 4. Going to be getting into the post plant now, and there is that Viper util available for late in the round, and Sim just waited. From this one to come around the corner, it will only be net remaining. TSM finally get into the game.
Yeah, that's got to be it. They did use a lot, though, to insert themselves into the round. Can that happen every single time? Absolutely not. But still potential for a new load up. You know, obviously having to farm some of those orbs to give themselves something to work with here. But I think all in all, good pushback on M80, forcing them into...
Unironically, the Brim comment, the team that ran it the best was these guys, the Guard. They used to run a Brim on Icebox, and they made it look very fucking good. Like, this required a lot of anti-shrouding, a lot, and I didn't feel good about it. They started, I mean, they had both bans, and they picked this to start. That's how confident they were on it. They looked fucking incredible on that map in the VODs, and I don't know how he won it.
He respects the fact that there's an operator on the side of the TSM, but Sim had the one for free. Thought he'd even have the second, but BCJ at least is able to find one. Eventually, 7's patience is rewarded. Zorlap's net. He's a long way away with just a sheriff to his name.
Already taken out so many on M80. Good thing they didn't really buy too heavily into this round.
I guess so. Yeah, it was about that time.
Gives them a chance.
Not really sure who did it first.
In the future. But it is up to Nat, what he wants to do. And if he wants to provide right now, seems like he might just be able to. Already low health coming down on GMD. Yeah, no.
Yeah, not much to do here. Find an exit. And start trying to play it down a little bit on this growing economy of TSM.
Right.
Now, obviously, they can buy pretty comfortably for the next couple of rounds. They've managed to keep that operator. And the attackers have another thrash to work with, so 7 is really starting to get rolling now. A lot of those alt ores are being fed to the Gecko.
That's not the real question.
Now it's time for that investment to be paid off.
Why are you pretending like
they're chilling?
Like we're not qualified.
Especially for TSM, they collected up. They're kind of pretty well made. 7 loading up right back to that thrash too. Kind of utilized for this round as well. Actually having that for a while, my bad.
Again, Koala Noob wants to play with this operator. He's gonna mid this time.
Oh.
Most of the action comes from
great Lear.
Okay, Koala Noob though.
What the fuck? They got double flanked.
Finds Kimon, the spike is dropped because BCJ has this off angle. Great recovery from M80 to get some presence out of Boiler there to intervene in what was happening in the middle part of the map. Again, Koala Noob is brought down. That was the operator player here for M80. 7 has to go on a solo mission to recover the spike. And I think he knew it was under tube. Oh, shit. I think he's trying to come from a bit of an unexpected angle. There's a double face down there. No way he's getting out of that line.
Yeah, they just had to see his head. Oh my gosh, just a pixel and they just run it down through the box there. But oh, they picked it up. Okay, BCJ's back. Giving it over to Koala Noob. So we're chill. In these moments, there's not much
to worry
about. They've got their investment back. Yeah.
I love seeing this out of you, Desford. I love seeing this out of you, and I'm so sorry for the 7-1 comment. I meant that to a different Desford, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think that was meant for someone else. I was wrong.
Over on the attacking side.
Yeah, just net playing here for M80 for now. Obviously, Net has a lockdown to allow M80 to get back into that site. Should it be
anyone who hates on Oxygen in this chat?
It might be a pretty alt-heavy round, and Koala Noob was pushed up so deep for this info.
You're more than welcome to stay. Put your feet up on the couch. I don't mind. Make yourself at home.
Further. TSM is also creeping up towards A.
Leave the toilet seat up. I don't care.
They hear no noise.
You're welcome.
So the only thing they can do on
You're like family to me.
Work themselves up, see if they can find any info. Smoke those
I hate
down
Aura.
on to make sure there is some
sort
Aura. Of defense going on.
Excuse me?
2 players in boiler here for the defenders.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but the team I root for,
they kind of know that
owned and operated
this will be very
by one Moist Critical, Ludwig,
and
some of the greatest content creators ever.
That spots at least one player at boiler. So here's that defender lockdown. This is now just going to put more pressure on the clock for TSM. They have to give up all that space they sort of manually cleared earlier on in this round. They might just throw a retake down of their own here because they need to get on the side. They're running out of time.
I'm a ban you.
Okay, ready for Thrash though.
Fucking 4 here.
Oh, and this might be the moment. The biggest thing is just how are they going to be able to take out that lockdown and really contest some of that space though.
I mean, they have to fight for
Not
it,
bad,
M80,
but
if they
low
have
time.
any chance of it. But it's actually quite a deep lockdown. It's a little bit further than the ones that get thrown at pipes in a safe spot here because TSM wanted M80 to try and fight them for it.
Oh shit.
Still M80 able to get off the site.
Great
now
take by
TSM can
TSM
assume
right
those
now.
post-plant positions. They have a Thrash to play with to really
Oh,
interrupt
they're in a good
M80's
spot.
attempts here. Get that defuse, and yeah, Thrash gets thrown out first.
Oh.
Spots one player
Oh.
towards the side and it
What?
them out, but Kuala has a nice timing here for the top of pipe.
What are they doing?
Drops down. It's gonna be
What are you guys doing?
with the kill on.
What are you guys doing?
M80. They just shrug off the Thrash. They've got 2 players that at
Bro.
least can respond when one of them is detained.
Hey, a flash goes a long way. That's what we were missing on Lotus. I'll be honest. That's huge, though. Like, again, synergy, good play style, shot calling. I feel like M80 really do have every
Why did I
single
care?
piece.
Why did I care right there? I don't care. I don't care. Why did I care?
Able to find, you know, a way to just counter that. The adaptations for M80 are huge. We got to see it on Lotus. We got to see them constantly be able to understand, hey, they have the ult. Hey, they're going to do this. Hey, they're going to do that. What are we going to do in this situation?
Fucking,
Okay, 3
I
to
just
4.
wanted a
How can
close
we fix
game,
this? You know
and I
what?
thought I
Colin,
had it.
Just go shoot. I'll flash you out.
I thought I had a
this
close
is good.
game,
That's the
and now I'm
communication
realizing
you
I
really do
didn't
wanna
have a
see.
close
TSM
game the whole
struggling,
time.
to kind of fight against that, which again,
Actually,
teamwork makes the dream work,
fraudulent
so.
close game.
There's gotta be
Pissed
some
me off for a
discussion
second.
to think about.
It broke me. Shit
Yeah,
broke
the
me for a
economic
sec there.
situation with TSM, their bank might be broken. They might also be looking to try and leverage this Viper's Pit and turn it into a round win. They're at pretty extreme risk here of
Yeah, just when I thought I was out, they
at
pulled
this
me back
stage
in for a
of the
split
half.
sec.
M80 is be pretty devastating for them. And it's frustrating because, yeah, they used a lot of their big ultimates in the previous round. Now Command, I think, already got used. There was a lockdown thrown by Poise, which I really liked. It was more, it was a further forward lockdown, which meant that like M80 couldn't even play towards the stairs at the back of that B site, sort of towards rafters. So the weaponry is okay here, Gompers. They've been able to buy up to a degree, but yeah, really need to try and secure a post plant here. But like a default player towards B behind this wall could be good. They've got to get ready though, because M80 love playing close up here amongst these containers at green.
No.
Oh, the Dizzy shot down immediately. They know they're moving up, so yeah, they have to be pretty
Nice
cautious
shot.
in this moment. But the op shot
Wow.
just downed on a proto, and you already lose that main initiator.
And that wasn't anything really egregious from a
Double
proto,
lurks
right?
on
It was a
it.
very innocent shoulder pick.
We saw the opposite
One
of
the
this
only ways to
earlier.
punish that, right, is
The
with
Viper
operator.
overextended, remember, and died right
That's
here.
gross.
Oh my god.
Well, we've got a Vandal now in the hands of Xander, I think. Now to pick that up off the body of
Yikes,
Sim.
dog.
And M80 noticed that they're playing so differently across the side Scompers. They're playing off A entirely with net, but they play so deep into green on the B
Zero.
side.
They hit. No, 0 damage done. Actually, that was that was in the wall.
Another thing too, just
I'm
being
trolling.
that they weren't really willing to. Oh my gosh.
It's tough out there.
Yeah, there's no. I was just waiting for 7
Not
to go
a
down. Yeah, flawless
singular
round from M80,
point
but
of damage
TSM,
done.
they weren't willing to
Yikes.
do what M80 were. I guess also they're in a very different position where you know they can't really split by and make sure that they have enough economy for the next round. But they full bought, and even if they couldn't afford a Vandal or maybe a Phantom, they
The
pretty much
first
went Guardian, Sheriff, whatever.
first 3 people didn't shoot
then
a
settled for
single
that, and
shot.
everybody else full buy,
First 4
in the
people didn't
meantime,
shoot a
which really
shot.
didn't work out. It felt
That's
almost
crazy.
very, very scattered, afraid to play most of the time.
Out of a timeout, the first 4 deaths didn't even shoot a bullet. What?
Just have a round of recollection.
That's
They need to clear these spots. This
Not
one has a
good.
new little rat spot now after sort of playing pretty close in green earlier on. The 0 point doesn't
Earlier,
actually
he said.
catch on to any of these players playing close here. They don't know about Nismo, and he's able to burst
Oh, they
out
know
of
now.
corner. Behind a flash, another opportunity. Poise is so low. Dizzy might catch here, but Nismo is ready for it. That is beautiful from BCJ. Sets up Nismo for his second kill here. And TSM throw themselves into the
man.
meat grinder on this part of the map, and it's not the first round it's happened, but M80 have made micro adjustments in their positioning here to again catch out the attackers.
And now they're playing the waiting game now.
Chet was glazing M80, yeah.
Watching as to where is GMD gonna go? Where's Gumon looking for? He does have that Viper spit. Could that give leeway? Honestly, yes. I feel like this is brilliant because BCJ 11, and then a huge play
Toxins going up.
to just give themselves that Viper spit for some space there.
He's so confused. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Where are these guys?
30 seconds left.
It's like, what the fuck is going on
here towards B? If he thinks that he's done enough in selling the idea of him going A to the rest of M80. Very little time obviously left here in the round. And again, the economy of TSM is broken.
10 seconds left.
He's going to go for it. Gimon is going for the 1 versus 3, folks. Spike goes down. This Viper spit extends here into Boiler. Into Screens area, excuse me. Gimon will have to duck back in every now and then to keep it up.
Yeah,
Likely though he gets flooded.
Stay on for a
There is a
long
wingman
time.
that can check this as well as some of that util. Mosh is also going to cover much of it, but Gimon can play to the edges of it. BCJ is going to step in, be spotted first. That's 1 for Gimon. Already 3 in the round.
Enemy remaining.
Has to be an ace for Gimon, and love that reposition now down to 24 HP. There's 1 player left. But the pick comes down and he wins. Gimon goes for the 1v3.
Gimon is so
That
cool
level of
for winning
self-belief to
that.
drop the Viper's pit.
They
and throw the
needed
Hail
that
Mary
shit
pays off.
so
What a
bad.
round for TSM.
How the fuck did they
what?
win this?
And all it took was a Viper's pit, right? Knowing BCJ is low, taking advantage of the extremities of the pit.
C9
so
versus
risky, 'cause
M80?
for, like,
Damn,
a
that'd be a close
secondary,
game, actually.
It was
I think.
about to go down.
It'd be a really
managed
good
to go
game.
back in, give it some time and space, and then just being able to see the legs before they drop.
I'm not
That
sure.
was the lucky moment. Dude,
I do think
that's crazy.
Oxy would be like the best player in the server,
An ace for Gimon on the round. Just when things
but
look
I
like they
think
were
M80
good,
would look
so
better as a
terribly.
team.
As TSM lost multiple players trying to get into B. So this time the attacking 0 point spotted out 2 players from M80 pushed up on B side, and they think, okay, well, we might respect that, especially the Viper spit been committed by Xander here. But this has allowed M80 to stack 3 players at A.
Yeah. So they have the pit with
What
the
was that last
alarm
round,
bot
so?
in it. They chose to do the alarm bot on the left side of the
Make sure
pit,
they
so the
have
Viper will hold the right side of this wall.
Everything under.
Normally
under
teams do
wraps
it the
there.
other way.
Xander's already
Well, they
pulled
alarm
out
bot
Viper's
the right
spit down
alley,
in B, so they do have tons and
the
tons
Viper
of
will hold the other
information
side.
coming through, especially down in mid too. So they have everything covered.
I always like how
on their
M80
side of the
takes these
defense
like
here.
slightly different approaches, so they're hard to anti.
Going
Double
through
flash
mid now,
take
under
mid.
tube, behind the Dizzy. Dispenses smoke's getting thrown out here. The one net was ready to receive Sim's contact in kitchen. What else is he cooking? The rest of TSM looking
Good
to pull
trade.
back out of mid and again. Try for A.
coming back.
Xander has not left the pit this entire round. So this is TSM's only option remaining. They've got to go for this A hit.
Even that's not going to be easy. Great, tons of util to utilize. Now finally being able to get some sort of vulnerability off that.
That was dirty stuff there
2
from
on
Nismo.
3 now.
Able to stop the plant, but eventually TSM were able to run him down.
CJ got kind of caught off twice
Now
there.
Xander has to leave the pit.
Yeah, how's this going to work though? Already a wraparound coming through from net. Might just be able to catch up
Standing.
what the flank's looking like. Oh my gosh, and the timing is so weird, but this drop down's going to ruin everything. They've heard it. Now they can fight for this 1v1. Yeah, that's another round on the board for TSM.
Honestly, nicely done. Their options were so limited, Gompus. They try to go to B. It's a Viper's pit from Xander thrown down at green. They try and take mid. They get entirely rebuffed here by this play from net. They were hoping that the Empress
Is the
would get
audio
them in
fucked
there.
up from you?
So they got no choice but to commit.
I don't know, but I will refresh. just in
M80
case.
were anchoring really
Didn't
well.
notice anything.
It really did. Oh my gosh, they did have everything.
I might one day,
everything was
Sims.
working out so perfectly.
It's not like
I
out
think
of the
right there and
question.
then just being able to take a step back and just pick everybody off one by one, lure them into the peak in the angle, growing impatient.
That's a very fast hitting knife.
Working
Sometimes
out
the
for best
KO
of their
knives have like
favors.
such a
How
long
long
travel
is that gonna
time
work
that
out? Of course, 8 to 4 is the
it's
ideal
annoying
for
to wait
M80,
for.
but 7 to 5 definitely
a
the
very
way
quick
TSM
one.
want to go here.
So they lurk the Viper out.
Here with that pop flash at the ready. Once more trying to set Sim up for a successful each. The flash even came out there. Did not really force Koala Noob off the angle though. We can stay here. Thrash brought down. Koala Noob finds that shot from yellow. Now 3 players grouped up. M80 have stacked the correct site, and again Thrash does not find its target. Koala Noob, that is a wild jump peek he tries to take there. In the meantime, Nismo, though, gets value. They've stopped TSM in their tracks behind this null command, and it's up to Poison and Proto
2-on-3
to fight their way out of this quicksand.
This is winnable. It would make the half feel great for TSM if they could get this.
It's just so well placed for Koala Noob in case they do manage to fight down towards B. Seems like here, especially with the ultimate locked up now, they're looking for mid, and now the noise is heard. Net knows.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nicely done. He realizes that with two players crossing, the second one
shots
likely
by
has
Net.
the spike. Beautiful stuff. Great half here for M80 in general. 8 defensive rounds. A little bit bumpy there over the last couple of rounds after Gimon just broke through on his own.
Yeah,
But again, solid way to cap
that's
off the
such a
half.
smart
M80
player.
got to be feeling good about this.
I wasn't figuring him to have finished it off so quickly, but
It's kind of shameful that G2 got so insane after getting rid of Net and picking up Icy, because it's not like they replaced, like, I don't know, like someone that was terrible for like Osboss or something like that. You know, like it just makes Net look bad, but he's not a bad player. Net's actually an insane player. Like what he provides to the team, the role he fills, the comms that he makes is rare for sure. It's crazy to see the glow up G2 had.
That's what M80 are cooking up. Nets had a great half here.
Yeah,
talked about a bit,
they,
but it's really
the problem
stepped
is that they didn't
into
have the
shoes of
right
Nitro quite
roles.
admirably here.
They had good roles, but they didn't have the right ones.
Now, M80 obviously having a nice little
Like
hot
that-
streak in more recent times. And a pretty favorable
I don't know. I
matchup to
just
start
think
these
that there's
playoffs
probably a
with challenges
couple
off for them.
people that are like, oh, wow, they cut this guy. They picked up Icy, who doesn't look that great compared to some of the other star duelists.
Over by Proto there.
And now look where they
Don't
are.
spot anything off of it. Now TSM are pulling their resources
a lot
out of that
deeper
A
than that,
site.
I
Now, this
believe.
is likely heard. And that's why the spike is drifting back maybe away from B. We'll see if they opt to commit. And Proto tries to sell it with a couple of lazy ghost shots. There's going to be contact in mid though for sure.
I think
as
Leaf
the
didn't want to
attackers
play
try and cross
Duelist this year. He never really enjoyed it too much. He was never really considered an opper.
kind of prepping
Oh,
for something
man.
big here, yeah. But
The
already on the
continued
pistol
sidestep
round,
was
playing as
nice.
Arena is very much the way you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to show our strengths there, right? Anchoring a side.
And a Duelist the
on that
Sentinel.
Reina being able to take the 1 versus 2 and come out looking very comfortable. TSM.
The Duelist the Sentinel pipeline. It's so strong. It's forged in the North American trenches.
It's the perfect way to kick off.
Demon one next.
Now just needing a little bit more to kind of give themselves.
What do you guys
some
think
leeway. They are investing
Osboss
earlier
turns into?
the Vandal, hoping it might lead into the next round. Maybe give themselves a little bit more space and room to.
I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, what do you think Osboss turns into when he's done being like the GOAT duelist? His tweet recently about like just doing whatever makes you comfortable made me think about it. I was like, does he just done duels forever, or is he gonna settle somewhere else one day?
Sim pushed up here over towards pipes, but there's going to be a wide multi-swing, and Sim almost knows it. He must have heard the pitter-patter of all those footsteps and opts out of the exchange. Great forethought there. Very heads-up play from TSM now as they dig in on this site. And it's looking good with the better weaponry. Only BCJ so far has been able to find anything. I love that from TSM. Such discipline there to pull Sim out of a situation that at best would have been a
I
trade.
think he would play Initiator. Maybe.
Oh.
Oh, gross.
Okay, what? Well, it works, and now they have a new weapon to use. I would definitely hand that to Koala Noob. Yeah, okay. The chances of BCJ staying alive in this moment are slim, but they're not zero.
Yeah, expected this with
Osboss
the
as a
running gun, the
realtor
poise was
would go
just a little too far
crazy.
away.
One enemy
I think
remaining.
got jump scared a little bit by that. Sim with 3 in the round. Farming in some of these pistol and anti-eco environments, and there it is. TSM convert quite nicely. Taking a Vandal into their bonus alongside a Bulldog. Not too shabby.
Hey, but this has happened before. A new set of Deja Vu where M80, they didn't really get too good of a chance to kind of bring.
I think Osboss would play Senti. I think the Duelist to Senti pipeline would be used by Osboss. He could play any role though, based on how I seen him like approach fights. He knows how to take fights, and so he would know how to support on Initiator really, really well. I don't know about smokes.
What they're going to do moving forward. The wall set down over on B. for space that might not be given away too easily on the side of TSM.
The baiting narrative for Sentinel kind of goes crazy.
That smoke there shuts down like the posting up by yellow that Gimon was trying to make happen here. M80 can now throw a mosh over the top of it, throw this Viper wall up, and make it very hard for Poise to trade off of any of the action happening on the B side itself. Here it is. Just a dry swing that M80 go for, and Koala was able to come up with 2. 7 only had a sheriff into this round. TSM, of course, still have that money to buy in the next year. Would love just to get some guns out of M80's hands at worst. This will delay things, of course. The fragment thrown down on the site by a Proto prevents a plant. But they already have nets so deeply inserted over at the A side that, yeah, M80 know they can rotate across with some confidence. But Sim spots this out. He knows what's coming. Can Net find a timing on the Reyna?
Oh my God, Lear did.
Might just be able to Lear that split second.
Oh my God, dude! If he waited literally half a second, he
tried
gets
to
that
play
kill.
off of it as well, which is great.
Great one.
M80, they're settled down on site, so they do have a lot of potential to play with here. So TSM set in a really bad position where now they know that this round is a possible loss.
So fucked too.
Proto has to go massive. It's probably
that round was decided
too much there for M80
on that
pretty
time.
Solid gun round here, keeping 3 of those Vandals in play. And we saw that, like, the good pressure towards B force out some of that utility over from the yellow side of the map. Just pull out. And they made great use of Net late in the round. Look at him walk. You see on the minimap where Net is now. It gets all the way up here to Boiler. Yeah, just like slightly early peak there for Sim, just before the Lear properly bloomed, as you pointed out. Obviously hurts him there. Those are the kind of things that can be cleaned up, but it was unfortunate. That's what let M80 overrun that A site.
Fresh, readily available, is going to use it. So the timer now set down, but is it going to be in a position where he can easily pick it up? Oh yeah, he's giving himself some leeway there. So BCJ thinking ahead of the time. Pop flash out, but Command is ready. And M80, they're fighting back.
1 for 1, but BCJ waits for that extra push into him. And you see that flank up through mid there was crucial. Xander was able to descend upon heaven. The 2v2 though. Poise only has a sheriff.
Spike planted.
Proto the one with the Vandal. We're not in a great spot to see this action. This is good. This is going to force Xander out of that corner now. He crosses straight into a Proto's face. Koala Noob in a 1 versus 2.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke to spend. That's going to be thrown on the site itself. He doesn't know if there's going to be a late flank coming through because that alarm bot obviously wouldn't tell him anything with Net already dead.
Ooh. Oh my God.
Covered out by the flash.
Wait,
the timing the Proto was waiting for it.
Really
great recovery there by TSM. Excellent clearing protocols, and that util from Nikeo was huge.
Okay, they got the reset round.
The one on Xander that forces him out with the molly, and then the flash to dominate Koala Noob at the end of the round.
Feels like they're not even waiting to give some time over to kind of read into TSM at this point anymore for M80. They've grown impatient, right? Like, and this was fine. Isolate the fight, you know, try to find that flank alongside B, wait for your team to make some moves there, but at the same time,
I feel like APAC,
they were really forcing
APAC
that
are heavily
push.
favored
It felt
here.
like
I
when
agree.
things started to go wrong, there should have been some sort of plan.
They got the event in Korea when APAC is held in Korea.
Just being able to learn from that.
And their region determined who got sent to champs way ahead of ours. Like they knew who they were sending like a week ago. So they have like a huge practice time frame edge, like just because it's in their region.
It might be Xander this.
It's kind of like what we had last year for LA.
Over towards A. Based on where this Killjoy turret is placed, though.
So the same scenario.
Back in this direction as well, or recall it. Now the pressure starts to mount over towards yellow.
I thought that was kind of bullshit last year for the NA teams, actually.
We'll hold A down and potentially force Xander to rejoin the rest of his team. One way from the defense, that poison orb slows M80 up. They're going to have to wait for this to drop. Koala Noob.
Does that mean it's in
Berlin?
Ready for that contact. Oh no, we can't have anything in Berlin.
No one's going to trade that. It was really just Gimon out on the site on his own, and Poise opts to back up. So that's a smoke now over in the direction of Snowman to cover that up.
No more Berlin.
And even with the Viper wall coming down, a Proto still can't see what's happening with the
London. I'm fucking with London. I'm in.
We're still waiting for at least the rotation
Paris,
coming through from Sim here, though. Thrash from 7 might just be able to clear some room for everybody else to make some way.
There. I'm in.
Maybe it was a 0 point from this point that might have actually shut down the Thrash. Either way, it got shot to pieces anyway. Pretty straightforward stuff for M80. Ends up being pretty close towards the end of the round here, but having that extra layer of controller utility means that TSM have to flash themselves into B while it's being planted and can't get that information. That single Omen smoke over towards Snowman puts so much pressure on.
What's bad about Berlin? I've just been there so long in my life now.
It's very much a back and forth too.
I think I've been in Berlin for a full year of my life.
I don't even feel like there's a big difference leading up to this from either side.
I don't,
okay,
whenever I go
round,
there, I'm like, God
this is working.
Not
BCJ,
again.
you know, you're feeling quite confident. Okay, 2K comes through. Koala Noob, yeah, like just being able to win out that first 1v1, and then playing as a team to kind of have those refrags happen, make that possibility even wider or even more accurate. But yeah, 11 assists coming down from Nismo and Xander with that 10. So they're definitely attempting to lead the pack all the way, which seems like, again, they are doing a very good job at that. But I think TSM, with Sim being that main problem so early on in the round, trying to look for that first initial pick with that initiator, you know, dual kind of setup, does make it hard for M80 to know where they want to hit, what they want to do, as this constant information is just being carried away.
I can't
from
forget
TSM.
then if I do that.
I feel like
where the fuck are we?
Check yellow there.
Where were we just now? We were in like a subway.
Really hurt TSM because I don't think Poise wasn't really in a position to help him at all. It could have been a straight trade because there was a defensive Viper one way that sort of prevented anyone else from helping Koala Noob. It would have been a one and done for the Omen if there was just a bit more help there on the site.
Dude, E-League in Boston was actually kind of sick.
Let M80 get in and get that plant down. So this time we've got 3 players on TSM side grouped up, going over towards green. See, they're really obviously on a low buy.
Something up in the northeast would be pretty fun.
They stacked the wrong site.
How can they do this though? Oh, but they pushed back away. They do see Poise, but they don't get full information as to who might be on the site. So yeah, that does create some sort of caution in their minds before they push here, giving some time for rotation from TSM.
This would be huge if TSM could steal this.
They have to really check this quite diligently.
Yeah.
The Viper's be coming down now for the attackers. I don't think this really covers up into Rafter. Koala Noob there again, reliving his first couple rounds where it was very hard for him to find these shots, and DZ's going to force him off the top of 410 now to play this low ground. A bit more awkward now for the Outlaw player. TSM are on the way in. They do have an Null command here for a Proto, but not really the time to be using it now as Wingman spots out some of this action inside the smoke. And Koala Noob only finds 1 kill with that shorty. Sim has to step away though from the molly. Well played by Nismo, and it's up to a Proto who gets spotted. Gets spotted first by Xander as he stepped up into the pit and then is slapped back down. M80's economy not exactly established up until this point, so an important round to take 3 guns out of and still have Null Command and Thrash to spend to potentially shut TSM's gun round down again.
And there is a lot more they can shut down here, but I am seeing GMD. I feel like there is going to be a huge workup in A, and we're seeing Spike there, we're seeing the Viper there. Grimon, huge potential to just load up on that Viper spit to utilize on the A side. And this might give them potential to take this round back, but of course, how easy is that going to be? BCJ.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be pretty scared going to Antarctica.
Yep, now Viper spit there, so it does give them some sort of win condition here, at least within the defense.
TSM may have been expecting a fast hit behind the Null command from M80, and the A site's the only site that it really makes sense to do that on, just because of, you know, you can
Masters New York would go fucking crazy,
man. It's a little bit longer range, but M80 actually don't.
I went to that IEM event in New York. Oh man, that was such a sick event.
They push up for a bit of info. Great flash though. Look at that setup. Oh man, a Proto threw that one from the next postcode by the looks of things. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. Now up on B are M80. They haven't had to give up too much to get this space. And yes, they're dead toppers, but they have that Omen smoke still that can cover Snowman. It doesn't shut down that topper site though, and that was a little risky for Koala Noob.
All they needed to do was get Spike down now. And Gumon does have the Viper's pit.
Here we go.
But there's so many players watching, and BCJ filled with tons and tons of util to use in this moment. So even with that Viper's pit, it does give some leeway as to where these players are. And now finally the fight's picked off, and it works out in favor of M80, but not so much anymore.
BCJ's thrash here is big. Time is short for the defuse. And it's just 7 now.
Oh, he got it.
To take the round back.
Oh my god, that was so
With just
important.
enough time, he's been able to do it.
Holy fuck.
2 or so seconds.
I'm not gonna lie, when the double flash came in, I thought Gecko was the one that died. I guess it was Killjoy? I'm guessing that had to have been Killjoy. It was like a yellow-green agent or some shit.
Technically, what should have
Right
been a 1v2.
No, it was Gimon. What the
down
fuck?
to be a 2v2 with the wingman there, creating that distraction. They knew they had to take first priority on something for M80, and they just couldn't, right? 7, making it very, very difficult for this team to play against that. So I got to give them kudos, right? Last second decision making in that moment. And Gimon didn't even have to use that Viper Spit. So they do have 2 ultimates ready for this round in particular to keep this capture going.
7.
Right, close gets checked, and that's the Viper's Pit getting thrown up here. 0 point obviously doesn't stop that.
Unironically, I complimented M80 for doing the alarm bot on the left. I was like, most teams do the alarm bot on the right.
And this is now
going
to narrow down or
alarm bot on
limit
the right.
M80's options.
This is what most teams
for
do
those side hits.
when they do this combo.
They do obviously have the poison orb in mid they can play off.
Which is why I complimented
That's
M80
being
for doing the
watched
opposite.
right now by a proto via kitchen. So M80 aren't in the position to imply any potential flank. And you can see the net is starting to close a little bit.
Oh, it was mid?
Poised
Did
to
you
move
go?
up and is holding an off angle looking in towards mid. And
What was
there's
it
some
like?
drifting over towards A as you'd expect. M80 to really try and pressure that site now.
Production sector, so.
They're just...
Oh, that's annoying.
I'm assuming that the play here
I hope everyone had
is
fun though.
either wait for Gumon to make a move on the
What's
extremities
the ult into?
or just wait for some sort of explosion
Might run
to kind of come through.
Oh,
Yeah.
is he sticking it? No, he can't. It's like
Wanu. Oh, I love this. They forced him on out of the pit.
Wanu.
Good information. Now we can't get back into the pit at all. That is about to come down.
30
Nothing
seconds left.
Kimon can do about it at all. But Xander and Nismo go very low in order to do this. Of course, because they were inside that pit trying to clear it. So now they'd like to wait a little bit for that health to regenerate after decaying down. But TSM aren't giving them much of a window to do that. Poised is low from Crow's Nest, and now...
Oh my god.
I love that
Forestry.
idea.
Oh my god.
He thought about going
Oh
for
my god.
a
Put it down.
lockdown.
Put it down,
Went
boys.
down to 4 HP.
Put the fucking lockdown down.
And it's going to allow for this plant to go down. Netfear playing up close. Sees the wingman come in. Don't know if he spotted Poised there over towards mid. And Poised at 4 HP is able to find a kill.
Player standing.
Will be traded out, and it's up to Xander here. In the post bar, but a double face. Even though they were decayed down, Xander couldn't get the job done.
Oh my god.
They had so much. They overextended.
Oh my god.
Pushing themselves way too far out. And I understand wanting to have like majority of the site taken over. It's very, very hard to just push yourself back on the extremities, knowing how much that TSM have to work for, right? Blinds coming through from Reina, from 7, from a proto, and then having to work past.
It sucks when
Gumon
sometimes
and
like a lot of like those little weird things like seeding and stuff don't play out because they might be overlooked. You know, like it seems so obvious in hindsight, but in like the planning, it might have gotten overlooked, and now obviously they'd be aware the second time around. I will say something I noticed about the watch party when we did in Toronto is that's a great city for something like that. Like I actually think Toronto is a fucking insanely good city to hold an event. Yeah, I mentioned it when I was there too. I was like, this might be one of the only cold big cities in the world I would live in. It is a great city. It's a fucking awesome city, actually. I don't really like big cities as like a human. I don't like living in them. I would actually live in that big city. I think it's like there's a lot of walkable places. It's safe. It's young. It's a very young city. It's different than a lot of other big cities I've been to. I don't know.
Because normally you just wouldn't bother going B on a round like that.
The food is so good too. Yeah. I mean, the people are super nice. It's a diverse city.
Tactical.
Like I have no complaints about Toronto. I really don't.
Again, that main
It's an
source of
awesome
firepower
city.
coming through from like the initial amount of youth hill, and they're from BCJ now. Okay, information's come
It's
through.
good public
Nobody's out in the
transportation.
opening spots of
like
on
it.
top of
It's
catwalk
good.
here. So how can we play for this?
And they also threw
A lot of the big cities are expensive. That would be a
they can
complaint.
surmise
Yeah,
here
like
that
LA
Boise
is
holding the
expensive.
site very
London's
loosely.
expensive.
Which is good for M80, right? They have the weaker weapons, so
TP
they'd
up
love to be able to get
heaven.
in and actually get to play anchor on this site.
That's a
Boise
pretty
has
ratty
lockdown.
TP for a buy like
You
this.
probably,
Oh,
feel okay.
fuck.
You want to force those weaker guns away. What did I just see? Koala noob. No way.
Bro.
He could have taken Poise down as he went to deploy the lockdown.
Poised
And could
is
have gotten
so lucky.
rid of the lockdown itself.
Oh my god.
But he ends up pulling out of there. That is awkward as heck. Now they're going to try and retake back into this side. Good util. The Dizzy's getting very, very busy as BCJ finds Sim. This might actually work out. Seven has to play close up with an outlaw here. The first shot is good, but the second not so much. BCJ, 4 kills with the Stinger. Are you kidding me? What a nuts round for M80.
Dude, it's always BCJ. Like, in the moments where you really need it, it's BCJ to come up in clutch. It's BCJ to make sure everything's going well and settled. And again, the source of util just moving forward to allow them.
They actually defused that? Wait, what? I didn't even what?
That they so desperately needed to come through with, but I don't even think they.
Dude,
they didn't win that. Was that a TSM round?
Yes, they got the defuse.
I'm dumb. Guys, never mind. BCJ did not do that. He's not him. It's over. It's over.
I did call a nuts round for M80 because obviously you saw BCJ kill the defuser,
God.
but it obviously, the defuse came in just before he could find that elimination. So, very reasonable to be confused.
I just saw BCJ explode on the site and I was like, damn, that's crazy.
I mean, I was glazing homeboy even after he'd lost the round, so it's fine. It's fine.
Casters had me in the first half. I'm gonna blame the casters. Not my fault.
They lost all their weapons to do it. And so it puts them in a bit of a weird eco spot where M80 now have Lockdown and Thrash, both really relevant when it comes to, either taking the A side or retaking it after the fact.
That's right.
Oh, they definitely heard that TP. There's no way. Kill 7 had some early take on that. Now knowing somebody's just within side of Nest and they don't find it yet though.
Beautiful for 7. He is currently suppressed.
Ooh, we got
avoid that paranoia that comes in.
2v2.
Trading here.
1v1.
And a Proto gets knocked.
All right. All right.
Ridiculous.
Come on,
and that's been a
TSM.
bit of a around there for TSM. They were very unsteady in terms of their weaponry. And a bunch of Guardians brought into that round, and M80 had a decent buy.
I have no idea how he got it here.
See how that played out again. I think Thrash here. Gompers, there's a route that Thrash can sort of go on top of 410 into Crows and then onto Rafter. If you take that route this round, I think BCJ sees a heck of a lot more than what he came up with the Thrash there. I think he doesn't really catch anyone with it.
I agree. I think that's been kind of the cause of issue with a lot of what we've been seeing getting thrown out too. Like, there was a lot of just bare swings moving forward onto the site, and I feel like that was the demise of what M80 were really pushing for on the attack. 7 got away with way too many.
The attack one way prevents a lot of these pushes. You can see how net peaks at. It's so favorable for the attacker to peek this attack one way against this box, this rectangle, because you're further away from it than the player that would be pushed. Not like the player push would be in this box, because then he would be seen from, the rafters. So he'd be closer to the smoke than even the far wall. So it's a very solid one way.
They might just insert Sandy here. Oh, nice. Okay, gets rid of Gimon. That is big. It also means that Viper one way can no longer be used by the defenders. And that drags 3 players effortlessly over to the B side of the map, which means that A is right for the taking.
Yeah, Team 7, yeah.
Lockdown. Does leave some space over to M80, and that's what they need. Finally, some space, okay? There's nothing to worry about other than just, getting themselves onto site. Let's focus on the post plan and leave that util there. This is potential to finally use your util and give yourself some space here.
Ooh, blind ready for the post.
Round, alt-wise from M80. Lockdown came out. Now an on command being used by Nismo. He's posted up on 14 and he wants to shut down any of that potential retake util because he knows 7 can thrash his team into the site. But that on command's over now. Simno just takes that one raw, and here comes that thrash. That was a concern, of course, for M80, and it's Nismo that gets caught on top of 410.
Saving.
So Koala Noob drops back to play off of him in case they try and dive on the detained player.
He's only
but it has to be a safety for TSM. Boys going as far as to save a Spectre. That's how chalked they feel this round is.
They've done it, at least. Really, all they need to avoid is just picking off those fights, dude. It's just because of that lockdown.
Their calling structure. Fuck, I don't remember who said it last time, but someone in chat said Xander calls on attack and Net calls on defense. I might have that reversed. but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Round especially. Do you want to go OT? Absolutely not.
I don't remember who said it. Fuck.
can set up for a post plant.
Yeah, okay, it was Net's girlfriend. It was someone close to the team
sometimes what you look for
that I trusted.
That, you know, the Viper is
it was like, oh, I'm getting real info here. Because I normally wouldn't convey a random chatter's info like that to another random chatter.
This spot
like I'd be spreading some fake news.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. Great variation here from the defenders, and they're not ready for Sim playing from Nest either.
Chat is not trustworthy enough for you to do that. Yeah, exactly. I would never.
Too quick. It's too quick. They know TSM like to push. They don't prepare themselves for it, and this isn't the M80 that I'm kind of accustomed to. The M80 that adapts, the M80 that reads into the consistent plays of TSM.
Has the alarm bot protecting? Okay.
Now it feels like TSM are more so just reading into M80 and making it a lot easier for them. But GMD, oh, he's ready.
Still, BCJ gets okay. Careful there, young son. Still some of that killjoy util that has to be cleared. So in a 3 versus 4. You notice here that Xander still doesn't feel like he's online for the Viper's pit plan. Still, okay, he's going to throw that down in a much more passive spot, but this does cover the spike. Gives M80 a way to sort of work in, but it can be circumvented. You'll notice that already Sim's wrapping around this Viper's pit to try and enter it from the rear.
Oh, God.
And Molly's being thrown on in. 7 gets caught out, though. Sim has to make the play here. Tries to go for 2. Great transfer, not quite there. And Xander thought he had it. The shorty found one.
We got it.
And at the end of the day, M80
we did it.
Come up short. They had to make the play to try and end the match here. But we're going to overtime, folks.
The overtime.
Switching sides.
That's what was needed. But as we switch sides, I think that'll give you know, some time for kind of M80 to really look back at the mistakes that they've made and just go back to the roots of, okay, you know, this is when we were the most dominant and this is when we weren't. How can we fix things? And obviously make things work in our favor. But I think TSM, they've just gotten better with time, right? The warm-up was the last game. This is now exactly what they needed, having Sim on that arena to fearfully get themselves onto the site, and honestly, just everybody else on this team really, really making those shots work.
Been a fun couple of rounds, right? That one went to the wire.
I have something I'd like to say, Chad.
Xander obviously felt like I was pretty confident that the Viper's pit would make things quite hard for TSM. They had to fight back from losing 2 players at the start of that round, right? So decent from M80.
That's it. That's all.
But now forget about that. We are into this overtime, and the one thing
I don't know how to create those guys.
You'll note that obviously 4 orbs here is what you start with as the gecko, I think. So BCJ has already managed to pick one up. There is the potential to use Thrash in some of these overtime rounds. I think that's what M80 are trying to do.
Dude, that literally logged me out of my chat. What?
Okay, we're going to start hitting A little bit faster now. I think Dizzy just checks close just in case.
That fucking cooked me. I can't read chat anymore.
M80
what
go for what TSM did in that prior round and embed those players quite deeply. Decent smoke timing now. This is going to funnel TSM. Alright, BCJ and Crows. Doesn't actually see anything except the wingman, and he brings down, and Jamon doesn't check his corner. Thinks that Crows is
3-on-3.
empty. It has a decent off angle here on Rafters.
I don't reach out anyway. I don't
Boys
care.
might be a problem for him though as that wall comes down. He spots him out though.
Oh!
A second. 7 falls in a proto. Next up to the plate.
Big 2K.
Able to survive with 30 HP. But eventually being shut down by Nismo from Rafters. That's M80. Take the round.
We're seeing a repeating theme of not checking corners here. I don't like it. I think we need to reevaluate what's going on, but
it's so tough. Like you have to be fast here, and I think GMD already sees the player at Rafter as he comes across on the zip line. So he's like, oh, I have to fight one of these people. I'm assuming that he didn't realize there was a player in Crows, but he had no choice but to take that fight there. When you have to play fast, and also, yeah, you just don't have like full info about where the anchor players are on that site.
I haven't seen anything out.
TSM
down in mid, so yeah,
backs against the wall again.
Much an indicator that somebody might be wanting to peek out around in mid, but it's a different approach. It's so much more slower. And trying to lure out the players and, trying to change the positioning
some kind of
to make
mid-play
sure,
chat.
hey, we know somebody's pushing out A.
They've been holding with the turret. Once the second orb activation comes, they scale up. They're going under. Here we go, poise.
Here over on the B side.
It's tricky.
They're maybe not necessarily trying to sell anything, but maybe trying to obscure that there's a flank coming up through mid. Poise has heard it, has to hold this corner.
Oh man, I think he could have gotten two.
Best case scenario, honestly, for the attackers there, as Poise was in a 1 and done. Can they push up on this B side further? Xander is down, so again, the post-plant Viper wall is not an option. And then thought he had an angle. He thought it was slick. And Sim comes in on that late reflank through mid to shut him down. And this is a player advantage for TSM on this retake. You see Gimon is checking his corners. Checking all of them as he now gets into Crow's nest. There's about to be some frantic fighting on the side as Paranoia whistles past his feet. It's Koala Noob inside the dark cover spraying down, and Nismo, he reflanks the reflanker. And a molly for the side here. Impossible for TSM to bounce back. And then M80 wrapping up the series.
Jover. In this moment when the pressure is high, you know what, guys? We were just fooling around. The attacking side, it's not really that hard. We're just gonna run away with it. And that's exactly what they did. The smiles on their faces definitely show how stressful it was, right? Going home with a 2-0, being able to just prove to everyone, okay, listen, we had a couple bad rounds on the attack. Yeah, okay, maybe the composition was a little quirky. No duelist, haha, silly me. But it just works. They went no duelist this whole time. That's crazy to me. The fact that we can see something so weird. We can see something so against the normal composition and normal meta of what we normally typically see. And see it work for somebody else.
Yeah, it's a classic M80 comp, and that obviously means that they have access to so much of this utility, right? Double controller, double initiator is extremely powerful. And of course, we mentioned it a few times, net was really, really solid, especially on that first half for M80. Great showing here. We're going to head over our desk here to break things down, of course, have a look back at this first series and set us up for our second and final series of the day.
Hey, I mean,
who's calling?
Xander. Fight there to take it into overtime to try and take us into a map 3, but in the end, not going to be good enough. M80 are going to take the series 2-0. The curse continues. M80 still is not lost to TSM.
What the fuck?
We're moving on to live another day here at Lemon Kiwi here in our playoffs.
I think there's a silver lining here if you get a telescope out for sure. I think this was a way better icebox for TSM than they've ever played. Like, in terms of how many rounds they took, how close this was, and going up against a comp that didn't even have a duelist. I thought TSM was going to have an edge here playing the Reyna, but this is a TSM team that I still think need a lot of time to maximize the value out of their utility, but still a better showing out of TSM, but M80 still the better team.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that despite TSM having like an incredibly close match with M80, it did feel like M80 did have
Here's our stats for the game.
Energy that they needed to, like, in terms of executes, in terms of retakes, like, but TSM overly relied on a lot of these hero plays that kind of made this game seem a lot closer than it, in my opinion, was, like, in terms of macro at least.
The stats were fairly close, like, team-wise.
Positive and a negative in terms of, like, TSM does have the firepower, but overall, I felt like M80 had a very strong game plan. They maximized the value.
I think this was a game where TSM made quite a few errors.
Kind of like Valorant abuse, no?
Like,
4 agents that all have recharge.
Wow, look at the head-to-head. Jesus Christ.
Start to finish just seems insane.
And we were kind of laughing, and DM's just like
5 straight against them.
rounds came down to like team deathmatch.
I do feel like TSM made a lot of mistakes here against the triple Senti comp. They weren't ready for it. And I think if they had a second chance, they could probably avoid a lot of the things that happened here. But still, like, half the value of the comp is the surprise factor. So that'd be silly to say, like, that is a method of cope.
To bring them to the 12 to 14, it makes me. It still goes back to the TSM. They have this potential. They have the players. I mean,
yeah.
Come on, getting this ace. You see all of a sudden.
I feel like I gotta get off the TSM train. Man, I've been thinking this team would break through now for like 2 years.
They for a little bit kind of lost like the top dog status here in Challengers.
It's been so disappointing.
Enjoy the post-series highlights.
Yeah, GMD is fed up of him. GMD, bro. You guys are the father of GMD. He's just but a son. How do I think they'll perform without what we did? That's a hard one, man. Like, we did playing really well too. Like, even the games he doesn't have like immense impact frag wise, he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. You know, like, he's an experienced player that plays well with his util. So I'm not sure how they're gonna look without him. Let me see, who are they using? Oh, Raucus, that's right. Raucus will have that experience. He won't have the individual firepower that we did has, but I doubt he'll make like a lot of glaring mistakes, you know? They do have a lot of firepower without we did. That's like Corey, B-Dog, Adder. Even Stellar's a fragging IGL, so they don't necessarily need the impact. But usually shit like that is felt. I don't know though. That's correct, Joshy, yes.
And with a strong 2-0 win, it's going to be M80 to move on a little further in the upper bracket here of our playoffs. And on the line to chat with me a little bit more about it, I have Koala Noob. I have to say big congratulations on the series and big congratulations on the stunt that y'all pulled off in this first map. We have to talk about that first. 3 Senti Lotus. What's going on over there? What are y'all cooking?
Honestly, it just requires a lot of trust. We were, like, my coach messaged me one night, and he's like, what do you think about this comp? And I'm like, I love it. And then he's going to be like, yeah, but we're going to have to do a lot of convincing on the team, because some of the team, like, might have not, like, agreed with it. But we talked to them about it. Happy's an incredible coach. Honestly, probably the best coach in Valorant. I'm not gonna lie, even though he's in Challengers, and he showed us great stuff, and we believe in him, and we trusted the comp, and we ran it, and it looks great, and we're very happy with the result.
Yeah, we all loved watching it. Watching this come together was great. So, coach is a genius. Bring this idea to the team. Says the team needs convincing. Did the team need convincing at all when they saw it? Because it is a little bit more unorthodox.
Honestly, yeah. So I'm not like. I got a little overzealous and I brought the comp up like really fast. Like when he talked to me about it, I'm like, guys, what do you think about this? And they started laughing a little bit, but like more in a joking way.
Oh, he's not so sick.
Honestly, when Happy like started showing like all the ideas he had and stuff with it, like we were pretty on board. And yeah, I mean, everybody's very comfortable with the roles. We're all very flexible players, so it wasn't like anybody was off role. And it just worked, and we're very happy.
Hey, it was a show, that is absolutely for sure.
Hold up, I gotta check something. Any of Koala's family in here?
Playoffs, I think is just absolutely wonderful. You guys get this 2-0 victory today, and even when we kicked off the series, seeing this map pool that was picked, Lotus, which M80 have been pretty decent on in the past, and then Icebox, where you guys slaughter, was this kind of a series from the get-go that you kind of thought was just gonna go your guys' way? Like, this is a map pool that seemed heavily favored.
Yeah, I mean, we have a very strong map pool either way. Like, we're very confident in all the maps we play, but I think TSM is a team that like works really well into the style that we play in the maps that we like really like to play. So I think we just pretty much knew we were gonna win.
Great stuff. There's one last thing that I want to ask you. You actually tweeted out a little bit ago talking, this was after your win up against MXS, talking about feeling the team is going back to vintage M80. And I want to ask a little bit about what that vintage M80 means. If it's something that's more results based or something with like a core identity of the team. Because when we're looking at the team in comparison to Ascension last year, you guys still have a core identity. You do have 2 different players.
Yeah, so I think the biggest difference is when we had Nitro, before we replaced him with Net, we were very static and like kind of just like hoping that the setup that we started off with works, and we kind of didn't really we didn't really have any like strong mid rounds to help us.
Just very rigid.
Adding in Net, and that's not on anyone, it's just, I guess it's just the way that our team functioned. When we picked up Net, honestly, he's an incredible kid. He's a great player. Like the first time we tried him out, I'm like, I love this guy.
What
like,
the fuck?
He's really good. He knows what he's doing. He's very vocal for us on the CT side, which is I think something that we lacked with the old iteration of our roster, and being able to have a lot more like proactivity and just like good overall mid rounds on both sides is just something that's really benefiting us. And also Xander becoming IGL.
That's
IGL'd
true.
In the past.
He can grow a more full beard than me. He could probably call me kid.
Like he's doing a great job IGLing. Nismo is an incredible player.
Yes, sir.
Everybody on the team is vocal.
Yes, sir.
Nismo's super vocal. He has great ideas. BCJ is just insanely vocal. Has great ideas. Everybody just knows what we want to do now, and that's the M80 that was like that last season.
Oh,
we were
fuck,
all
you're
vocal, all confident, and
yo, You're in chat? Okay, perfect. Hold up.
This requires a lot of trust. We were, like, my coach messaged me one night, and he's like, what do you think about this comp? And I'm like, I love it. And he's gonna be like, yeah, but we're gonna have to do a lot of convincing on the team, because some of the team, like, might have not agreed
over
with
there
it.
hitting the bong at night.
About
what
it.
do you...
Happy's an incredible coach, honestly.
Yo, Coach Happy. The comp is fucking sick, bro. That comp. Let me tell the boys.
Going up against Sadie Sports after the break.
Bro, you were good. Yeah, that's a 2 a.m. comp. That is definitely a 2 a.m. comp. That's a 2 a.m. comp for sure. That's a fucking... That comp is only a comp that gets cooked after midnight. 100%. Oh man, that was a good interview. That was sick though. That was fucking sick. Alright, so now we go OXG versus Sad. Maybe I'll do my champs pick on right now. Whew. And then tomorrow we play the early game, DZ Blinn late game. Ooh, bad IGL challenges. Best IGL in challengers. Let's say right now, several, but Stellar seems to have done the most with the least. Like, Stellar had no coach. He had a player that was in a severe health decline. Innovated a comp on Ascent that the entire scene is now using. So, that's very impressive. I think it wouldn't be fair if I said anyone but that. Yeah, he's with Turtle Troop. So, he's with these guys. So we did currently battling chemo. Like, dude, they went through a lot, and to do this year out of nowhere, like no sponsor for this whole time, you know, like this is so impressive to me. Such good wins. 2 against M80, 1 against us. They beat Blinn 2-1. The rematch has come. Let me see. How close was this, actually? Trying to remember how this played out. Did we watch this? I don't... This might have been one I missed. I don't know. Harbor Icebox. Did I might have been critical of this. I don't remember. Okay. There it is. Do we do it? We do it. Pick'ems. Ruby DRX. I don't know. Can crew beat Dr. X? I'm just seeing like how flexible they are on some of these. Huh. Dude, I don't know which way to go with this. It's so hard because Fnatic is playing with a stand-in, DRX roster changes, crew recent roster change. Like, bro, this group is fucking fucked. This is so tilting. This whole group just feels like a coin flip. Like, I really don't want to pick Fnatic to win the group. I don't want to pick them. But I feel like the surprise factor of like how DRX plays is going to slaughter Crew here potentially. Like Crew's looseness is going to play against them in this matchup. And that's why I'm worried for Crew here. I think if DRX beats Fnatic here, then Crew is going to beat them down here. I don't want to do the rematch thing. I'm going to go this way. I don't know, actually. Do I want to go Crew? I don't feel good about Crew right now. I don't feel like Crew is like a great team right now. But I also want to believe in them, like, when I watch them. My biased pick says Crew. My unbiased pick says, like, probably Fnatic. Like, Fnatic have innovated comps. They've reinvented themselves without Leo being there. They look, like, revitalized now, actually, somehow. They have experience. And they have nothing to lose. So, like, theoretically, the unbiased pick would be Fnatic here. The biased pick is Crew. I think I want to go with the biased pick. I don't know. They are the ISO believers, though. They are the ISO You were right. You were right. There's something about me picking the people that actually do, like, the crazy comps. What, rooting against that? That seems like sacrilegious for me, you know? This hurts me. This hurts me right now. Oh, no. No, don't make me pick. Don't. Well, I know this. I know this team is going to win. I don't even know who it is, but they're going to win. Oh, no. No one beats them. As I said, no one beats them. I gotta stay true to how I feel in this. With them, I gotta stay true to it. The rematch from Madrid. about to pick no NA teams making it out of groups potential? No, I'll have G2. Dude. This is like painful for me. This is like hurting me a little bit. This one is a little easier for me. Vitality's looked really good. Safe looks revitalized. Like they've incorporated Neon in really well. But Lev is by far our best team. Osbos is
Hello everyone, welcome back to Valorant Challengers. We got playoffs ahead of us and a 2-0 series won by M80 to kick it off the day. Now we have Oxygen going up.
I think if any cell in your body, and honestly, I wouldn't blame you if you have no cells in your body that feel this way. Young players, their biggest international tournament, will he choke here? Like the decider match, like Primi, is he gonna choke? In Valorant's history, dude, Valorant tells me that player is gonna fucking slaughter. My CS history tells me that this player would choke, but that doesn't happen in Valorant. I don't know why. Like the players just show up always. There's a couple I could name, but I'm going to go Vitality. I don't feel great about it. I think Talent has done some really cool stuff. I respect the job Frost has done over there. The NA dudes like Gov going over. But yeah, I'm going to go with that. Group peek out. EDG versus Foot. What EDG are we gonna get? What Foot are we gonna get? Fuck, dude. These games are so hard to predict. Jesus Christ, these games are hard. One sec. I'm like really struggling to choose. Two. Neon. I bet this looks like shit. I bet this looks like fucking shit. Who picked this? They picked it. Come on, Yoru. 1 in 6 First Bloods. Dude. Nah, I can't be seeing this. I can't be seeing this and pick them. I can't be seeing him bottom fragging on Neon. I can't. Yoru, I can't. 1 in 6 First Bloods, nah. I'm out. If this is Shark Tank and I see that shit, I'm saying I'm out right away. That's all I needed to see. Put him on Jet every fucking map or Chamber or some shit. Just see what happens. But I can't get behind that right now. He's been cooking on your all age. Look, unlucky draw then for him that I picked that stats page. Unlucky draw. They burned me so hard before. I will not forgive them. I will not forgive them for what they did to me when I picked them here. I will remember this pick for the rest of my life. I picked EDG this day. This day where they got 5 rounds. Look at the where the rounds are. Do you know how painful this was? To watch them win only a bonus and only a pistol and only an eco and only an anti-eco and eco, and then the last, like, dude, that series was hard as fuck to watch. And this is allowed that didn't even make the playoffs. I cannot pick them here. I can't. I used to be the biggest fucking EDG fan, but I can't do it. They burned me so hard that day. They got to earn my trust back before I pick them again after that. After that day, they don't deserve my love. They don't deserve it. What do you guys think I am? Fucking doormat? You think they could just walk all over me? Oh. this. This is... Essentially, I'm just writing off Paper Rex if I say they're going to lose this. Do I think they will lose this? Their ascent problems will definitely come up here. G2 can work them on ascent. G2 can work them on Haven. G2 could... That could be a problem. Sunset Icebox could be a problem for them because G2 does not want to play these two maps and PRX is down to play those maps. They're both dig and bind and they both kind of fuck with Lotus. This is actually a very good series. They both have two maps that they will win at. Holy fuck, this series is hard to predict. PRX don't want Icebox? I don't know. I think they would want it. Because it's not a strong map for G2. And it's like an aim map to take away a lot of the skill. Or a lot of the tactics and stuff. You know, their losses are to great teams. Right? These losses are to great teams. You could say G2 is a great team too. But they operate very differently than Gen G and DRX do. Like you can see before this last game on Icebox versus Lev, which had a lot of antis. If you remember the post-game interview, they even said, like, I don't even know how the fuck we did that. And there was Jonah in the post-game. This was before that, right? Like 4 straight. Not even getting more than 7 rounds. 5 straight, sorry. 5 straight losses. So I think the veto is very interesting against G2 Paper X because the way it's going to play out is G2 is going to want to play these two maps, Haven and Ascent. Paper X is going to really want to get G2 on these two maps, Icebox and Sunset. And obviously, you know, they're going to play a game before the veto even starts of like, which one should we ban? Which one should we leave open? It's a very easy question, right? Like, they're going to get together as a team, both G2 and Paper X, and be like, which one should we ban? And they're going to figure it out. And then they're going to anti the other one really, really hard. Both teams are going to do this. And then the third map could be any of these other 3. Because the teams have shown that they'll play any of them. Like the third map could really be any of these. If it's bind, it's because both teams would want bind to be the third and they think it's really high up in their map pool and they just want to play to their strengths. If it's Lotus, it's probably G2's choice and they think that they can bully them around with rotations. And if it's Abyss, it might be Paper X's choice. That's how I think this is going to play out. And with all of that said, I think what I just realized is that G2 is going to win this series. I have faith. It's something about the Abyss. It's like that third map. Like I favor them slightly on Abyss or Bind or Lotus. And I think they'll trade their own map picks. So like a 2-1 for G2 there. Foot versus G2. I think G2 is a better team. The op on Foot, G2 has proven to me a lot that they can take the star player out of the game. And if you're too reliant on that star player, you're cooked. Against Lev yesterday, Lev needed Mazzino to come up massively. I don't know who that player would have to be for Foot, but I'm going to go with G2 just because I think it's very difficult to get that. Paper X versus EDG. Got Paper X. Paper X versus Foot. I again have Paper X here. I think it's just a skill diff across the team. And there's been times where I think Foot's slow to adapt. So yeah, that's where I'm gonna go there. All right, Gen G versus Sen. I think Gen G is the best team in the tournament. I already said that. Heretics. I've also said that they're the second best team in the tournament. It's just whether they can make it all work with like Mini Boo, and like it'll be his first big event since he missed out. It'll be their first big event as a team. I'm sorry, as like a full team, because he did go to Madrid. I'm gonna go Gen G. I think there's a very high likelihood Heretics wins this series, and they win it convincingly. But there's something about this aura that Gen G has where I just perceive them as like unbeatable. And in order to beat them, like you have to be deep in a tournament, anti-shredding, you know, like they have to feel pressure to like kind of whiff. Like you have to put them in a spot where they feel the pressure. And I don't think they're going to feel the pressure at all in this game. So, unless Heretics is front running by a lot. Sentinels versus Heretics is an incredible game too. Fuck, dude. This is like, I think in a vacuum, I'd definitely pick Heretics here, by the way. Like, if I am not an NA fan, I'm picking Heretics. 100%. There is no reason to not pick Heretics here, actually. Fuck, dude. This is a new comp. Who knows if we've seen that shit. So there's sunsets. This was one of the few times they've lost this shit. This is a very hard series for Sentinels. Oh, man. Because Sentinels are coming into this, guys, and this is the scenario Sentinels are in here. So Heretics ban Ascent in this series. You can see they had a comp change here, and they look quite good on Icebox. They're normally very good on Sunset. They're normally very good on Lotus. And I'm not really sure. Let me actually take a look at what their Haven's been like. Let's go like there. Okay, they were just being kind of weird on it before. Huh. There might be some hope for Sentinels on Haven. Bind. Oh, ever since that comp change, they've been cooking, huh? Their bind looks very good. Sentinels bind took a step back with the deadlock. That worries me. They'll have to have a comp change or figure it all out. Hopefully it's a comp change. Split. They got weird with that, the double duelist there too. I guess Sentinel's hope here is that like maybe Heretics got a little bit too crazy with some of these comps and they kind of lost their footing. Because they did change a lot. Like looking through some of these comps, like holy fuck, they were switching stuff up a lot. Okay, we're in here. Abyss, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go Harbor Omen. Okay, I'm gonna finish this pick'em. What do you guys think? I hedge my happiness. I hedge it. I hedge it. It's a good place to hedge the happiness.
At all the agents on Zad Esports end, and obviously they're cooking. They got to feel confident if they're going to be taking Oxygen Esports here first. Are they overcooking, or what's about to happen? Compers, Uber, take it away. Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yeah, it's going to be tough to piece.
I got to
this
pee
one
so bad
together,
before this starts.
On the Oxygen side,
you guys had me yap through the
because it's a little more
10 minutes,
straightforward. It's actually the Leviathan approach to this particular map, right? We've seen a lot of teams go with like that Ascent composition, but some of them favor having that extra controller. Harbor definitely seems very popular on Abyss right now. If we just treat the Clove as like an analog for Omen, should I say, then it's maybe not the wildest comp on the side of Sad, but it's going to take a bit of work to piece this together, I think.
Sierra asked if they were cooking. And
thoughts?
Sad Esports, they burnt the food. I don't know. Like,
hey, we haven't tried it. It might be char grilled on purpose.
You know what? You're right though, because it could be. I actually agree with you there. My biggest thing is like, how the heck do we come to this conclusion? I guess honestly, in all reality, it might work. It might work. I was actually thinking that Clove would be such a good addition to this map though.
Right away, Sad already trying to take this mid control, right? One thing that really sets this map apart is just how hard it can be to shut down a lurk. There's so much of the map to hide in. But Oxygen are grouping up here, and they might want a bit of a fast play over towards A. They're definitely probed there briefly, and Mitch has given up so much of this B side that Sad have actually pushed out.
Yeah, Mitch, some sort of 1v1 already trying to take that one out near B. But it's not working. Mid control, definitely the biggest thing to kind of keep hold of on this map, but Skarn isn't going to be able to do so. Now rotation coming through from Ferbsa to try to find something pretty valuable from that as well.
I mean, Oxygen getting that free kill there is a big deal, right? Easy to catch out some of these people in the middle part of the map. And now Oxygen know that Sad really wanted to exercise a lot of map control towards B, but it's weakened their position there. They do at least have Ferbsa embedded here towards mid, but they're very low. A Harbor Wall might be used here to try and sell this fake to B, but I think Dip knows it's just Mitch here.
Could be the possibility. So good for Verno, though.
Weird
looking for some sort of information. Moving forward, is able to take out the extremities. So, yeah, I mean, very, very well settled in for the attacking side. Just being able to pick off so many 1v1s already off Sad.
I actually didn't realize that we had two Harbors.
Ferbsa here. Still not in a position to have much impact on the round. They've been very quiet. And it's really difficult for Sad to come back in onto this side. They used that Harbor Wall, but Oxygen walked around it, went to the bridge on the outside of the A side, and still got the plant down.
They're looking for a workaround. Redux doesn't even get the tap on. So it is kind of dangerous in this moment. Sad, they're looking to try to take something in from this, but it's almost impossible, right? So many players off the side of Oxygen. Yep, just going to be able to clean up off of that first round. So
did Lev have cool
Oxygen
harbor
comfortable on a map as interesting as this one.
Okay,
Sad was the one who picked this one, correct?
One by one. I did know about John's injury. I didn't know. I still don't know what it is. I read his tweet at the start of my stream today. Sounds like he doesn't know what it is either, right? Which sucks. Bob was on Sad, and yeah, the Harbor looked really good on Lev. I can pull some stuff up on Valoplant right now to
looking for some early action here, Gompers.
Let's see.
That could be it. Yeah, they're just running it down. If anything, it works out with the Clove just being able to have some sort of engagement early on now, especially with Arena taking some sort of overkill in, and the initiation starts, but it doesn't work out the way they planned. So many
dude, what the
just
fuck?
backed off on it. But for a pistol anti-eco round, this has went very, very well in the way of Sad.
Absolutely. I mean, they get a player advantage here, importantly.
They got no flashes to push up this high-low
either.
either.
Not in a position to push up for these weapons. Oxygen also don't try and dispose of them, throw them over the edge, right? So I think those rifles, if there are any, might have been left around there. I think Oxygen at least walking away with the Phantom and Vandal. But they know nothing about the map. They have zero information about it because they didn't clear any of it at the start of the round. So this is going to be really ponderous as they move through the map.
Oh, they don't know, though. Timing is so insane.
Ships in the night. You've got to group up here and play together. Again, Oxygen know that there was a high concentration of players over towards A. So approaching B in a really circumspect manner here means that they can maybe catch someone that's playing towards upper and get the plant, because Oxygen
knows with
a decent degree of confidence that there was one player left over towards B, and they haven't seen the Harbor yet this round. they've done well to get across the
I
map.
do feel like these guys have to
themselves
move.
a post plant set up here over on this B site. They're in this round, well and truly still.
You think
Finally
Euro will be the go-to?
They were very silent. They were working their way up. And again, owing some of that respect over to Sad, despite
that would be dope.
those pistols coming through. Managing to pick something up from Dip. Now the B site looking scary, especially as they do start to prep themselves up for some sort of retake here.
Bit of a one-way there on that corner. Harbor wall getting thrown up now. And they're going to approach the site. Again, pretty good setup here for the post plant for Oxygen.
They're still watching. They're in such a good advantage too, especially with the Vandals, Phantoms working out.
That was just a great mid-round. Once they got into the site, I was like, bro, it's over. So the Harbors, I mean, we could talk about, I guess, attack first. So like the Cascades that we'll likely see, you can see the ones off barrier to block this line like that. You'd see some in mid to block mid lines. If you want to work mid, like you can block these lines. You can see them early round at A main to block that line, or in the site take to block either side. Like the util is almost perfect size. So here's the 8 or the B setup one. And here you can see the defensive one coming in.
They've at least
to initially block this line.
In a good position down in mid. It's so
the Harbor wall also could connect perfectly to like loop like this.
For Oxygen, they know they can take something from it. The Outlaw making some good moves already off the start. Might just be able to make more. No, Darkus runs away with a refrag, so 1-1.
You see how weird and treacherous mid is. I think both sides ended up throwing some smokes down. The close smoke gave Skarn the confidence to swing the angle that was being held by the Outlaw, and that's gone over to Redux.
Oh, and then he throws a cascade to clear. That's so smart.
Ooh, K collateral. They just ran right into that one, and that's unfortunate because 3-0 is not looking too.
So when you see this wall, think about like how Harbor's used on Icebox.
They tried to one-way this Sad to
like get yellow control.
Slow things down a little bit. That was obviously a posthumous smoke from the Clove. We're gonna have a plant here. And you do have the option to push up onto the site here a bit further. See the flank being checked for Verno because they don't know anything about mid again. So hard to clear these lurkers out. Dip's gonna wait a little bit, then he and Coburg are gonna have a crack.
Yo,
at this.
what's good, Calm? Holy fuck, Grats on
here late
fucking winning that shit yesterday. The GOAT.
Getting ready for a Paranoia to throw out.
In
case anybody wants to try to test the limits of Oxygen, but nobody is. And I wouldn't either, honestly. 2 Vandals for the next round would be very attractive, especially with this anti-eco coming through.
So,
but for Sad Esports,
again, like that wall, think like the Icebox wall to get yellow control, one like Lev does kind of. Like they're just trying to deny info and get in this box. And that box would put a lot of pressure on the site and put the spots you can play in. It would collapse those spots massively. So something Lev did yesterday that was really sick was in a post, they had Mazzino here, right? And Mazzino locked in a cascade like this. And they also were running Omen. But they didn't have like the way to get full control, and the way it would be is like this. Like this would be an insane fucking play to make as like a second layer on a hit after a plant over here. Holy fuck, that would be crazy. You could aggress over there so well.
Get away from the situation for a bit.
You do it like Asher
which all in all is just not looking I mean, too solid. Looking at the history of Sad too, it's been I feel like it's been a pretty rocky road for both of these teams. Kind of in general when it comes to what the overview's looking like. Not really for Oxygen. They've been pretty solid. But listen, hear me out. Sad Esports, they've been getting better over time. I feel like that's pretty much been the overrunning trend.
Yeah, the overarching narrative, right? Especially after like losing Bob, and so many of us thought that this team just would not improve.
Like the way Lev were controlling mid on defense was also quite nice, right? So this wall cutting through mid allows this potentially. The Omen could TP over it and make an insane play. In some random ass spot like this corner. There's a lot of options. And you're obviously stalling out mid, you're blocking the door. Ooh. There's the wall to set up the B pressure I was talking about earlier. And here's the high tide. The cove on the default plant. I don't know why the VCT teams weren't planting here yesterday and the day before. I consider this to be the default plant. I think it's better because in the whole like spam sequence, you're forced to defuse in like this tiny area where you only have like 180 degrees of movement.
Either to push the wall and try and help Dip and trade, or Dip had to fall back, but neither of those things happened. And we're already in a post plant. This is about to get messy here.
All this talk about Dip is honestly making me want some fucking chips. Not even trolling.
First shot down though, Dapper is not looking very, very nice at this moment, especially now with another down. But a 1v2, and they still do have some sort of sight on the spike. The defusal comes through. Nope. Wow. All right. Zippo clutch though. Crazy. Listen, even if it's not the guns, it's the timing. I don't even know how to feel about that.
I mean, look, Sad against those better weapons are already well and truly in the B side in that post plant. They're like swarming over it. And Oxygen are opting to play for like a retake or like a post plant situation, but they don't have like this util that we see from comps on Bind, right? They don't have like the Brim or the Mollies or the Gecko. So they
seen
have
a
to
lot
just,
of KOs play over by
try and
A.
take kills. It's pretty dicey.
Just because of this knife
and
mainly.
That's pretty good for
Seppo
Sad considering their weaponry
one,
was quite average coming into that round.
It's cool cam.
Cage triggered.
Same cascades over here.
Yeah, back in mid. And again, always having to fight mid, but
Smoke
obviously
top left
there's so
mid.
much leeway, I feel, on the attacking side with mid that if you're not taking advantage of it, it really doesn't go your way. Darn, knowing that, taking advantage of it as well, though Dapper a bit too close for comfort there in the 1v1s. They just keep erupting. And if you're Sad, you're not really going to want to be in a position like that when Redux getting very, very aggressive, but not watching the flank, and there it goes. Finally, they found the advantage for themselves.
Oxygen mix it up. It's a big mix-up in this round. Attempted a mid-take with 3 players, but there are so many angles. The timing of that Dizzy from Dip forced Oxygen to push into the smoke, and they lost that duel. And that were only 2 players left here, and they are ambling onto A. Darkus has a great passive off angle, but they actually pass under their line of sight.
Still not wanting to make too much noise again. Silent approach. Ooh, peekaboo.
I wish I knew,
me too,
bro. I
because
could
would
cook
not wanna be
something.
in that
I'm
position.
literally just like cooking so much shit up in my head right now, bro. This
They definitely have pretty solid information to keep going with this.
This is an important for actually. Yeah, Dip was trying to set up for like a one and done, a cheeky little spray down corner. That gets cleared pretty easily, and that's a thrash that now is recovered by Dip.
Yeah, they just ran away with that one. That was unfortunate. Honestly, just
Harbor.
It was also pretty rough. That
Harbor has a
was trying to
lot
make
of
quiet
options
movement
here.
and then,
A lot.
oh, I see you and now I don't. But now you know where I am, and now you know what I'm targeting for. Especially with time.
So imagine this one.
There. But
What if you did this
round
play,
five,
chat?
going over in favor of Sad, which is good.
Off barrier, you
And
could
maybe
like
Oxygen might be just
cascade
tempted into a bit less
either
of an
like
aggressive
this to like
stance
lock
towards
in main
B
and
here.
like basically
They do
get
need to
this
find some way to
area,
take map control,
or you
and
could
getting
sail
B
the
is risky
cascade
with the
off the
defenders
map
pushing up as
in
much
case
as
you were
they have
scared of
been,
like
we've seen Oxygen
someone
find
peeking this
success
line
there
aggressively.
in that round where they were able to
Could
split
just sail
Dip and
it off.
Coburg up as they
But
tried to play
the high
aggressively
tide
off the
like
side.
this,
I think pings here might be a relatively quick.
I don't know
hit
how
over
far
towards
it
the
would
B
go
side now
here.
with,
I'm not sure.
Reckoning Bladestorm are also
I'm just gonna
available
stop it
here. A lot
here.
of those big ultimates coming up for
So,
Oxygen, and they are all grouped at B.
That one, you drop this cascade right side, anywhere right side like this. You have your Omen blind up here,
on the other side.
and then your Jet, if you're Lev,
coverage
up
for the time being
trap
for
dash
Oxygen.
up in that shit.
I like it.
That's the play, bro. That is the play. Harbor is insane.
No pings, but Redux gets into the site here. I think Sad just
Same
on the full
defect.
retake, especially the harbor wall, just keeps them out of the site now. So Oxygen get what they came for. They're going to be dealing with Clovolt and also that Empress.
Okay, wow. Just go in the smoke and Redux
Harbor ult so
takes
good.
you right out. Now you've lost one. How are you going to work around this? And it seems like it's not
Dude,
going to be
they're
easy.
fucked.
Already everybody else going to the extremities, and a Vandal picked up, and it's big off Redux if they can find
Redux is everywhere, bro. He
There's
got
one more that
fucking
just needs to be
4.
taken away. But at this point, Redux has pretty much led them to a sense of victory, and the ace is theirs. The player, the myth, the legend, the reason why Sad. My apologies,
fuck.
Oxygen, just continue to do so well.
That was quite astonishing there. You can see like how deep they get onto the site here.
average Redux round. Fucking average, actually. Average Redux round.
That kill there. And then just runs at them. Dapper there, good guy. Looking to just set it up to make sure Redux can take that frag. But Oxygen get the post-plant situation pretty instantly. SAD are forced to play Flood retake because of this harbor wall, this double controller setup from the attackers. It makes it very, very difficult for SAD to stand and fight. They're going to push aggressively off the B side here.
They heard it. They know that they've at least picked something
this
up.
This cascade
and,
is doing work for Oxygen.
Very, very quick.
SAD are trying to aggress ahead of it, and they
sort
can't.
of push that they want to move forward.
They can't get anything
that
going.
They didn't clear that before they just continue to.
The double controller setup makes SAD fear, you know, being inactive on the site. They really feel like they need to get ahead of a lot of this sort of plant-based utility, this execute from Oxygen. But they just serve themselves up there and just get played on from both angles. And now they're almost guaranteed not to win the round because they've got to fight through this double controller util still.
They're not looking to fight this though.
I mean, like, the map is literally designed for this agent. I swear to God, like, the cascade just perfectly, like, I swear the devs, like, want you to pick Harbor. It's like, it's just the perfect size to, like, block some of these lines. Like, this line, like, the way Harbor can just, like, perfectly reach a Heaven cascade right here. The way Harbor can, like, perfectly reach, like, this cascade right here. Like, it's just the way the cascade perfectly would block there, potentially here, potentially here. It's just everywhere. It's like all the chokes are the size of the cascade.
Both angles and take down both those players. So maybe we see like the aggressive pop make a return on the A side again, like if you, SAD, especially because
if you ever think Harbor's a pick on any map, then you would have to think Harbor's a pick here. The ceilings are gone on the site, so the ult gets max value. The plants are spam plants, so the cove and the wall are literally designed for that, for like solutions and to do it more if you want to spam through your own wall. I mean, that's how Pearl was fucking broken. It's like, to me, it feels like the perfect Harbor map.
Mid.
And I'm not even a Harbor enjoyer this year. I actually am a Harbor hater in 2024. 2023 was my Harbor year, chat. I'm like, if Harbor was a bottle of wine, 2023 was a fucking fire year for the Harbor. 2024?
SAD out of position here.
Not it, bro.
Down to 47 seconds left in the round. We might end up seeing just a straight up execute here onto this side behind the recon. Pretty good 0 point though. That sniffs it out.
30 seconds left.
Down in the B site. They've waited long enough.
It's not that he was nerfed. It's just that
the other side to see if they can kind of execute on something there. Yeah, the smokes go up, and the
this is the wall that Lev used yesterday too.
Repositioning starts to happen.
Where the wall was like this, and he left that crack for Osmos to updraft on. Another option for Harbor.
Either way, Oxygen get that post plant yet again. SAD here with pretty average weapons, but with a reckoning to throw down. This is definitely something that Oxygen have to respect to some degree.
So
they're going to be
see all of these lightning bolts. There's nowhere to stand.
Dip's able to find the multi kill on Redux.
Wingman going in inside of a cove.
For the defensive side. Now Pop Flash is moving forward towards the extremities, but it's not like Mitch can do anything about it. They've missed already on the first shot. The only thing left to really rely on is that Hunter's Fury, but it's not good enough. The wall bang's not hitting. And there's Dip just around the back to make it happen.
That sounds great. Pizza sounds great.
And in the end, it's honestly that Harbor ultimate that really messes Oxygen up, because they do, on this occasion, want to play the post plant from inside the B site. Because we talked about how hard it is to play post plant without Molly lineups from outside of B. It gets overwhelmed, and there's good retake control utility from the Harbor here that allows SAD to get in and start to work from behind it.
Ooh,
that was much better from SAD here, that sort of retake, and that's what we're looking for. But you don't have Harbor ult every round. You're going to have to find a way to be able to deal with Oxygen when they get anchored on B in those post plants without reckoning.
Oxygen messing up their post plants. Yeah, that was a hard one though, because of the reckoning. There's not, like, ideally you want to like kind of play up a little bit and contest the Reckoning, but there's really nowhere to hide in that scenario. You would have to preemptively plan to, like, how many people do we want to leave up there? You know, like, and that's, I'm not really sure. Like, truthfully, like, I don't know what the answer is to that. Like, how many people would you want to leave in the site versus play back for, like, a post? Let me see. I'm trying to get to the point. Here it is. All right. So this is, like, when he harbor ults. They actually only had 2 people inside of it. Okay, that actually didn't do so bad. Because, like, these stun, I mean, think about it. Even if you're, like, in 2 different spots like this, that would stun the entire alleyway. There's nowhere to hide at that point. So you can't have more than 2 people over here. Otherwise, everyone's getting stunned, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you don't want that many people up front. Yeah, I don't know if you want anyone up front. Honestly, like, I don't. You might be able to just let Redux fight till his death. It's not a very good attack smoke, though. The attack smoke kind of fucked him. Need to be better.
But a new round means at least some sort of new potential moving forward. The Dip's kind of just watching mid.
That is this.
Yeah, they're lonesome, making sure the util's there to fade them out.
We're fucking cat jamming.
That can't really clear mid. Moving up to do that is far too risky, and they don't know if there's someone on the upper causeway because of that cyber cage thrown down, and Dip is being very safe.
This is a good high tide. Blocks
that one way, and then Aldrone here to scout out this A site. Now Ferbster knows where their bread is.
So his high tide cuts both deep parts of the exit.
Yeah, but they've moved out. They have the A site.
I like
pretty much under wraps. Location now, they figured out where they want to plant, but everybody else moving along, and it might just be it for Sad. Finally, the clips come out. And
no one did this in
always going out with a shorty.
Like taking heaven control in the post. This seems great.
Another recon here. Metal doesn't quite connect. Looks like
Cascade in the post for left side side.
Very cool. Another reckoning here, this time from the attackers. Sad have no choice but to move in as quickly as they can.
Wow.
So they got lit there briefly by one of Dapper's trips.
Yeah, they've already received word up 2 on some of Sad's location there. And everybody else already down. 4th account, 63 health left on Coburg. And of course, that one goes...
How's the music?
But at the end of the day, yeah, win condition over towards Oxygen, player advantage there, and 7-2 now.
See that plant location there on A is extremely rude. It's right on the edge of the map, such that a player inside of like sort of a lobby on the attacker side can swing out to the right, to the edge, and be able to see it. So that means that there's 3 angles that the defenders can shoot at you in the post plant when they're sort of playing off the site on the attacker side. That's pretty hard to deal with.
Too.
And Oxygen were allowed to get in.
When I was designing my Abyss comp, what I said was that I thought Harbor...
Quicker approach from Sad, actually, just moving outward to see. I'm so surprised Bruno read it so perfectly, though, and maybe not too surprised.
I thought Harbor was the must
now that the shots are firing, and they know Dip is there. But are they going to try to...
Nice peeks, goddamn.
Before he leaves, and yes, they will.
Wow, he was in full control right there.
We've seen that play from Sad before, but only on their pistol round. This is a little bit of an awkward buy for them. You notice the Ares in the hands of Kobo.
Harbor Astra could work, Harbor Viper could work, and Harbor Omen could work. And they all would have different strengths, right? Like I showed you those plays with like the Cascade going here and an Omen blind cutting through, or like an Omen blind cutting through here, and you do like a heaven take. Obviously, you can get a lot of value with the Omen blind and the TPs. It's the elevations on the map are nice for Omen, but the size of the map is great for Astra, right? It's such a fucking massive map that Astra's Gravwell, you know, she could play here and Gravwell the A hit, or the Astra wall, the ult could be fucking incredible. Like the wall on this map might be insane on both halves because you would be able to diffuse. You would be able to like cut on a diffuse. You could hypothetically like cut a wall across the map like here, and then half your team steps in front of it and you're just diffusing. Like The Astra Wall seems insane.
But some of those big ultimates are coming back around for Sad here.
So there's aspects to like both agents that I could get behind for sure. And then the Viper, I mean,
actually didn't get anything
speaks for
early
itself.
on
Harbor
with that.
Viper just very good. But
Suppression down A.
I actually might think Viper is
Which gives them a full sense of
the
comfort.
worst of the three in my head.
Oh, nice pop flash. Ursa's just running it down, but that was a bad idea. Not even thinking that somebody might be there for any sort of refrag.
I don't know if that was really the plan. I think Verno thought they'd have that for free, but Scuba was holding that passive angle. Verno just had to hop, skip, and jump away and take a bunch of damage. So look at the deep smokes in mid here. This is going to cut Skarn off and imply that Oxygen are looking to take some more aggressive mid control. But there's an angle from upper being held by Dip, so Sad know that.
Why did this have the music on, bro? It's driving me crazy.
But they're wrapping back around. They did at least get one down in A, but I'm curious. They didn't find any more information off of this. They're just using, or at least taking the risk of whether or not the A site is the one, but they know the KO's here now.
It's
especially
very
now with the placement of that mosh pit.
The information about that Aldrone is also now, it's outdated. So a lot of you two are coming out from the defenders here, but Oxygen do need to commit pretty quickly.
Oh, fuck.
That they will. Now the dash getting ready.
Oh, fuck.
And the Lear taken out somehow. Redux stayed alive longer than was intended, but the sheriffs are working. Everybody on this side, on the anti-eco, they've managed to make it work.
You don't hear it right now?
So Redux obviously playing by that coastline, kind of has to hit those knives and overwhelm. Once you overwhelm that Rain, you're in the back of the site, you can start to wrap around. You will see it play out here. There's even a thrash used, I think, by the defenders, and that's what really, that's what really messed them up. Ah, yeah, go straight in towards main. So Redux has no help, and that cyber cage actually ends up breaking them up. That is a Oxygen cyber cage that unfortunately makes it very, very hard to help Redux or trade that frag out.
That's so big too.
Yeah, same early cascades over here. The Zeppa knife.
It's a huge lack of info for Oxygen, but you hear the TP. Actually, no, they don't. They're still waiting. Some sort of signs down in mid, maybe.
No, it's coming from this
stream.
Because I don't hear anything when I do this.
Hopefully not.
Unfortunate missed shot there for Redux. I was wondering if we'd see a repeat of the round where there's like a clove smoke halfway down, and that's what Skarn tries to swing off of. Instead, it'll be 2 flashes thrown out. And nothing spotted here. Dapper has been sat here pretty quietly. Might have taken some wallbang damage there, but so far undetected.
That's a really good ult line.
And there it goes. Hunter's Fury does get information. Hey, these two are still here. Not planning on moving anytime soon, especially now with knowing where Darkest is kind of residing as well.
Both sides mid.
That Harbor they've thrown in mid. This is to cover for the absence of Skarn, who has now turned their attention.
And then he cascaded here to cross back.
Pretty astute here from Sad, realizing now as the round ticks down, it's much more likely that they're going to get.
All right, here's that same setup cascade.
Paranoid,
attack one way.
By Skarn. Oh, okay, he actually got lit there. He doesn't take the recon out. Good Lear though, finds a bit of space here for Coburg to try and descend, but now Oxygen gets a fight in the site.
I know exactly where.
Yeah, Coburg's just giving themselves something to work off of, but it doesn't work out the way they plan. Now rotation coming through, but a little bit too late for Ursa.
Oh, an open
the party
plant.
has finished. They are looking for some snacks afterwards. So can it work out? Maybe not. Now, especially with the information already given away, all they need to do is play off it. Shock darts, damage lacking. Yeah, time of the essence, and of course the trip is there. So much information. 3 players ready to just clear.
Holy, you just hit him with the wand and then started running.
On the metal there by Ferbster, which was nice, but yeah, no opportunity to capitalize there, and they only had 8 bullets in their gun either way. So again, Oxygen finished the half with 9 rounds. That is pretty impressive on the attacking side with their slow, methodical style, and they end up settling on the right side there. They push into B, and that recon was massive to give them the information of the Rainer playing the off angle.
All right. I think this isn't looking very good for Sad, obviously, guys.
Yeah, they've got good coverage, too.
They can roll here on attack, without a doubt.
Especially, like, playing with the out-down and
how
mid.
their comp is and how the map plays out. It is double controller, but they're single. Now they have a lot of flashes, actually. What the fuck am I talking about? They have a shit ton. They could run this. They could run this with all these flashes and smokes.
They might go for a fast hit over towards B. Yep, Harbor Ball thrown up to basically force
I'm expecting a lot of flanks from
retake.
these guys.
And Oxygen will...
Here's that wall we saw last time.
They do
it's just
have
a
the
plant
retake
strat.
util of their own Harbor to play off.
They're wanting to bun set it.
But only a paranoia in terms of flashes.
Kevin. Retake cam on the wall. Cascade cutting through. Looks like it's going to lock here. That'll let them flood out. That's a really good cascade. Wow.
Stealing. The factor of how this is going to work.
That's
Redux
a really good wall, obviously.
Not even caring about the util at this point, gathering information for everybody else to hop on. There's no sight. The vision gets blurry, and at this point now all you can see is Redux's legs, but they're still making sure that everything is cleared and covered, but halfway through. All they need is a little bit more time to make this happen, but it's not going to be possible. Maybe so. Coburg left.
One enemy. Out of 5.
What the fuck, Dapper? That would have been nuts.
There's no way.
So again, there's good retake util there for Oxygen, right? They use both the High Tide and Cascade to block off the site. But it doesn't stop STAD from spamming in,
sick,
and that's always going to be the issue. You don't really have the util to prevent that from happening. It gets a bit dicey. We saw Oxygen go for that same retake where they play off the B site and they have to contend with the defender's retake util. I mean, Dapper, look, we were on his perspective with the Ghost there.
I feel like this
is
torture.
Players for the swing. Neither of them are really looking at him.
I can't think.
If he kills them, if he's able to kill them a little bit quicker, it probably means that Oxygen can get closer to that defuse.
It's literally fucking torture to just flood my brain with this music. Make it stop.
Dude, everybody. The whole crew settled up on A. Sitting in the smoke, waiting for a simple right click that really isn't going to come.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a reconsideration from Verno about this recon just because they see nothing with the cam.
Why don't they turn that shit off?
This is going to be a weird route because Sad are definitely...
I try to torch you back. I feel like I'm going crazy because you guys are telling me you can't hear it.
So this will force Sad probably
to the B side of the map. This is literally a form of torture. And I'm being gaslit.
Yeah, that they will be. Still owing some respects. Over to Oxygen.
Alright.
Such a weird round.
So they're doing the same wall again. Same plant strat.
It's also the size of this map as well. It means that Oxygen are going to be a long time before they sort of get...
Here's what I'm expecting kind of moving forward after what we've seen here. I'm expecting some low trips like here to take out this wingman. And maybe like someone occupying like a zone somewhere over here where the Cypher currently is, ready to spam wingman and harass the plant. That's what I think the next play is from OXG.
It was coming along. It was Oxygen, of course. The spike planted, though. Not much to play with. You have kind of pistols residing. Now Dark is kind of making his way out of where that smoke's going to reside so that they can just get one. And at this point, pretty good coverage. So, yeah, leaving Oxygen wanting more for the next round, if any.
Inferno, he's pretty happy to perish to the blast, of course.
Does,
not much that he could do in this round.
Anyone chat know if Clove's metal, does that affect, like, util? Like, if I were to throw metal inside of, like, a cove and someone was defusing, does it take damage to the cove? No. Okay. Just checking. I didn't think so, but... Because that would be really weird to, like, have the cove's HP, like, go up and down and shit, but...
Oxygen to try and cut things up a bit is pretty disrespected by the better weaponry of Sad.
Okay. Yeah, seems completely... Okay.
Yeah, just trying to dabble.
So Wingman doesn't get hit by the metal either.
Having that ult is going to be very, very nice addition into the round. Maybe especially now with like so many players residing down in A. But like you said, like the size of the map is crazy. It's so hard to just feel comfortable moving up because there's so much opportunity for the defense. Maybe even for the attack.
That's a pretty cool high tide.
Right, to make
because it allows you to like take this door.
This is new though. This is
and get a little
thrown into
bit
mid,
further than
which
like
actually forces
the
Oxygen
corridor
out of it entirely.
That's an interesting.
It can't really efficiently re-clear it. So we're gonna have heads looking that direction, but here we go. Reckoning gonna be thrown down now. And they're gonna come straight onto the side. Here comes Sad.
They continue to move up. Oxygen in a good spot, but Dapper's just waiting, and of course information comes out once again, so they know where everybody is. And even then, they are able to work themselves up off that. To Coburg, last one left alive. Is it gonna work? Maybe so. They hear the defusal, but they can't get past it. It's the harbor util. It just works its way down. Now, absolutely indestructible.
Damage is
and everybody
nice.
else
Honestly, damage hella nice.
Surprisingly getting down.
Coburg does well at the end of the round there, but again, they are just looking for exits at that point. So many of the sad players, I mean, they didn't have any chance to really penetrate into A deeply. They couldn't get over the site. Look at their positioning here. They're all still sitting in main because Oxygen, basically, they come and flood just as the spike is planted. So there's no time for Sad to get set up safely towards A main.
Man.
Again,
they're fucking with our audio. They're fucking with our vision.
Because there's a bit of defensive utility on A, like tripwires and such, that they don't want
coming at all the senses right here. I'm gonna now break the door from there every time.
Still.
I'm gonna do that every time.
Up towards mid, another slow approach to the situation. This time Oxygen being a little bit more precautious around the A site. Whatever's happening there.
I'm gonna break that door from here safely, and then I'm gonna come over here, and I'm gonna break this door through this box from here. I'm gonna spam that door.
But that's not enough here to.
And then I'm gonna tell my teammates to go plant, and in the post plant, I'm gonna do the comm. That's me every round.
One trip set up on the plant location.
That's my play.
So not a lot of early warning mechanisms for Oxygen. This harbor wall should give it away. The cut off upper, but there's still a chance here for Werner to get into the site and fight properly.
The fights get harder and harder, especially now with so many players on the side of Oxygen making their way onto the site. Verno takes the 1v1 and he does win it out, and it gives opportunity. Maybe not as much as we thought. It's so difficult. There's so much to utilize.
I like this smoke from
At least for the side of Sad Esports.
I love that smoke from Scuba to live back there.
Everybody just goes down. Information is lacking.
Damn.
Dude, what is going on? It literally, like, I think the map is just so big.
And then
it's like
wall,
you just have to.
Yo,
that's trying to go for the.
That's like the MCE style wall. This is we saw this towards the end of like the harbor phase in 2023. And we didn't really get to see a lot of this development, but this is something that like MCE's team started to do towards the end, where like instead of retaking and like smoking the spike or doing shit like that, with the harbors, the teams were retaking and like smoking in front of the site. So like for Haven, for example, like if you were to retake C, the harbor wall would be like here, like on a flood, and you would step in front of it and on top of default, and it's so powerful because they have the other team has no idea where to shoot, what's happening behind the wall. You can see over it from certain spots like here or up here, and they're just frantically spraying through it, and you can step in front. Like those scenarios are super powerful. Did I pause? Oh yeah, here we go.
At least for boats, not for Oxygen
here
so
is
much.
This one though. That's what happened here.
We might need to see like
so it's rotating. There's this wall. This is like a smoke to help this guy live backside.
Degree. But remember, Oxygen had like decent executes on towards B with a harbor wall, right, to basically cut.
Right when you saw the Leary through it, actually.
Flood angles off, get in and get a post plant, and they fight in the site. They anchor and sort of throw down there. Sad here again are going to attempt this A. They did buy up reasonably well here, Compass, and they can play off the front.
Sorry, I haven't been reading
There's definitely potential.
Very much. Interesting. Same wall.
The potential's there, especially now with Thrash
obviously doing it on
making
purpose.
its way out, but that's actually not enough. Doesn't find anyone still.
Same theory here with this harbor wall, guys.
Definitely works in favor, but the harbor ultimate proving to be difficult now, especially with Darkest falling off and listening into that from the defensive side. So they have some pretty solid info there.
We have a defensive reckoning here as well. So Sad now do have to fall back to those post-plant positions.
Oh, we're bun setting.
Nobody running down. Redux is trying to find his way around. Oh, this is perfect. Finally making his way. And he doesn't miss the shot. No, the second one down. And of course the approach was there.
Oh my god, what a play. What a play. TP'd into the one-way.
Just annihilating everybody off the board.
Well, again, I think that, look, we saw both reckonings used in that round. The fact that I think it was Redux found a free kill there in upper, just spamming through the smoke that came down is pretty massive. Eventually, the jet gets to the site, they get to sort of...
Oxygen's so sick, bro.
Yeah, it was Verno. This kill there is huge. You've just taken the Reyna out for free.
One enemy remaining. Dude, look at that.
That was sick.
A wraparound from
Don't
Redux
say that, buddy.
Stop! To kind of assist. I like the timing on that.
You mean MXS, right?
You can see the vision
when you say
of
this
just
team,
wrapping
like
around,
the team
sandwiching everybody in, and then taking pretty good advantage off that.
Okay.
What a round for an outlaw.
That's what I thought.
This is very nice for Redux. He's about to get busy.
Oh my gosh, and it's already so good too.
Cause yeah,
does drop, doesn't get blinded. Instead now Sparn
oh, if he had any other gun.
So long, so they don't know what's going on.
Oh no, he's still not. Bro, everyone's getting pinged by everything out here.
Everybody on oxygen, they're looking for the victory.
Oh no,
no. The way that it is, knowing that nobody has any shield on them, forcing the buy for Sad.
One enemy remains.
They got clowned on. There's no other way of putting it here.
Stop, Redux.
The presence of mind to go for the outlaw in this round for Redux.
Stop, please.
And they have to make a hard decision. Do they try and shoot
Just
another
jump
player
off,
or stop the wingman plant? They
just
fall
end
back
it.
to the site,
Jump
play around the
off.
corner, and again they just take contact from Scar.
It's
walks
oh
up,
my
and again
god.
does not have full armor, so it's a one shot to Redux's weapon. Now for the game, Darkest needs to go massive. Spike is a long way away.
Yeah, dude, I would try to do a fucking
as
backflip or a trick shot off the edge right now.
Omen resmoke is there, and the angle is not being watched. It's actually like the wider angle, so Darkest might have the drop here.
Oh.
Yep, they do. Take Redux down.
Ooh.
Everybody now
made a go out of that, actually.
A waterfall of deaths and a win that comes through for Oxygen, fighting long and hard on Abyss, which I don't even think they were expecting to really be pulled out.
Fighting long and hard, and I looked down at my screen, and Verno is just giving me just cold blinks. Like he's just like not even sweating at all, bro. Like literally doesn't look worried in the slightest.
Harbor and everything else along those lines is
they look so
honestly,
bored, bro. They look so bored.
Happy to have a strong showing on this map. Remember, Split was a map that Oxygen really lent on quite heavily in stage 1.
That's what I thought when I looked out. I was like, man, they don't look like they're having a good time.
Come back here, get a good Abyss game. I thought like their side hits on towards B were especially good, but it was messy either way. A lot of those post plants. You know, we are going to hear, I think, our analysts talk about how puggy that map ended up being, but there were some good ideas there to build on. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to break down map number 1, Abyss, for the first time seen here in our Challengers finals, and then we'll see if SAG can bring the series back in map 2.
Okay. We can look at a little bit of the Lev shit, right? So that way we can kind of see. This is the bonus where I pointed out the early high tide that they were using mid, where King just kind of took this timing and got right behind a B hit, which they were so not ready for, dude. Like, honestly, just whiffed the kill. But then the blind comes in. That's it. End up winning the round. Here on the rotate, Mazzino's playing mid. He cuts back. High tides to block these guys off from heaven. Just be super annoying. I don't think that high tide's particularly very good. Then ults on the hit, which is super annoying. I'm not gonna lie, the Omen looks very good with the Harbor, but I feel like the Asher would also look very good, so. High tide to block mid. Omen smoke to kind of fuck with the window peak. So they're basically making it so you really don't want to peek over here because it feels like you shouldn't peek through this smoke. Thus, this is the only avenue to peek, and you would assume that someone's going to be holding that. So they're kind of bullying you to not peek that unless you have like a hit planned. Here's the same theory with like the high tide front sight. Deep high tide mid with kind of like a bit of a gap, like a curve out for King to go in. I think they could have done better with actually giving King like a pocket, but this worked. You can do that shit with Harbor. You can like craft places to put people, which is incredible. Like, I can see they're cooking really hard with these high tides in ways that I've been waiting for Harbors to do. Deep high tide mid again. And then they stall, so they stall off A a lot with the Omen. and they stall off mid a lot with the Harbor on defense. The defense is definitely going to be the harder half for the Harbor. So he rotates over to A, throws a cascade that's going to be blocking. Oh, dude, that's fucking nuts. He locked the cascade there? Wow. Wow, he had that all planned, I guess. So he walls to block off that, which means people could flood out technically. And then he locks in his cascade so that way he's safe and he only needs to worry about like this down here. That's pretty sick. Bro, like Mazzino is so good on Harbor. He's definitely done that shit before. I refuse to believe that that's on the fly. So even this, I remember he made really winnable, right? These guys are in main. They're ready to do spam shot shit. He throws his cove. He's going to get half. Steps out. Throws his cascade. He throws it shallow like this. This guy's Harbor is so good, bro. Like, this is exactly what you would want to do. And I feel like not many Harbors would do this. Most Harbors would send this cascade and lock it like in main. But the way he did this was like he taps and he basically makes it where these guys have to swing. And he's ready to peek into them. Like he gave himself a chance. Mazzino is fucking crazy good on this agent. B hit. So it's rotating over. Harbor ults. High tides deep this time. So now that he has the Harbor ult, he high tides deep. They get a dart in on the right side. Whoa. Definitely helps to have Osboss on your team, huh? Fuck. I mean, the Harbor looks great. I don't know what you guys want me to say. I love it. Yeah, I watched the M80 Tsm game. Yeah. I guess so with Mazzino. I mean, Tui's hasn't been playing it a lot. I would have said Tui's, to be honest. I thought Tui's was always a better Harbor. And I even think Forsaken is a better Harbor. I just think he's a different Harbor. Like, when I watch Forsaken play Harbor, he plays Forsaken in a way that I don't think to play it, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It means it's fucking insane. It's so good. Like, when I watch Forsaken play Harbor, it's incredible. Like, I'm not saying he plays it perfectly, but he utilizes an aspect of the agent that not many other pros utilize, and it's the ability to be, like, super creative on the fly. Like, and that's where Forsaken, I think, is just, like, a cut above. He's so sick with that stuff. Like, just crafting walls, like, on the fly, like, lock... Because you have the option to just make whatever wall you want, or lock in a cascade wherever you want. You know, like... The util for Harbor is kind of at your own discretion. You know, it's a little bit different than the other controllers. Viper's very rigid. It's like the complete opposite. Brim, like 3 smokes that, you know, like you pick a spot and that's where they are. At least with the Omen, you can stick them places. Harbor's just very unique as a controller in that regard. And I think the way that, like, Forsaken and PRX utilized the Cove a lot was also something that I really enjoyed, and it could be a solution on this map, right? Like, everyone that was saying, like, well, what do you do about ciphers and stuff? Well, it's the same thing as, you know, like what PRX showed me you could do. Say, like, if there's the unbreakable here on Breeze, right? Which you can always do if you have a Harbor, is like you off set like a cove, like somewhere like here, and that way when you run into it, you run into the trip, you're in your cove and you can see the end of the trip and you can break it from within the cove. And like, this is a solution that I've seen a lot of these pro teams do on like this scenario and this scenario. Like, I've seen it here too, like over here by long, because these are both good spots for the cove where you could throw it like offset to the side and like peek around it to get the kill on the guy that's, because these guys back sight sometimes don't actually have vision on this. They might be like behind a smoke, right? It could be something like this, like where this smoke is up and this player is spamming through the smoke into the trip. So then this player will be able to cut ahead and get the kill on the tracers. Like
really hurt Sad in that part because they lacked so much information. There's only so much the KO knife can really bring, and even lacking the Omen, instead playing the Clove instead of the Omen, it's just another layer of attack in the round when you could have a Paranoia and maybe still have a Jet Dash active. So there was a lot less options for Sad.
Decent on Sunset, yeah, but the opportunity cost seems to be very high on Sunset. Very high. Like what you lose when you add a Harbor into a comp doesn't seem worth it on Sunset. But, you know, like the game is so dynamic and changing. I mentioned I was like a big Harbor fan in like 2023. Nothing's changed with Harbor, but things have changed with the other agents, with the maps, and the game itself has gravitated a little bit more towards like double initiator and more like pouncy play. And it's kind of strayed a little bit away from, you know, like the Viper Harbor Sky. And you could say that's because Sky took a hard nerf, Viper took a hard nerf, and thus it's like diminished Harbor's value in that setting. And maybe Harbor can work in other settings. It's just people haven't found it yet. So he's a hard agent to make work. Probably one of the hardest in the game.
Even if he's not getting the kills, creating that sort of space and putting this pressure on, I loved it.
And it must be so fun to be Redux playing on this map. Like, you just get to fly off the side of the map, float around, updraft, look for your kills from the side of the map, completely avoiding all the utility. Like that has to at minimum be fun to play. And it kind of just showed because you were just having a grand old time. You were just kind of just doing this thing, and it was awesome to watch. It was fun.
And that's what I loved about the Jet pick, is that it does give them offensive options, especially on a map like Abyss where you wouldn't expect it. Now, I'm glad that there was awareness from that Reyna side, and the Reyna, yeah, it can't maneuver around the map as much, really just tried to bunker down and play off the Leers, which you don't have infinite amounts of. So it was a nice, I love those clips that you picked out, Sierra, because it really showed kind of the...
Yeah, doing it like it's a breadcrumb trail of like where your abilities come from. Yeah. That's why it's a difficult agent to play, and you really have to know what the fuck you're doing, which is why like I always point out what the Harbor's doing at the start of the round. Like, it's one of the core things I point out in my co-streams when I see a Harbor, because you can't just put the Harbor in certain spots. Like, it giving away that info is like disastrous in certain scenarios. You do have to do a bit of masking. I don't think it's too difficult. There were certain maps where I think he could get abused harder than others. It's part of the reason why I never loved Harbor on Breeze, because I thought he could get abused really hard. He can get pounced on when you find out where he is. I don't feel like it's as bad on Abyss. I actually think it's way better on Abyss than Breeze.
And you've heard from Oxygen before, there's not a map that they don't feel comfortable on. It's now we're looking towards Sad and how they've adapted, where they play a lot of Sova on Sunset. They play a lot of Sova everywhere. But now that we saw Dip on Gecko, is he getting enough time on the agent to really like master it and to be able to utilize it on a map like Sunset, where I feel like Gecko can be a big part of that playmaking ability to get information, also to get into sight. So I'm looking towards Dip to be that impact player for Sad.
I'm even just wondering about this first hurdle going into the map is what agents and what Sad Esports is kind of thinking of. Because when we're looking at the loss, Sad Esports, I don't think has necessarily been a team to be scared of changing things up, trying something that works out a little better for them. And when you're looking at a Oxygen that has such defined roles, has been playing at such a high level, I'm curious where we see that change in Sad Esports. If it's just going to be a stylistic thing here, Roy, whether it's how they hit the sites, or if it's going to be the agents, which we have our agents select up now. So I'm going to toss this one to you for your reaction. We'll get this one firsthand.
Yeah, I'm going up first. All right, bet. No, there are absolutely
it's not a fun one.
Zero changes happening right here. There's the exact same compositions on both sides. And yeah, I mean, despite the fact that there are no compositional changes, it does not mean that these teams haven't made evolutions to their strat book, right? Like, surely they have made some sort of adaptation. They have kind of learned from playing each other previously. And I think
the maybe not Haven bind ruined my chat. Like, I literally haven't had access to my YouTube chat since that moment. I'm so sorry, YouTube chatters. Literally for a full day, YouTube just getting tono walled.
Also, Dip as Sova. That's you know, his bread and butter is to try and clear that util. So Sad have to work together on this.
Corey's aim
With
is
no compositional
insane.
changes. I'm excited to see how they change things up here on Sunset. Try and push a map 3 here in our series, and for that, head back over to Uber and Gomps.
Thank you very much. Obviously, with these two teams having played each other somewhat recently, we have good information about what Sunset looks like between them. And it's been Gompers such a good map for Oxygen over the course of this stage of challenges. That's why they picked it here. They get through Abyss, obviously not their pick. They come out with a very solid score and then get to play on what feels like their home ground. You've got to be feeling good if you're an Oxygen fan.
No, absolutely. And then now you're coming into this. So it definitely feels like you're... If, like you said, if you're an Oxygen fan, you're feeling pretty solidified coming into Sunset. And now especially, I mean, for Sad, they're not going for the typical, let's go silly, let's go crazy, goofy.
The pings here let me know that this breach will probably slide in here. If they tap
for Sunset, I feel like there really isn't any forgiveness in that.
We'll take control of that.
I'm looking forward to seeing
what
Sad has to offer. I feel like now, especially when the tensions are high, there has to be, I feel like this is going to be a really good game because of that.
See how this one plays out here. 3 players stacked over towards the A side here for Oxygen to start with. And again, we're going to be seeing that sort of strong side, weak side dichotomy with Dapper being a very dependable anchor here at B.
Control received.
And Scuba being smoked off of top mid. Opts to play more towards that Boba side.
Breach here is this jump spot.
Fault line thrown up there just to see if there's any action to tease out of Oxygen, but they're playing pretty passively here. Mitch is...
It's kind of scary that the Raze
corner
is the one holding this.
You know, Oxygen kind of know if they've just spotted the Cypher, they're probably solo over towards the A side here. This now is going to get a bit more action out of Oxygen over a B, but it's heavily smoked off by Sad as they move in.
Now kind of looking to see who's on the outskirts, but... They're keeping their patience. First is just waiting.
Oh no, man, his look was really good, but Oxygen was so
disciplined. The rotation coming down to it, but everybody else moving down in mid. If you're Sad, this is so perfect that the timing works.
They didn't smoke main. They smoked
the retake here through market. The side has to be a solid anchor here.
Preventing
going 1 for 1 is good enough, but now Oxygen can swarm all over this. They're going to have to contend with the post-plant position of Coburg here in B main, and that's a decent way to deal with it. I think there might have been an aftershock even thrown in there, but they're not ready for the late reflank coming in from market. Scuba and Mitch in the 2 versus 2. Mitch tries to go for a defuse there in Darkest. Such an astute angle to take, but they're under some pressure. There's no time for Scuba to get this defuse anyway. Very well played by Sad. And using that little jutting lip on the left-hand side to be able to fire at the defuser while breaking up the 2 versus 1 there for Sad was huge.
Holy shit.
They got that on lock.
The fucking prediction is 142k to 11k. Holy, Sad believers are going to be eating if they win this map.
Just execute off that. Pick everybody off 1 by 1 win condition there in terms of what the personnel was looking like. And at the end of the day, it's the confidence to kind of carry through. So Sad
what the fuck?
Doing
y'all do not believe in Sad.
Running away, I mean, with that first round.
Revealing area.
Pistol taken here for Sad now. Again, Skarn a little wary about this stack up here towards B main. It even pings in towards market, but it's actually only a cam. That camera, I think, is set up to be able to watch both into B main and market itself. And Mitch probably won't move from this position for quite a while. It's just as well, because Ferbs are there waiting on the periphery for a push up off of A.
Very slow
Are Sad going to get anything for free here? At what point do Oxygen get cold feet about this setup? If at all.
I mean, they have the cam holding market. Mitch very advanced that A. I don't know if they're going to do anything.
No, but for now, waiting for their chance to make a move. There's so many players just on the side of Oxygen looking to take one pick away from somebody, but of course that's going to be Mitch that manages to make a play.
This is definitely going to force that push in towards market now. Oh, I love this. They might be able to pressure Dip down with some of that breach util. Dip is able to get out, but Skarn is now surrounded by players, and the cyber cage is making it impossible to see. We might see a ping back towards A. And Mitch is ready to catch it. This is perfect here for Oxygen on this anti-eco. 3 for Mitch, pushing off of A.
What a round by Mitch.
And now Sad are in a tough spot.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, they make way. This wasn't the expectation they thought was going to come along, but of course, a map like Sunset that Oxygen are comfortable in, it's going to work exactly how they plan. Maybe not. Sad Esports taking everybody out in a matter of seconds. So now you got this 2v2, and the orientation not looking so good, especially with a Bulldog and a Stinger. My apologies, a Spectre. Moving forward down to the A site. At least some sort of
saved.
Decay Save goes the round. There. Redux now trying to make themselves some sort of spacing, but the time of the essence here, and they can't seem to find anybody else but a 1v1. And now if they don't get the defusal, now it's over. Coburg knows that. He's good, and he's settled.
All right. Costly
that could have gone
hell, though.
South very quickly there for Sad. Great play for Mitch, catching them as they made extensive use of mid for so much of the round, but better weapons do prevail in situations like that. But many of them got stripped out of the hands of Sad. Great patience from Mitch here, and the timing was very good. Again, I think it was Jen talking about the GigaChad Cypher over at B, right? That util completely stopped Sad's hit in its tracks, and they were forced to awkwardly pivot through mid with their backs to a player.
They still did a good job, though. Taking out so many players. I mean, the execution was flawless, but how flawless is this one going to be? Oxygen already off the rip, just taking out 2.
I'm not sure which one.
Makes it so much harder to prove to themselves, if you're Sad Esports, that it was worth a fight. Now they do have to back themselves off.
Right there. Yeah, that's really an ugly way for this round to start. Sad were really hoping to come into this round after a clean anti-eco and have a strong bonus to really build off of.
What are you guys on about?
Now, though, they get really rushed early in the round.
Ooh,
and they're heavily contained by Oxygen now, who obviously have Mitch embedded here towards top mid. And at some point, Scuba is going to push off this
I could really get things going.
Or at least look to reinforce top mid if there's a split through Link.
Camera.
Verno having full util is kind of big here.
They're going for it. Verno's ignored the util.
Cage triggered.
It's quite difficult now, too.
Okay.
So they have Spike wrapped around in mid. Lack of cam, lack of information. Mitch trying to fix that, solve the issue. They do have suppression, yep, and that's exactly what they're going to use. Information given away. 2 players just sitting inside of market.
30 seconds left.
And Oxygen, they make actually no movement after that.
Grouping up towards A now. This is more of a contingency for Sad, and you'll note that there is very little time left in the round.
That's
Scuba opts not to fall back, but will delay them a little bit with his paranoia. Sad cannot push through that. They've got to respect it, and Mitch is going to be there to catch them. They're going to walk straight into this crunch. Spike goes loose, only 2 seconds left. But with no real support here at the site, yeah, Oxygen know there's no time for the plant to go down. And Sad, just run the clock too lean.
This map has been kind of bench so far.
Yeah, Sad Esports.
I feel like even the way the casters are like kind of communicating it, like it's just the rounds kind of fizzle out randomly. The action just dies.
Well, it seems like that's exactly what they're aiming for. They do have big opportunity to get themselves back onto the A site.
Terrible.
It's a big round to win though for Oxygen. Throwing a
Sad
here for Sad pretty early on.
Who are you talking about?
A lot of it comes from that like great play over towards B main that gets in that 5v3 early in the round. Pretty aggressive here though, positioning for Skarn. Already made his way into elbow, but he's going to be inserted here solo.
Really good
like
control.
To take their time though. They don't like to rush into anything
getting
too
this
quickly,
raise here,
especially considering the fact that there is a Cypher on the defensive side, so not wanting to make too many wrong moves here.
So they split the trips.
Now at least I think SAG feel like they have a decent staging ground to play off.
You can
of
see
with
the
Scar
lack of
in elbow.
any info here and here makes them
walk
push
in the
mid.
mid and find it empty. And now they have to make their way in through Link. There's an opportunity here for SAG to sort of catch them before they can be sure-footed.
Oxygen is really on the back foot
here.
And
his Aldro will confirm that the site is clear.
Scanning ahead.
Darkest one off ult.
No, but they've broke it down. Doesn't give too much of an indication as to how many players are there, but they do know somebody's watching. They're from SAT, that's going to be good enough. The A site completely cleared up, and the post plant looking good.
30 seconds
really
left.
take their time. So much so that Oxygen aren't really sure that they're ending A until right about now.
All right, ult online.
Some of these rotates are going to be a little bit slow,
has
and
it out
look
for the
at Burbs'
push.
positioning. If there is any sort of play through tiles, an Oxygen attempt to wrap, they're going to run straight into the Cypher. Timing, though, will be important. We'll see how that plays out, but for now... Yeah,
that's probably the
nicely
round.
done. Now it has to come from Link. That's where the pressure for the
Darkest
defenders needs to originate from.
Surely doesn't go through this. Surely not. Okay.
There it is. Already Oxygen taking out majority of the players here from
fight,
SAT.
big fight,
and the
big
Rolling
fight.
Thunder
Player standing.
proven to be the extra effort. They're just looking to kind of solidify the round, but it's not looking too easy. I mean, so much util already expended, but they need to pick this 1v1 off before they peek the extra angle. And it might just work out in favor, but Mitch makes it work even better. Oxygen, they're not out of the game just yet.
That's a pretty solid retake for Oxygen, considering that they can't wrap from A main because they lose out on the Cypher duel, and they actually don't set up over towards Link whatsoever. They explode out from spawn, but they have, of course, that really reliable breach util to make use of there. And they just pop through and win a lot of those fights early on. The kind of fundamentals that take a long time to drill into a team.
Yeah, I think Uber has
that
good
was pretty good
casting
considering
too.
Oxygen were playing for that full retake scenario. But with Breach KO, you always have options to give up the sites and come in and hit them hard with 5 plus all that util.
But to kind of elaborate on what you said, so.
Oh, and this is big. Okay, become impatient.
Big
Just a little bit, no. They still keep their
That's a
ground. Redux
minimum.
is watching, though, and the moment they
Keep move.
know...
I have to root against this,
They
right?
want to peek. They have so much to use here, too. Like...
I mean, yeah, there's no way that Oxygen can clear this elbow position now. They basically have to try and contain SAD there if they can. And have strong presence in Link is going to be critical.
Get out of the way here. Okay, they do have a shock dart. How much damage is that really going to do? Not doing too much other than maybe holding Dip back in this scenario, but now that Fang Shell comes through, does do a good job at holding off, and that's all they're doing, waiting for that 30-second mark to push, but that's not going to be easy for
ready to
Sat.
break the
The
dart.
clock is getting bled big time. Inferno can play off this. Especially, I think he's trying to get rid of a recon that would come in from Dip to light the site up. That's where he has his crosshair position. Aftershock thrown out to dig Redux out of that box corner. Inferno's going to be here with a fault line to catch them as they try and push in. Hunter's Fury now. Redux needs to get moving. Skarner's pushed out.
What a take.
Inferno ends up getting caught. He was the one with the util that was supposed to interrupt the attackers.
3 on 3.
Still even then getting 2. Yeah, they got tagged by the Hunter's Fury. But now for Sad, there's not really too much of a clear advantage anymore, and
this is
especially
so
with the information
brutal,
coming along as to where everybody is. And the spike not even there. Might just get caught
they're
alongside
reading
Scoop.
the Omen ult play.
One enemy remaining.
The 1v1. All they need is the last one, but it's
You
not
should have
looking
let him
low.
get the
Actually,
spike,
maybe
dude.
he's...
You should have let him get it.
Wow, that's crazy. First, it just came through.
Well, he has a sheriff, so I mean, either he just dies and can just buy up normally, or he can take a gun away.
Okay, so yeah, so I read like Uber kind of phones it in or something in tier 2. I really don't think that's the case, but I will say that there is gonna be a level of noticeable difference in an S tier caster if they're casting like a top level game and a tier 2 game. And it's my belief and the belief of a lot of like probably, because I was kind of given this belief by like the S tier casters in like CS and maybe Valorant, I guess, because they're kind of one and the same, but you should cast to the level of the game that you're on, and that you should always tell the story how it should be told and not bullshit it, and that you shouldn't try to hype up something that you don't believe is hype yourself, otherwise no one's gonna fucking believe it. And if you do that, then it makes the actual hype moments dog shit, and not hype. If everything is hype, then nothing is hype. That's just how it works. So I've always tried to respect that to an extent. Like I won't fucking act like, you know, if I'm watching Dobros versus something in like Challengers, I'll respect the game and I'll talk about it on an analytical level, but you won't feel me like, you know, the 100th Thieves playoff game.
Down for
like,
a
that was a different vibe altogether.
More information, especially now with the pop flash moving forward.
Like,
but
that's like a one-of-one type day.
They've got a flanking play here.
30 seconds
towards
left.
spawn. Dip is set up here to be a
There's some casters that don't do that though.
Oh, they've already settled the paint shell too. So the paint shell gone. Dip doing such a good job at just eliminating the majority, and it's Oxygen to try to take things back.
Dobros definitely got us right there, and I'm very sorry.
It's harder and harder. Of course, they can use the paint shell to maybe just push
they did
back,
nothing
create
to
some sort
deserve
of
that.
damage there, but it doesn't work out in favor. Of course, the bait coming through, and now there goes one.
Dip again, still backstabbing.
Oh my god, the shock.
Oh, they do have that though.
Wrecked.
Surprisingly enough, it works out. Sad. They didn't need too much to work with there. They had good timing. I mean, good pieces of util as well.
But this is what happens though when you give up the map like this, right? You give up mid and you opt to anchor heavily in towards the A site. Dip is able to walk up top mid and wrap around towards CT and find like 3 kills in that situation. Then can double back to harass and flank through Link there.
I mean,
so that's like, you know,
it's part of the reason why back in the day when DDK and I were casting, I would get so butthurt and upset that we would be casting the grand finals, but it would be for seeding. Because I would watch like Dapper like teabag the bodies. So I was in this very conflicted spot as a caster where I'm casting a grand final of a tournament, but I'm watching the players not give a fuck. And that is a very hard spot to be in as a caster. Because I'm like selling the viewer fucking horseshit, and I don't believe in it. But I have to show the title of the game respect because it's the grand final. That was a hard
advantage
spot.
as well, having their own showstopper.
I fucking hated that shit. They did that a lot in the early stages of Valorant.
Here for Oxygen and a shorty, I guess, from Mitch. And there's only a couple of places that you're going to see
is
plays with those shotguns play.
Caster. Like,
it might be good for a little one and done in elbow, but not in a position to actually use any of his util for information about this A side extremity. And slowly. Note that there's no flash here, so this will have to be manually checked. Maybe Dip can shock the corner. He has one available. Contact it, lose a player.
I thought it was going one
right.
shorty.
Mitch gets his. And out of his Scuba and Werner, they had to cross the map to help out here now.
Werner just got ult in.
Post-round
the
setup.
orb.
Again,
holy.
2 versus 2. But now access
this.
to mid has opened up, and Oxygen have been able to salvage a Vandal.
Spike planted.
Someone that's dead probably was like, all right, Sova planted.
They do.
I'm guessing someone that's dead was like, all right, Sova planted. So if they find this raise, they know what's happening.
For Sad. Even then, are they going to use it? Doesn't seem like so. Scar in such a good position, but now the 1v1 there, and it gives opportunity for the ult to be used.
It's a very difficult read.
That would be wild.
Yeah,
rolling thunders here, that would be absolutely crazy. He has all his util though.
Oh, that's perfect. And not so much to use. No, even then they're just
that was almost perfect,
stunned.
bro. What the fuck?
The stun was just expiring, right? But again, if you have a Vandal, that first shot is still lethal. Let's see how this went down. Again, Oxygen look to fight in mid. This is very crew esports-esque, right? Take those sheriffs and try and stick them down the throat of the
Yeah, just the rat. That's the perfect example. So like the Sen G2 game was perfect, right? Because it was a game that the viewers knew that the game was meaningless. The players knew the game was meaningless, and the casters casted like the game was meaningless, right? But also showed the game respect on the way. And like that's important that you kind of like walk that line. It's a very hard line to walk where you don't want to make it seem like a fucking shit show and that the game is a joke. But you also want to have fun with it. It shouldn't be like your other casts. They fucking nailed that cast.
The Fusel, you have so much to use, but you also don't want to waste that ult for the next round. And honestly, it's not really in a dire moment because we are still in that first half. 3-4, you know, not too bad.
No, it was fine. And again, like you have the rolling thunder here for the retake, which is obviously something that both of these compositions are pretty adept at.
Oh, the Tricast was fire too, yeah, because it was another like one of those fun days where like,
which is I think some of the differences
they knew it was a fun day, and they just had, they allowed the broadcast to be fun. and not just the game.
You have Verno who can play off sites here. Also, Mitch can reactively,
with the game.
be making use of that null command here to really shut down again another util-heavy team in the form of Sad. Right, it's very, very effective at nullifying breaches impact and making it half a sober to get that information. So, a ton of very helpful resources there available to Oxygen in a round.
It was
like
very
this.
sad that we're losing.
And so far, it's been pretty competitive. I just think that we've seen Oxygen give up a ton of map in the past. That last round, right? It's a thrifty round, or would have been a thrifty had Oxygen won.
Like
but they are bought in with only a few sheriffs. They go down mid. The showstopper for Redux, unfortunately,
do so many things.
Goes for nothing. Skarn ends up having like a pretty big round. I think 4 kills in that round. Up until that point, they've had a very quiet game. So now that Raze is starting to get involved a little bit more, Sad can still buy up despite losing a lot of those guns.
Really knife.
And here we go, back in round 8.
One way in, control, scuba, and rotate coming in. Breach ult here. One off for Darkest. He'll probably snag it on the hit.
With caution though. They do have cam. Where is that settled? That's so interesting because I guess Redux just is back being watched, but beautiful. Already one taken out midair as they try to find that approach, and they just get backed off by the ultimate. That's crazy. Rolling Thunder.
Darkest has his now for the hit
extremity, and now Sad Esports. All right, they have to find another way.
They'll take that trade,
and they can have a go at this again, right? They have a Rolling Thunder of their own to work with. They have enough util that they can, take this B side again. But right now, cutting noise is a great option because
so these guys are playing out of the site, and they'll probably flood back in with this KO.
That's why Dapper is watching mid from market. No one has eyes on B main outside of probably that Cypher cam. I think if it's placed where I think it is. So mid has to be cleared. And also Sad know this because they have a Cypher cam there that just spotted 2 players top mid for Oxygen. So they know they can basically walk up on B again for free.
Here.
They're trying to save the breach ult.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're moving back in.
Fuck.
Oh, the sprays down works so perfectly. How does he just run away with that one? So much potential. And the jump peak Dapper's trolling. There's absolutely no way. Dude, he had such a huge opportunity to just keep that one going. But of course, nobody was there.
Jump out as bait.
His opponent is low enough, but here comes that retake YouTube.
KO bait. Whoa, lucky.
Yeah, they just work as a team. That's so good, though. Holding each other accountable. Now at this point, protecting each other as well. Suppression there, so Dip can't necessarily do anything left, especially with now, though, 5 seconds left until they can possibly pull out the recon. But it was almost there. Inferno did not do that well of a job at making sure that was secured. Unfortunately enough, so much util moving forward. Inferno can't seem to do anything about it.
One enemy remaining.
What was that?
Another round comes up for Sad.
I can't believe they just lost that.
And again, having that Rolling Thunder, that was aimed directly at market. So very hard for Oxygen to try and set up for a retake of their own. And Oxygen also spent the null command to try and shut that very thing down. This is a lovely little spot, the 10 spot, we call it. Ends up being a one and done for Redux ultimately.
I can't believe they didn't get this.
This was a bit off for Dapper, right? Obviously, only at 5 bullets left, but really still feels committed to that fight, tries to jump forward. Here's that null command sort of retake that ended up coming in and sort of falling apart a little bit there for Oxygen. So Sad are really up to the task on this map.
They could see the one way because it was like a little bit too clouded left.
And again, on a map,
I've never seen that specific interaction.
Struggled. Now they're asserting themselves here towards elbow.
What? You got armor line. Oh my god!
What is going on? Scuba's just rolling with the punches there.
Yeah, what the
And the game is immaculate. Confidence.
Guy can't be killed.
Booming. Especially sprays through box. Mitch makes it look easy, and it is for Oxygen at least.
Scuba. Scuba is so
That's wild.
fucking good.
Scuba, a little nasty with it. Ends up trying to take that last fight with 3 bullets left, which is a tall order, but definitely doable.
He was the one guarding Mitch last round too, right?
I'm not content to just sit inside the A site and cover their ears with their hands. Nice to see them be a bit more proactive about it, like establishing some map control and not letting Sad walk in. Something they've done, in fairness, quite well over on the B side with those little pops out from B main. But again, their attention,
like, see how it clouds out so deep right here?
Remains pretty limited.
They can't even see it.
Sort of check and keep an eye on
like they were holding it, but they couldn't see it.
Over on the A side to start the round.
That's what the problem was.
Same thing happening here, though. Okay, one way.
Maybe a slightly off one way. I didn't seen that before, actually.
They take their time.
That was interesting to see.
Yet again, now waiting for the approach on the util. There only being a couple rounds left of this half, they need to take advantage of the attacker's side.
Yeah, it needs to be slightly more right or more forward.
Dapper has that passive angle here towards mid. This time he's not going to.
I wasn't aware that would be possible. Maybe he wasn't either. I don't know.
Sees Darkest. A little bit maladroit when it comes to the shot, but the spike is now loose, and this is going to get everybody's head swiveling over towards top mid.
Dapper's been really nice on that like peak burst shot, you know, chat? That exact style of shot he just took. He's been very fast with that kill.
Who obviously only has a pistol, so not much really to be done for the Rays. And Dapper should eventually discover them here. There's a noise cut in the market. Enemy down. But Skarm was pretty pivotal, I think, to this play, and now he's off the table.
Oh, he's got it cooked.
Oh my gosh, the timing on that is so bad.
30 seconds
That's
left.
crazy too. They didn't clear that, which is interesting because they actually no, Div doesn't
Bullets?
have a recon.
You can't
So
clear
regardless, it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't have been good. Oh my gosh, and the whiff. It just makes it even better. Finding somebody out and then getting caught yourself lacking is incredible. 34 health left on Div, but now
it's because I literally
that's pretty
just
much
got
it
done
for set.
complimenting
5-5. And Oxygen, they do manage to bring themselves back up here.
Yeah, I think they bounced back from their tech pulls really well. That's 2 rounds won in a row, but the approach for the defenders has been quite different. That first round after the pause, there's like that scuba play in towards elbow, which is pretty sick, right? That's an Omen player just like throwing it down at the start of the round, able to find those 3 kills. Then, of course, there's Dapper left, up at top mid, pulled off the B side, which is quite common, right? Normally you just stack A and have like the Cypher playing B, but that was important. Sad thought they could sneak up mid again, and this time they got punished for it.
Sad. I haven't been forced to resort to eating a stale piece of bread.
The same things though. Oxygen, you know, going for the same one way. Kind of waiting along for some source of information, but mid-side Redux, even then,
fucking deleted.
Down towards B finds the first initial shot coming through.
They get a neural theft off that.
You know, that pinch they originally had settled for.
And the neural theft tells them that there's a solo alert,
yeah, means
bro.
Dapper can actually take some liberties
guy.
here and wrap around. He's going to see the spike.
He makes all that noise. He knows they hear it.
Minimap there with that shoulder peak.
Literally fucking with them so hard.
Either way,
look, the ping. He's like,
know that mid is just being.
Dude, we gotta clear this out, guys. We gotta clear this out.
Keep
Meanwhile, Dapper has been gone for like 30 seconds.
Towards mid defensively.
Oh my
god. Really paid off.
That was diabolical. He fucked with them so hard. Great use of the neural theft.
We can take this one too. Nobody's
Got
there.
both shocks and that recon out of the Sova and planted this Cypher here.
Yeah, settles for something
Makes this
else.
hit
Maybe
super
using
weak.
some of that util to back off once again.
What
And it's
is
so
even
hard because
happening
they
here?
just want to push, but they can't find anything from it.
This rotation though, you'll notice that Oxygen sort of move clockwise around the map and leave be pretty empty.
30 seconds left.
It might just be Redux playing inside market. Dapper can walk back into the site here. Oh, the Cav. He sees Ferbs to walk into that cyber cage. He's about to see a little bit more than that. Tucked in the corner now. Redux definitely needs to play off this angle, and he does beautifully. What a brilliant flash that came in there from Mitch to set this up. And that very clean round with 4 players still standing. Oxygen have really tightened up on this defense.
Last round before the switch.
They know they need to give themselves some sort of advantage moving over to the next half. Even then, like ending off things 6-6 is still pretty solid, but good adaptations, honestly, on the side of Oxygen for sure. Not allowing Sad Esports to get whatever they want. And I like the slow approach. I like the really, honestly, the aggressive hold from Redux starting off in the beginning, being able to take off Skarn so early, things like that. That tends to work out for Oxygen, and then having that discipline to take a step back and then you know, take a look at everything else.
Yeah, I mean, they really left Sad very little option to move around the map. And there were no gaps here in that defensive setup for Oxygen, which was crucial. And Scuba, who previously had like a big 3K round playing from elbow, this time just takes a shoulder peek and calls Averno in to fault line that for him, which is a pretty standard combination. But it also wards Sad off of even attempting to try and make a play for A. So we need to see Sad maybe get a bit more creative here. Maybe we see some more pressure towards market. They've not really tried to play out of B main since like that round 3 or round 4. They got pretty decimated over there.
Why Dapper coming in?
See, they're discussing now like what the approach needs to be. If they can't get up mid for free, if top mid is going to be watched by Oxygen like this,
we cut off too much.
I don't think their sort of game plan from earlier on in this map is going to be valid anymore.
Why Dapper goes crazy, actually.
Oh, this is a nice one.
Focusing heavily on B main. You know, leaving the util to speak for itself over inside of market, but mid, a place that Sad like to hit pretty repetitively.
Look at this. Scuba with the judge basically denying all of B main and refreshing that smoke.
Scuba with a judge and 2-6 left. Evil.
Look at the weapons here for Sad. It is a
last round
assortment of whatever they were able to cobble together for the last round in this half. Hunter's Fury is up.
Teammate has 6.2. I'll judge.
Not insignificant.
Smile.
Spin an Aldro just to clear lobby, which is insane.
What?
What shot was that? Scooper emerges. And
That's
gets
from
taken out
inside?
I don't know, she has to keep his cover though. Not wanting to give away with the player advantage there on the side of Sad. Mitch looking to eliminate some of that. Doesn't work out as planned. Exactly. Still, at least so much to work with, right? Showstopper readily available. And they know they can make it. They know where these players are. There's so many just sitting on the outskirts.
Redux can pop the Showstopper here off a defuse attempt.
Oh. They have it. They have it. At least one.
How did he even get one?
But the second one not there. Unfortunately, not even any damage
to
kind of come from
doable.
that.
Doable.
They know they're
Oh,
shit! Beautiful from Verno.
Well played.
Oh, he's cooking.
Damn,
that is why
well
Breach
played.
is so good. Even solo, you can play off that utility so effectively. Stun one.
I saw it, dude. I saw exactly what he was cooking. When he was fucking running up, I knew he was winning that shit. Holy fuck, what a player.
Shot Scuba in the back, I think, as he tried to play around that smoke in B main. That looked like it could go
like
horribly
zero
wrong
hesitation
for Oxygen. Sick little clutch there. Verno and Redux with the save. We're heading into our second half now as Oxygen managed to post up a solid 7 defensive rounds, but Sad have had some really good mid-rounding and calls, especially earlier on in that half.
Four rounds in a row, which is pretty solid, honestly, to end off on the half, too. But this is where these things start to take a turn, especially now with, like, kind of giving Redux that opportunity to play a little bit more than just aggressively on the defense. Now they can push themselves in onto the side and play the way that they, that they were born to play, that aggressive duelist.
All right, smoke top right mid.
Right into mid here.
That's putting a lot of pressure on these A players. Ooh, fault line ready.
How far is Dip willing to go to challenge this?
Oh, fuck.
Yep, he's pinging that there might be a rotation here, a split over towards B. Through 2 players drawing a Boba. I like the fault line.
That dart got nothing.
Coburg gets hit.
Oh, shit.
By his teammates.
It somehow got this guy over here.
Redux got pinged there, but is able to get out with a satchel. Coburg is not ready for this, though.
Jover.
It doesn't even work out. Oxygen. So good on the pistol round already.
Coburg.
They see potential. My question is, are they going to stick together and try to fight this one by one? It's not going to be too easy. 4 players still on the side of Oxygen, and they have to fight for this.
Just play the
but at what cost?
Fun in B main, good, honest Valorant. You know, it's very chop wood, carry water. And Dip is kind of basically no options here. There's also a flash up for Verno still.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
Pretty easy. Pretty good.
It's over.
For Scuba there. So, yeah, Oxygen. Run away with a solid 5
it's over.
round in a row difference here. So, I mean, not difference, but 5 rounds in a row. Just now, especially moving forward into this pistol round, into this half. It is a detriment for Sad. They have to figure out, moving forward, how they're going to begin to handle this momentum from Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, and it might be a 5-round deficit, to be honest, after Oxygen win the pistol here. Should be able to go to 10 rounds comfortably enough. That top mid smoke, I'm telling you, it drives defenders crazy.
It drives them crazy.
Boba and Market simultaneously. Great hit over towards B. This time A is going to get some love. Not much to work with here for Sad in terms of weaponry. And Redux might just walk the heck up here. If he clears this manually, yep, they'll be holding that util to fight hit itself. There's a 0-point Coburg run into the ground. Redux, of course, just swings that corner.
Throwing another one down. Now, Paint Shell actually moves and pushes back Sad Esports from trying to make some sort of aggressive play. But they've lost.
One enemy remaining.
Before, they don't want to lose again, and it seems like that's not what the case is going to be. If anything, they put some firepower behind that. Despite having some of those
this ends
down,
right before
pickup, but no. Okay, Redux
the challenger playoffs end right before
that he couldn't give a weapon away.
That's what you're asking. And then Ascension will be after.
Yeah, this one is pretty cooked. I think Skarn has to have a crack at it because there's no cost
they won't overlap,
to it, but you're quite often going to see that, right? That second round, if you're in a post plan, you're going to win the round. You send the ghost player off to maybe see what they can do, get the round over early. But yeah, this was pretty brutal, right? They didn't have to use any util at all, Gompus, to clear elbow.
I don't think I'm going to Korea. I mean, obviously,
and the
I'd love
Redux
to,
just sprayed as he ran. with that stinger because he's been able to close the gap for free on the defenders.
It's going to be pretty hard to close any gap at this point, but I mean, I guess now, you know, with these weapons.
I think I prefer ending the year with GC if I could take that option. I really liked how they did it last year. And my reasoning for that, for saying that, is this. I think after champs last year, what I realized is that everyone wanted more Valorant. Dude, it like wasn't enough. Like after EG won champs, it was one of the rare tourneys where I was like, dude, I want more Valorant. Like I wanted more like almost right away. And normally I'm like pretty burned out. I'm like, I just need a fucking break for a couple days. But I wanted more. And Game Changers was positioned in a place in the calendar where I think a lot of people wanted more Valorant at that point. And I liked that. It helped build GC a lot. So I like how they put it in the calendar right there. And I hope they do that again. That's my answer to that. I don't mind Ascension being after, to answer that question. I do fuck with the idea though of having like the Ascended team being like an LCQ type tournament, but obviously that's not even possible here. So
too to this round.
Whatever.
Just trying to gauge.
I would not put an Ascended team in Champions. So.
And worse that might be into, I mean, the site in general, but of course, okay, some information coming through from Versus Util, but already is
oh my god, the trades.
Onto the site, it's just the back and forth.
Damn,
and
dude, it was trades the whole way until the last kill.
Yeah, look, I mean, they ultimately make the right choice. They take their time, and Sad are pretty obsessed about mid, even you know, late into that round.
It was literally just like 5 trades.
Oxygen were able to impose on Sad.
That was ridiculous.
In the pistol round and the anti-eco.
Look at this.
So there were 3 people.
Look, all 5 people here.
Mid, even with all of you know, Oxygen converging upon that A side. See here, Redux gets a nice little spot on top of that box.
That happened so fast.
The cyber cage
oh my god.
Exploited, but eventually. Just hold M1 for the boys and Oxygen come out on
hold
top.
M1 for the boys.
Oh gosh. Oh!
Didn't scan him.
Hit away from it.
Here's the trap play. Fault line, obviously, to punish anyone that would sort of peek out and try and take a fight here, is that's what Oxygen are expecting with Stingers and Sheriffs on the side of Sad. Turbo does it, but it's a really passive shoulder peek and then falls back to play off of Ferbser.
Yeah, I mean, now it's fun because of that 7, but I like GC too, just for the same reason I like Challengers.
Okay, finally gathering some information.
I like seeing.
They've caught out too. They know 2 players are here.
Different like evolutionary paths for these teams. Like the competition's different, so the comps they run are very different. Like the comps in GC are different from Challengers, and the comps in Challengers are different than VCT. And I think it has a lot to do with like, 1, I guess, like the level of team, but 2, how much time they have to prac between the games matters actually a lot.
Gets taken down, but Redux is pushing it
so it's cool to see like how it affects everything. It's not like I'm watching the same style of Valorant. That would be boring.
Shock darts just coming out like crazy. From Dip to see if
Good
maybe
hold by
somebody
Sad,
resides in the smoke, but Oxygen, they don't need to settle for this. Actually, yeah, they do. 19 seconds left. If you, actually, no, never mind. I'm getting trolled here. They have the ultimate there.
No, you're right. I was laughing because that Aldro just reveals everything. Sad get the confirm instantly that Oxygen are pulling out. So they can just stack this B side now with everybody. Walk up and give it a tap, start the defuse.
You purposely put it low like that to do this shit?
They still keep it going. Paint shell so beautifully placed down in the back of main. And even then, Oxygen, they can't fight back. It's a 1v5. Everybody else already down, and Vernos hit with so much util. I mean, I guess the
good round by Sad
is as well. Yeah, but even then, not going to be an easy round to win. A thrifty round from Sad as they're looking to continue themselves in the game.
And the setup for Sad wasn't necessarily
I love that
out of the ordinary.
Scoop.
They are putting the Cypher over on the ace.
Man, that was the goated height too. That was like right there. It was the perfect height that you would want it. It was like just high enough to block him on like the swings for the most part, but it was low enough for him to be able to jump spot over it. That was a sick smoke.
Map and win 2 of those Sheriff fights against Oxygen players that are trying to rush. That forces Oxygen to back off the side, right? And that all gets spotted out by the L drone. So at all times, Sad have full info of what Oxygen
I've seen teams smoke off main a lot,
nice,
but I've never seen a team nail the exact height of the smoke like that.
Of those initiators.
No, I haven't seen that. I've seen teams do the bun set a million times though. It's just that smoke was goated.
Here. Looking at ultimates, it's kind of close, especially for Darkest to kind of load up on one of theirs. 2 picks, maybe even
yeah, I bet Boo is
on their part, but it's
definitely
not
a player
easy.
I can see doing
especially
that.
now as Oxygen, they've worked themselves up.
I don't really watch a lot of
that
EMEA, so
they
that's
know
definitely
the
why I haven't seen that then.
Settle down here majority of the time. Yeah, Mitch finds it.
He's like the perfect
don't
omen
manage
that
to
would
make
do that.
himself very known as to where Coburg is, but so much util already settled down, and they can't seem to escape it. Everybody else.
I thought he lived for a
to
second. I was
survive
like,
if you're
what?
sad. How easy is that going to be? Absolutely not.
There's
at
the dapper
all.
jiggle 2 shot.
Now they've lost 2. I'm trying not to lose anymore, but it's not easy. Redux so crazy with the aim, and everybody else just already settled down in the extremity, so they know nobody's coming around the back. As a matter of fact, they very much know where everybody else is positioned as well. There comes the next shot, and it's a flawless round from Oxygen.
That's been beautiful, right? I really can't fault them. The only thing, of course, is they get caught on a reflank by Skarn, who by that point is just too far away for the action to have any real impact. They're going to have a crack at it anyway. That was their second of the round. But there's a play towards Link here. Scuba very quickly repositioning to punish. Look at the minimap. Look at where all those sad players went down. None of them were really able to take fights inside elbow. They were forced out of there. I'm pretty sure Coburg had to TP into the corner of the A site, into like a fault line, an aftershock, a ton of util. So very awkward. Once Oxygen again decided to
old Redux in 2025?
site execute util to
12.
bear, it's a lot for Sad to deal with.
He's just 11 right now.
That honestly was just a big...
12.
It's just a big moment of util there. They managed to push
He's just 11 years old out here, just dunking on everyone.
With, what was it, like the fault line, you know, coming through from there, especially, like, pretty much all of Verno's util. Just to secure themselves some sort of position, they cornered everybody out, and they knew exactly where to look, so that was perfect on their side. I think they're really, really good with kind of using each other in a sense of, okay, Redux, you go in, I'm going to do this, I'm going to position this person here, all you have to clear is the next side.
Yeah.
And from there, we'll take.
I'm curious, like, how it's going to play out with him, because, yeah, it's going to be the Woot treatment, right? Where Woot had to sit out the first couple games. He'll probably miss the kickoff event. And, yeah, like, I had huge respect for Heretics for bringing Woot into that team. It was a huge risk. They played so well. They played so well without Woot, and they knew it was the right play to add him anyway. And that is a very hard choice to make.
And I think Oxygen know it because they have this pop set up here over towards
huge respect to
Ball line, Redux ignores it, just moves straight on up and is inside elbow. That's going to clear Coburg out of this corner. In fact, no, they just step back and the smoke allows them to play off the corner without being seen.
It's like similar to how Potter benched BCJ for Demon 1. Like, that was a crazy play that Potter made. That's kind of like what Niels did with Woot.
In a position that does favor some sort of information over
towards
A, but
the
yeah,
whole
they just
community
back
loved
off
him.
Oxygen.
No
really have
reason
too
to
much
do
going
that.
on over towards B, so they don't have that early information, but it's a nice touch off Dapper to take out Dip.
Knew.
Dapper's managed to sneak up here. I like that little off angle Darkest was holding, but they cannot maintain that here, and they're exposed to Mitch. That's what he was waiting for. Someone to creep down mid and punish.
That's a devastating neural theft.
Now, Oxygen are pretty much online here for this B hit.
What?
Skarn. Okay, sprays him down through the cyber cage. That might slow things up, or it would if for any other team, but Oxygen just want to push on to B with 3 straight out from main.
When they push past that paranoia, made its way, but so everybody else on B. The showstopper's not going to work too well. No, maybe it will. Waiting for it. The flash doesn't work out in favor, but now Skarn looking around to see if they can gather even more information, but a 1v3. That doesn't work out in favor of Oxygen. It's Sad Esports to take the win.
And for me, the most important kill of that round was Skarn just firing through that cyber cage through market. That's what forces Oxygen then just to filter out through B main. They don't have split opportunity.
Mitch's chamber is fucking incredible. I've glazed Mitch's chamber so many times on this stream.
Oxygen can wait a beat on that.
He'll never get to play
an idea of what the stack is looking like for Sad over at that site.
I don't even know why we're wasting our fucking time. Why are we wasting our time talking about it? I've even talked to Mitch about this in private. I'm like, bro, I don't know why I waste my breath. You're never, ever, ever allowed to op again on this team ever again with these zoomies. And he's like, I know, bro.
That info,
he's never, ever, ever playing Duelist or Chamber again with these guys on his team. When he's playing with Verno, Redux, Scuba.
Smoke at top mid here again, which isn't designed to facilitate a split. But to draw people off those sides. Going to be some action here in market. Scar hit with the trooper. Can he follow up on it? Here we go. Null command going to be used instantly. Mitch goes on in. And now able to find 2 there. It is back and forth trading, but the site is open.
Mitch heard me talking shit.
I don't know if the door's broken there. Yeah, okay, the door is open in mid, and that is going to allow Dip to move on up. It will be a very late flank here, but there's Trip set up in B main. This should spot out Coburg unless he TPs over it, which would make sound.
Careful now. Trying to dabble in that. Especially now with Coburg's information given away. He doesn't even need to see.
Like, you shouldn't hit that
at that point, it really is just a game of location. 31 health left off Dip. Yep, not going to make it out alive. But the match point there from Oxygen. And they continue to really thrive on a map like this on Sunset.
But what happened to Coburg there? He knew there was a trip in the doorway. He let him...
You know what they say? Loose lips sink ships. Mitch comes in chat, starts saying shit like that. Heard you been talking. Heard you been talking over there, old man. This is like fucking...
Doubt it, though.
Threatening me.
Oxygen here, poised now to take the whole series away and advance, of course, to our semi-finals here in our Challengers finals. And again, this is double elimination, so of course, TSM falling down to that lower bracket. Sad would do the same with a
the paranoia definitely doesn't work.
A factor later
on the reveal, right? Maybe we should have broke that one.
Oh gosh. Oh my god, what is going on?
When he was in the middle of that and was like, actually, I don't think I want to be here anymore. Like, he tried to just disengage the whole thing. It's like way too late.
In a nowhere to go position.
Oh, man.
The Dip gets value out of that ultimate, make no mistake.
Like, this is not playing out how I wanted it to.
A lot of hopes being put on Scooby here to establish some map control.
Yeah.
Market door gets broken, though. And again, he's just smoked mid again. Wants to keep people interested in mid, but he might just push through that. That could open up an opportunity. Is that B main hit, though?
Scuba? Scuba?
It's a good smoke placement, but... There's a lot going on here. Oh, but the time is still not there. Damn you! So it's unfortunate, but Oxygen, if you manage to get that...
I had it ready for this exact moment. Let's go, Scuba.
But maybe Sad can bring it back up a 2v3 and the player advantage.
Get him, Scuba.
Not to mention the Rolling Thunder. That just doesn't allow Mitch any space. Still, though, the wraparound, this might be it. This might be the potential for Sad to keep themselves in the game.
I mean, that smoke timing to market was massive. Mitch got caught inside that Rolling Thunder.
Damn,
Darkest can't capitalize on the stun. Now you've got Ferbster and Darkest coming from opposite angles. Mitch will be waiting on this corner. Has Scuba watching it. It's all down to Ferbster. Made such a big impact for this team when he first came into the roster. Looked incredible on that Cypher role. But this is too much to ask, apparently. And Oxygen take the series away with a 13-7 win here on Sunset. And we're reminded again of why it is their go-to map.
Damn you!
They ran away with that one. I mean, the go-to map looked a little rocky.
But Verno!
I think that mostly was just the fact that, you know, we did get to see a pretty
pretend that we've won?
On the opposing side. So, I don't know. All in all, really good adaptations. I give kudos
anyone
over
but Mitch,
to
please,
for,
guys.
You know, being able to push
Dapper
and kind of play against a team that has been so dominant throughout the season. To be completely honest with you,
you guys are fucking bored out there.
There was that loss in stage 2 against Dark Zero, which is pretty respectable when you think about it. Look, I think there are a couple of rounds there that were quite well for Sad on the attacking side. I think our desk is going to have a ton to break down here. They'll fall to the lower bracket. They're not eliminated yet. Let's head over to Sierra and the gang and get their thoughts on the match that was.
Thanks so much, you two. Definitely thoughts on our end. I mean, looking back at the second map, I feel like it was kind of inevitable when you kind of looked at the markers that were stacking up here, Jen. Last time we saw this Lotus, this was a good look coming out from Oxygen.
Hold up. Scammed by 4 Asians Jing Forsaken in the gym. What the Oh, this has to be a banger.
90 kg, okay? I've got music in, bro. I've got AirPods in, bro, yeah? I've got AirPods in. I'm sitting there, boom, benching, dink, dink, dink. Music on. I've got like some hard style, like boom, 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 boom. Like it's going off, bro. I'm thinking, okay, I'm like 1 month away from hitting my bench press 100 kg PR, bro. This is all I'm thinking right now, okay? I'm sitting there. And then I hear, Addis, help, help. I'm thinking, am I hearing shit? Like, you understand? I've got music on, bro, you understand? I'm hearing, I've got like, you understand? And I'm hearing the back, like, help. I thought that was like background noise in my music, bro. I thought that was like some like hard shit, like, you know, like like some demonic shit I was listening to. So I'm sitting there like, help. I'm like, what the fuck? Then I hear it was me, Jason, and cigarettes. I think, yeah. So then I hear Addis. I'm like, bro, they're saying Addis in the song, bro. I was like, okay, this can't be me. I look over to my left. It's 3 or 4 of Paper X behind the glass window, like slamming on the window, like, Addis, help, come, let me out, get me out. So I'm looking at them. I'm like, how the fuck are you there? On the side, you know what it says on the side? It says staff only. It says only staff. So I'm sitting there like, how am I meant to help you, bro? Like, so I start like opening the door, nothing, bro, nothing. I start panicking, bro. I'm like, they're gonna die, bro. They're gonna die. Like, I thought it was like a sauna or some shit, you know. So I'm panicking, bro. But anyway, I'm like, okay, yeah. And by the way, this is like 12 o'clock in the morning. I think it was quite late, and like there was no staff. There was 0 staff. So I start opening and nothing. And like, just help. I'm like, okay. So I go downstairs after like 15 minutes. They don't believe me. I go to the bottom of the staff. I'm like, guys, I need help. There's 4 Asians locked behind the glass door. I said, you need to help them. The Paper X, they need to get help. They need to get out. They say to me, they go, you're trolling or you joking? They said they thought I was joking, bro. You understand?
I'm sweating.
I said, I need you to help them, bro. I said, like, it's Paper X. You don't know them. It's like 4 Asians. I don't know how they got there. You need to help them. They looked at me and were like, no, you're crazy.
I'm crying, man. That's so ridiculous. That delivery of this whole story. Wait, part 2.
The guy's looking at me like this, bro. He's looking at me there. Let me just show it. Let me just. Whoa. Let me transform fit to screen, bro. I'm like, please help me, please help me. He's looking at me like this, bro. He's like, so you're telling me, in his broken like Brazilian accent, he's like, you're telling me there's 4 people stuck behind a glass door. I'm like, yes, please help. Anyway. 10 minutes later, after me convincing him, we come to the glass door. They've disappeared, bro. They're fucking gone, bro. You understand? So now it's me and 2 fucking Brazilian guys, and they're saying to me, "Where are the Asian men that you said there were 4 Asian men here?" And I'm looking at them. I'm like, I don't know, bro. They were here, bro. They were here. I said, bro. I promise you, check. I said, check the cameras, bro. They're here, bro. Boom, they're just gone, bro. Then Jing messages me, he's like, yeah, bro, I got out, bro, we got out, God bless, bro. Now I'm sitting here with 2 Brazilians who are looking at me like this, bro. They're like, in disgust, bro, you understand? In disgust. I thought it was done, so, bro. I thought that was it.
This guy is amazing at telling stories.
They think you're crazy, bro. I swear to God, they thought I was like mental, bro. They must have thought like, this fat bastard, bro. He's lost the plot, bro. He's like,
Artist looks like he lost weight.
He's eating too much or something, bro. Like, I swear to God, bro. Like, bro, you understand? We opened the glass door to go look for them, and they weren't there, bro. You understand?
That is an amazing fucking story, bro. That is an amazing story. What the fuck? That is so good. Alright. With that. Oh, God. That was so good. That was so good. Thank you for linking that. That was incredible. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Oh my God, I'm sweating to end this shit. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the MXS game. We play the early game against Fluffy Aimers. It'll be a really good game. Fluffy Aimers in great form, as you can see here. I believe we're boot camping, so fuck. I'm nervous. It starts tomorrow. Let's go. Alright, peace out, guys. That was so good.